Chapter 176. Father, don't be angry. Even if you don't have a son, you still have Wanner, your daughter. Yao Moen returned to Yi Juanqing's side with tears streaming down her face. Yao Moen's tears still hadn't dried up even after they left the residence. Inside the carriage, Yi Juanqing looked at Yao Moen's tear-stained face and hesitated for a long time before speaking. If it was just about Li Qingqing, Yao Zhenting wouldn't have been so affected by you. What exactly happened? This prince doesn't understand. Why do you hate Yao Zhenting? Why would he mention Ma Xin? Yi Juanqing's eyes were filled with suspicion. Yi Juanqing cared a lot about anything related to Yao Ma Xin. Why would Moen tell you? Yao Moen wiped away her tears as she spoke resentfully. She had lost a few tears, but it was enough to anger Yao Zhenting half to death. She had won this round. It's because you used Juanqing as a spear, so you should at least give me something in return, right? Yi Juanqing spoke the truth in an extremely calm tone. After leaving the residence, Yi Juanqing finally understood why Yao Moen had tricked him into coming. Yao Zhenting allowed Do Xianglan to poison Moen's mother to death and ordered people to throw Moen's body into the mass grave. What does Prince think of this reason? Yao Moen didn't want to hide anything from Yi Juanqing and told him everything. That beast in human clothing. I really should have killed him just now. Yi Juanqing suddenly felt a bit regretful. He even had the urge to get off the carriage and turn back. Nothing interesting once you're dead. Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh foolishly when she saw the indignation in Yi Juanqing's eyes. Yi Juanqing was loving the house and its crow, right? He found out that you're not stupid? Yi Juanqing's indignation gradually subsided when he noticed the light in Yao Moen's eyes. How could he have forgotten that most of the people Yao Moen targeted were living a life worse than death? It's only interesting if he finds out. Yao Moen smiled lightly. She really had to think carefully about what to do next. Then aren't you afraid that he'll tell His Majesty that you're not stupid? Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. He'll enter the palace, but he won't be looking for His Majesty. Yao Mo lazily leaned against the back of the sedan chair. Her jade fingers lifted the side curtain, and her clear eyes looked outside before gradually closing. When Yi Juanqing saw the faint exhaustion on Yao Moen's face, he didn't disturb her. If she hadn't told him, Yi Juanqing really wouldn't have known that Yao Moen was carrying this kind of hatred. That was probably why she had been targeting Yao Sulwan. It seemed like he had wronged her at the time. As expected, things developed according to Yao Moen's conjecture. On the second day after Yi Hongyi found out about Yao Xiangfu and issued an edict punishing Yao Zhenting's salary for a year, Yao Zhenting appeared in the main hall of Pure Flowers Palace. The Prime Minister is a rare guest. Mingyu, serve tea. Yao Sulwan leisurely sat on the chaise lounge, holding a cup of pub tea that had just been brewed. Her slender phoenix eyes glanced at the solemn Yao Zhenting, her tone full of ridicule. Whether it was Guan Osprey Palace or Yao Xiangfu, as long as there was the slightest movement, she would know. How could Yao Sulwan not know about something as big as Li Qingqing's? When she received news that father wanted to kill Yao Moen, Yao Sulwan knew that father had definitely found out about Yao Moen's true colors. Sulwan, father hasn't come to see you in a long time. Have you been well? Yao Zhenting could naturally hear the disdain in Yao Sulwan's voice, but he didn't get angry at all. He knew very well that with Yao Moen's scheming, he alone wasn't a match for her. Especially since His Majesty had reduced his salary just based on Yao Moen's one-sided story, not even giving him a chance to explain. It was clear that Yao Moen had already grasped His Majesty's heart. If he wanted to topple Yao Moen, he needed Yao Sulwan's support. Father? If this consort remembers correctly, the Prime Minister seemed to have said that he only had one daughter, Yao Moen, who lives in Guan Osprey Palace. Could it be that the Prime Minister isn't familiar with the palace and found the wrong place? Mingyu, bring the Prime Minister to Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Sulwan was angry at Yao Zhenting's heartlessness. Whether it was towards her or towards her mother, Yao Zhenting was completely heartless. Sulwan, father had wrongly blamed you in the past. Father never expected that Yao Moen, that lowly bastard, had hidden herself so deeply. Father now finally understands that only you are father's good daughter. In Yao Sulwan's memory, Yao Zhenting had never admitted his wrongs in such a humble manner. It seemed that Yao Moen had truly hurt him quite badly. Forget it. In the end, we're still father and daughter. Sulwan doesn't want to fuss over this. Father, sit. Yao Jinting was delighted when he heard this and immediately sat down at the table. At this time, Mingyu had already brought over the brewed tea. Mingyu, go guard outside. Yao Sulwan sent Mingyu away, then turned to look at Yao Jinting. Speak. What did father come to find Sulwan for? Yao Sulwan asked, even though she already knew the answer. Father has decided to do everything in my power to help you seize back the imperial favor from Yao Moen. Yao Jinting thought that his words would make Yao Sulwan's eyes light up, but what he got in return was Yao Sulwan's snort of disdain. It's a pity. If father had said this a month earlier, Sulwan would have been endlessly grateful. But now, the one thing Sulwan doesn't care for the most is imperial favor. Yao Sulwan slowly sat across from Yao Jinting, her eyes calm. Sulwan, could it be that you're willing to be ignored? Willing to be stepped on by Yao Moen forever? Yao Jinting was surprised by Yao Sulwan's reaction. This consort naturally won't just sit and wait for death. In reality, this consort already has a plan. However, would father be interested in listening? Yao Sulwan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Jinting. Being willing to accept Yao Jinting's request for peace didn't mean that she could forget all the humiliation she had suffered in the past. She was currently in dire need of manpower. Otherwise, Yao Sulwan wouldn't have allowed Yao Jinting to take half a step into her Pure Flowers Palace. What plans do you have? Yao Jinting restrained the sharpness in his eyes as he asked. Thanks to Yao Moen, this consort's relationship with His Majesty has already reached an irreconcilable point. Even if this consort knelt in front of His Majesty to rub his toes, His Majesty wouldn't even spare this consort a glance. This consort is currently at the end of the road. Fortunately, there's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Recently, Luminescent Prince came to look for this consort. Yao Sulwan gave a simple summary of her situation as she probed. Luminescent Prince? What did Luminescent Prince come to look for you for? Yao Jinting's brows were tightly furrowed as worry flashed through his eyes. In his impression, Luminescent Prince definitely wasn't a good person. Father is so smart. Does this consort still need to say it clearly? Yao Sulwan lifted the teacup and took a sip as she waited for Yao Jinting's reply. Luminescent Prince wants to rebel. You want to help him? Yao Sulwan definitely had some outstanding qualities to be able to reach the position of Prime Minister. What does father think? Yao Sulwan put down the teacup and asked seriously, Sulwan, you're so muddle-headed. Rebellion is a great crime that will result in the extermination of your entire family. You can't be careless. Yao Jinting looked towards Yao Sulwan in shock. His heart felt like it had been sucked out. If His Majesty found out about this, the consequences would be unthinkable. If I fail, it will indeed result in the extermination of my entire family. But if I succeed, then I'll be a founding minister. This consort's current situation in Pure Flowers Palace is no different from death. Rather than waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative and attack. Yao Sulwan narrowed her eyes as her voice gradually turned cold. So you're saying that you've agreed to Luminescent Prince's request? President Yao Jin sighed. Originally, he thought that of his 3 daughters, Yao Sulwan was the only one who was relatively easier to control. The other 2 were simply weirdos. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Yao Maxin, Yi Hongyi might not have been able to become His Majesty. As for Yao Moen, she was so scheming that even he couldn't see through her. However, this daughter of his that he thought was the easiest to control was also becoming more and more crazy. That's right. This consort has already agreed. Father now has 2 choices. The first is to leave Pure Flowers Palace and go directly to the Imperial Study to expose this consort to His Majesty. The second is to support Luminescent Prince with this consort. In the future, when Luminescent Prince succeeds, he'll still entrust father with important responsibilities. The reason Yao Sulwan had laid her cards on the table was because she was certain that Yao Jinting wouldn't refuse. Chapter 177. Forget it. His Majesty is currently completely mesmerized by that lowly Yao Moen. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. However, Jing Wang is a treacherous person. Are you sure that he won't kill the donkey after it leaves the millstone? Yao Jinting looked towards Yao Sulwan suspiciously. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Hongyi had punished him without listening to his argument, Yao Jinting definitely wouldn't have agreed to Yao Sulwan's suggestion so carelessly. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Even if he regretted it now, it would be too late. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Bin Gong can only take a gamble now. As long as we handle it well, Yi Zixiao has no reason to kill us. Actually, father has come at the right time. Bin Gong has a headache and hopes that father can help Bin Gong. Seeing that Yao Zhenting had agreed, Yao Sulwan rejoiced inwardly and opened her mouth to probe. What is it? Yao Zhenting had never imagined that on this trip to Pure Flower's palace, he would inexplicably become a traitor. Fate made fools of people. He didn't even understand how he had reached this step. Bin Gong hopes that father can find an assassin to take care of Jing Wangfei, Duanzairu. A cold light flashed through Yao Sulwan's eyes. You just said that you wanted to help Jing Wang rebel, and now you want to kill Jing Wangfei? Yao Jinting looked towards Yao Sulwan in disbelief. It's precisely because Bin Gong wants to help Jing Wang that Duanzairu must die. When Yi Zixiao ascends to the throne, Bin Gong must obtain the position of empress. Yao Sulwan smiled. As long as Duanzairu died, she would have a way to capture Yi Zixiao's heart. Are you sure that Yi Zixiao won't fall out with you after you kill Jing Wangfei? This old man has heard that the relationship between husband and wife is very deep. Yao Jinting still felt that Yao Sulwan's decision was too immature. Father, just do what you need to do. Bin Gong will take care of the rest. Yao Sulwan really wasn't sure if Yi Zixiao would fall out with her, but if Duanzairu was allowed to live, then wouldn't everything she had done be for someone else? Thus, regardless of whether or not they had a falling out, she had to kill Duanzairu. Should he help King Jing seize the throne, or should he expose King Jing's rebellion? Yao Jinting thought about it for a long time after he returned to the residence, but he still couldn't make a decision. Therefore, he didn't take action on assassinating Duanzairu. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was holding Fluffy in her arms, her slender jade fingers stroking Fluffy's soft body. Jewel, who was by her side, was even more filial as it licked the hair on Fluffy's head. Yao Moen was indescribably moved when she saw this. Yao Moen thought that the words deep affection clearly didn't apply to Yi Hongyi and Yao Jinting. Master, Yao Jinting hasn't made any moves these past few days. Could it be that he's already given up on Yao Sulwan's suggestion? In Shui had been hiding in the Prime Minister Fu for a few days, but she hadn't seen Yao Jinting make any moves. If we give up, would the Pure Flowers Palace and King Jing's imperial residence still be so quiet? He's struggling. Based on Bin Gong's understanding of him, this step is definitely very difficult for him. As the Prime Minister, he's below one and above tens of thousands of people, so there's no need for him to rebel. If it wasn't for Moen provoking him a little earlier, he wouldn't even remember that he had a daughter called Yao Sulwan, much less step into Pure Flowers Palace, said Yao Moen lightly. In Shui, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. A small provocation had almost taken Yao Jinting's old life. If it was a bigger provocation, then what does Master plan to do? Asked In Shui. Since Yao Jinting can't bear to take this step, Bin Gong might as well give him another push. Yao Moen smiled darkly. The reason she had chosen to reveal the truth to Yao Jinting that day was firstly to use Li Qingqing's matter to deal a heavy blow to Yao Jinting, and secondly, Yao Sulwan had been lacking manpower. As long as Yao Jinting was willing to look for her, she would definitely drag him down with her. Yao Moen was well aware that Yao Jinting only cared about two things in this life, heirs and fame. Now that she had broken his dreams of having a son, she would make sure that Yao Jinting truly had nothing left. Inside Soul Sand Garden, Yao Moen listlessly leaned against Yi Hongyi's chest. Her face was a bit pale. Wanner, what are you thinking about? Yi Hongyi caressed Yao Moen's face with heartache as he asked worriedly, Your Majesty, Wanner heard that you punished father? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi timidly, tears welling up in her eyes. You silly girl. If Junqing hadn't told Jin still wouldn't have known that you had suffered so much at Prime Minister Fu. Whenever he thought about how the woman he loved had almost been whipped by someone, Yi Hongyi would feel hatred from the bottom of his heart. It was Wanner who shouldn't have let Di Mother go, but Wanner really didn't want Di Mother's entire family to be beaten to death. Di Mother still has younger brother to take care of. Yao Moen's tears fell like beans. Not to mention that Zhen's Wanner didn't do anything wrong. Even if she did, it wouldn't be Yao Zhenting's turn to teach her a lesson. Right now, you're Guifei, his master. Yet he actually dared to beat and scold you without the slightest scruple. It wouldn't be too much even if Shen killed him. Yi Hongyi angrily rebuked. Your Majesty, don't be angry at father, all right? Yao Moen lightly pulled on Yi Hongyi as she begged. All right, Zhen will listen to Wanner no matter what. Yi Hongyi embraced Yao Moen dotingly and walked towards the soul sand tree that represented him. What shocked Yi Hongyi was that this soul sand tree that had always been flourishing was actually showing signs of withering. The wind blew, and pink petals fell with it. Each and every one of the withered petals caused Yi Hongyi's heart to ache to the extreme. What's going on? Yao Moen walked out of Yi Hongyi's embrace and looked towards the soul sand tree in front of her suspiciously. Zhen just came to take a look yesterday. It didn't seem to have withered this badly. Yi Hongyi's expression was grave. A dark light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Wanner remembers that eldest sister said that the soul sand trees in this soul sand garden all follow a certain pattern. If one tree withers, another tree will definitely flourish. Let Wanner take a good look. Your Majesty, look, that tree seems to be much more flourishing than before. Yao Moen looked around, her gaze finally landing on a soul sand tree in the southeast corner. Yi Hongyi followed Yao Moen's gaze, his eyes as dark as ink. Could it be that there was someone in court who had rebellious intentions? If Wanner remembers correctly, that tree corresponds to the constellation in the sky. It's the Xiang star. The Xiang star is surrounded by the sun. That's why it shines so brightly. Yao Moen said seriously, her eyes as clear as water. Yao Zhenting? Yi Hongyi's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. He should have guessed it was this old bastard. Recently, he'd really become more and more arrogant. Not only did he not attend morning court for no reason, he even wanted to whip his woman. Right now, he was definitely brooding over his previous punishment. It's a pity, Yao Zhenting. You never would have guessed that Zhen would use the thing your daughter left behind to see through your schemes. It was you who was heartless. Don't blame Zhen for being unjust. At the side, Yao Moen noticed that Yi Hongyi had sunk into deep thought and knew that her move had worked. She sighed inwardly and smiled meaningfully. As expected, on the second day after they left Soul Sand Garden, Yi Hongyi used groundless reasons to hand over several important matters that Yao Zhenting should have been in charge of to Huan Heng. Yi Hongyi's decision caused the originally hesitant Yao Zhenting to completely give up on struggling and decide to secretly help luminescent Prince Yi Zixiao with Yao Sulwan. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui stood respectfully next to Yao Moen. Reporting to Master, this subordinate has discovered that Yao Zhenting has already hired 20 assassins to kill Duan Zairu on her way to 10,000 Buddha Hall to pray in. Once he takes this step, he's already on a path of no return. Yin Shui, come here. Yao Moen called Yin Shui over and carefully reminded her for a while before letting Yin Shui withdraw. After Yin Shui left, Yao Moen was about to return to the inner chambers to rest when she saw Yi Junqing walk in with a sullen expression. Who made Prince unhappy this early in the morning? Yao Moen stopped in her tracks and returned to the chaise lounge to sit down. Chapter 178. Chu Machine. When she heard these 3 words, Yao Moen's hand that was reaching towards fluffy frozen midair. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes and the corners of her lips twitched. How could it be that brat? Yao Moen suddenly felt a headache coming on. His Majesty just summoned this prince and said that in 10 days, Shu will send an envoy to Great Chu. At that time, this prince will be in charge. That envoy is Prince Shu Han, Chu Machine. Yi Junqing rubbed his forehead, his voice filled with irrepressible irritation. This really isn't good news. The infamous little devil in disguise. Moen really doesn't understand. Why would Chu Mabe suddenly allow his younger brother to come to Great Chu? Muttered Yao Moen with furrowed brows. It was no wonder that Yi Junqing was scratching his head. If Chu Mabe was said to be sinister and crafty, then his younger brother would definitely surpass his father. Fortunately, Chu Machine was only 10 years old. In terms of ruthlessness and decisiveness, he couldn't even compare to his older brother. However, no matter what, his arrival was undoubtedly a huge problem for Yao Moen. This prince only knows that the brat is best at putting on an innocent expression while doing the most black-bellied things in private. This is very similar to you, said Yi Junqing hatefully. Back when he had represented Great Chu to negotiate peace with Shu, he had suffered quite a bit from Chu Maxin. Prince is flattering me. Compared to Chu Maxin, Moen is still far inferior. I heard that Prince had only said a few words at the time, but he had given Prince a bone-softening powder, lit some soul-calming incense, then locked the door and lit a fire. He had almost roasted Prince. Yao Moen had also been at the peace negotiations that time, so she naturally knew about Yi Junqing's scandal. How did you know about this? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in surprise. How could Moen not know about something that everyone knows? Prince is trying to cover your ears while stealing a bell. Yao Moen still remembered that after that incident, Yi Junqing had threatened everyone who went to negotiate to keep their mouths shut. However, the esteemed prince of Great Chu had actually been teased by a child. How could he possibly hide such a violent conversation with just a few words? This brat, this prince definitely won't fall for his tricks this time, muttered Yi Junqing angrily. Then Moen wishes Prince good luck in advance. Yao Moen gracefully got up and swayed as she walked past Yi Junqing. But good luck always seems to be so far away from Prince Ah. After saying this, Yao Moen gracefully walked towards the inner chambers. Hey, don't go. This prince still lives in Guan Osprey Palace and can be considered a member of Guan Osprey Palace. Don't you plan to join hands with this king to face the common enemy? This was Yi Junqing's true goal. To him, using violence to curb violence was the best strategy. Yao Moen and Chu Maxin could both be said to be weirdos among scoundrels. Moen doesn't have the habit of looking for abuse. With a bang, Yao Moen unhesitatingly closed the door. How can this be called looking for abuse? If you were to take action, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. This king believes in you. No matter what Yi Junqing said to the door, it didn't make Yao Moen open it again. King Jing's mansion Master Yi Zixiao revealed a distressed expression as he watched Duan Zairu tidy up. Zairu, why are you doing this? This prince already said that no matter what happened between this prince and Yao Sulwan, it was just a game. In this world, no one can replace your position in this prince's heart. We've experienced life and death together. Could it be that you still don't understand Zixiao's sincerity? Yi Zixiao earnestly tried to console her as he reached out to take back the package from Duan Zairu's hands. You've been husband and wife for 5 years, from childhood sweethearts to now together. How could Zairu not know what you're thinking? You definitely don't have any sincerity towards Yao Sulwan, and you can't even talk about liking her. Zairu is just angry for a moment, so there's no need to be jealous of her. Duan Zairu carried the package to the dressing table and picked up a few simple hairpins to place inside. Since you know my intentions, why do you insist on leaving? Yi Zixiao looked towards Duan Zairu in confusion. Why do you want to get close to Yao Sulwan? And why are you amassing troops in Jizhou? Do you think Zairu doesn't know about this? Back then, when the 5 dragons fought for the throne, you only managed to escape because you promised Zairu to stay out of it. Zairu thought that you'd learn your lesson, but I didn't expect that you'd still be so stubborn and covet the throne. Since you won't listen to Zairu, then there's no need for Zairu to stay and become an obstacle for you. Zairu has already decided to become a nun at 10,000 Buddha Hall to prevent you from being exposed and implicating the Duan residents. But don't worry, if you fail on the verge of success, as your wife, Zairu will definitely accompany you to the underworld. If you succeed, then there's no need to remember that Duan Zairu exists in the mortal world. Duan Zairu's voice was calm and unwavering, but tears flickered in the depths of her eyes. The love between husband and wife was deep, so how could she bear to part with Yi Zixiao? This was her final bet. She hoped that Yi Zixiao would consider the love between husband and wife and give up fighting for the throne. Zairu, this prince can't accept this. This great Chu should have been royal fathers. If the late emperor hadn't used despicable methods to kill royal father back then, the one sitting on the throne today would have been me, Yi Zixiao. Yi Zixiao had never been able to let go of his father's mysterious death. In the struggle for the throne, there's only victory and defeat. There's no right or wrong. As a member of the imperial family, you and I should both understand this principle. Forget it. Xiru won't change your mind no matter what I say. After this farewell, Xiru would rather we never meet again. Duan Xiru picked up her bag and resolutely turned to leave. The moment she stepped out of the main room, Duan Xiru's tears fell soundlessly. Yi Zixiao didn't stop Duan Xiru even as she sat in the palanquin and left. Xiru, don't worry. If Zixiao can obtain the throne, he will definitely make you empress. If Zixiao fails, then it's good that you left. Inside the palanquin, Duan Xiru was already in tears. Tears flowed down her cheeks, wetting her clothes and shattering her heart. She wanted to lift the palanquin curtains several times, wanted to rush back and hug Yi Zixiao, but she forced herself to hold back. Not so long ago, no matter how great the storm they went through, they never parted. But now, this was the only path she had left. Before she knew it, the palanquin had already reached the forest leading to 10,000 Buddha Hall. Duan Xiru was wiping away her tears when she suddenly felt the palanquin stop. "Princess, it's bad." When she heard the trembling voice of the palanquin bearers, Duan Xiru immediately wiped away her tears and stretched out her jade-like fingers. When she lifted the palanquin curtains, she suddenly saw a dozen or so black-clothed men blocking her way. "Who are you people?" Duan Xiru's expression was cold as she calmly got out of the palanquin and asked solemnly, "We're the people who will send you to hell. Attack." The black-clothed men didn't wait for an explanation and charged at Duan Xiru with machetes in hand. When the palanquin bearers saw this, they immediately rushed forward. One of them hurriedly grabbed Duan Xiru's arm. "Princess, go quickly." The entire forest was instantly filled with flashes of machetes. The sound of weapons rubbing against each other was ear-piercing. Duan Xiru was pulled by the palanquin bearers as they desperately ran forward. Behind them, 4 or 5 black-clothed men were hot on their heels. The ear-piercing sound gradually faded as more and more black-clothed men caught up. Duan Xiru knew that the 3 palanquin bearers must have met with misfortune. "Zhao Wu, let go of me. You should run for your life." Duan Xiru knew that the black-clothed men were determined to kill her and that she would not be able to live. Since that was the case, why should she sacrifice an innocent life? "Don't worry, princess. This servant will risk my life to protect princess." Zhao Wu refused to let go of Duan Xiru's hand. It was clear that he was loyal. "Go quickly. Go back and tell His Highness to avenge me. Otherwise, you and I will both die and His Highness will not know a thing. If you don't leave, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide." Seeing that there was a fork in the road ahead, Duan Xiru pushed Zhao Wu away and ran in the other direction. Zhao Wu hesitated for a moment, then ran back to Prince Jing's estate. Duan Xiru smiled bitterly as she looked at the cliff in front of her. Perhaps the heavens were taking pity on her and didn't want her to see Yi Zixiao's tragic end after his plot was exposed. That was fine. Dying like this was also fine. If Yi Zixiao still had feelings for her, he would definitely avenge her. This might be a turning point for her. If she could use her death to exchange for Yi Zixiao's life, then her death would be worth it. Chapter 179. You won't be able to escape. The leader of the black-clothed men shouted coldly. "Who ordered you guys to do this?" Duan Xiru looked coldly at the black-clothed men. Her voice was calm and without a trace of fear. "You should know that we can't say." The black-clothed men admired Duan Xiru's calmness. However, since they had accepted the money, they had to do their job. Speechless, Duan Xiru looked back at the bottomless cliff in front of her and finally jumped down. When the black-clothed men saw this, they looked at each other and retreated. When Yi Zixiao chased her all the way to the edge of the cliff, he only saw Duan Xiru's embroidered shoe there. "Xiru! Xiru, ah!" Yi Zixiao grabbed Duan Xiru's embroidered shoe as tears welled up in his deep eyes. There was no blood on the ground, no signs of a struggle, and no signs of tearing. Yi Zixiao knew that Duan Xiru must have jumped off the cliff. "I'm sorry. It's Zixiao who harmed you. Xiru, where are you?" At this moment, Yi Zixiao was gripping Duan Xiru's embroidered shoe tightly as he let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. His handsome face was deathly pale and his body was trembling uncontrollably. The pain of losing something he could no longer have made Yi Zixiao feel an indescribable pain. Your Highness, this subordinate shouldn't have left Princess Consort alone. This subordinate has sinned. Seeing Yi Zixiao's heartbroken expression, Zhao Wu immediately knelt on the ground and pulled out a dagger. As he spoke, he thrust it towards his own chest. At this critical moment, Yi Zixiao abruptly snatched Zhao Wu's dagger away. This prince orders you to quickly investigate the murderer of Princess Consort. If you can't find the culprit, you will be executed without mercy. Yi Zixiao's voice was deep and cold. His bloodshot eyes flickered with an ominous light. Yes. Zhao Wu received the order and immediately retreated. The entire forest was silent. Yi Zixiao knelt by the cliff and held Duan Zairu's embroidered shoes in his arms. His tears blurred his vision, but they cleansed his heart. Zairu, if it weren't for you, what would this prince need this empire for? Yi Zixiao sat there quietly until the sun set in the west and the moon rose from the east. Even when the first rays of dawn broke through the night sky, bringing with it the first rays of dawn, scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to having Duan Zairu by his side. Even if Duan Zairu wanted to become a monk, at least she was still alive and within his sight. But now, everything was gone. When Duan Zairu woke up, she found herself lying on a bamboo bed in a daze. A fragrant smell filled her nose. Master, she's awake. In Shui put the fragrant spirit ointment back into her sleeve, turned around, and retreated to the side. What is this place? Who are you? The moment she heard the voice, Duan Zairu abruptly stood up and looked warily at the veiled woman in front of her. Thankfully, Princess Jing didn't ask Jing Xian if you were dead or alive. Yao Moen sat lazily on the bamboo chair, crossed her legs, and rubbed her chin with her jade-like fingers. She seemed to have waited for a long time. You're called Jing Xian? I clearly remember jumping off the cliff. How did I end up here? Duan Zairu still didn't let down her guard. Her expression was solemn and serious. Shouldn't you be happy that you didn't fall to your death? Why does Princess Jing's tone sound like you're complaining about Jing Xian meddling in other people's business? Yao Moen heard the coldness in Duan Zairu's voice and said in disappointment, We've only met by chance. Would you save me for no reason? Forgive Zairu, but I don't believe that there's such a free person in this world. Duan Zairu didn't think much of it. Princess Jing is right. Whether or not I saved you, Jing Xian didn't lose anything because Jing Xian's objective had already been achieved. Yao Moen looked at Duan Zairu, who had been examining her with a guarded gaze, and couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to be a good person. Your objective? You sent those assassins? Duan Zairu looked towards Yao Moen in realization and questioned sternly, Does Princess Jing only have this much IQ? Actually, it's not hard to guess who wants your life. Yao Moen reminded her intentionally. After hesitating for a moment, Duan Zairu looked up in realization. Yao Sulwan. It's Yao Sulwan who wants my life. Duan Zairu said with certainty. That's right. Yao Sulwan's objective in helping Prince Jing rebel is to obtain the position of Empress. Princess Jing's existence is definitely an obstacle for her. Yao Moen analyzed the situation. Nonsense. Prince Jing doesn't have any intention of rebelling. Although Duan Zairu agreed with Yao Moen's words, she still wouldn't admit the truth of Yi Zixiao's rebellion. You can't be thinking that Jing Xian is tricking you with words, right? Princess Consort Jing is worrying too much. In reality, Jing Xian knows far more than this. Of course, Jing Xian doesn't need Princess Consort Jing to admit it. The reason why I saved Princess Consort Jing was because I wanted you to clearly see whether in Yi Zixiao's heart, his great cause of becoming emperor, or you are more important. Yao Moen looked towards Duan Zairu with interest. What's the difference? Duan Zairu looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Her voice gradually eased. It was just a few words, but Duan Zairu could already tell that the woman in front of her wasn't an ordinary person. Of course there is. If Yi Zixiao has you in his heart, he wouldn't have conspired with Yao Sulwan after finding out that it was Yao Sulwan who harmed you. Perhaps he would have been able to keep his life. If he doesn't have you in his heart and continues to work with Yao Sulwan, then he's fated to not live long. For Yao Moen, there really wasn't a need to save Duan Zairu. After all, in Yi Zixiao's heart, Duan Zairu was already dead. However, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Since Yao Sulwan wished for nothing more than for Duan Zairu to die, she wanted this person to live. More importantly, Duan Zairu was a good person. Yao Moen couldn't just watch as this good person was beheaded. She didn't know if this meant that she was also a good person. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. I really want to know, who are you? Duan Zairu was a bit surprised. Zixiao and Yao Sulwan's affair had always been a secret. Even she had only just found out. However, based on the woman's words, she seemed to know more than she did. That's not important. The most important thing for you right now is to pray for Yi Zixiao and hope that he loves you enough. Yao Moen smiled leisurely, then turned to leave. How long are you going to keep me here for? When Duan Zairu saw that Yao Moen was about to get up and leave, she hurriedly chased after her. When she stepped out of the room, Duan Zairu discovered that she was in the middle of a bamboo forest. In front of her was a boundless sea of bamboo, and the place she was in was a small house with simple decorations in this sea of bamboo. If you still have hope for Yi Zixiao, then wait here for him to pick you up. If not, then you can leave at any time. 10,000 Buddha Hall is 30 li north of this building. There's enough silver and food in the room. You can leave or stay as you please, said Yao Moen indifferently. Then she left the little building in the bamboo forest without looking back. In Shui only spoke up after she was far away from the little building. Master, this subordinate doesn't understand. Why did you tell Duan Zairu the way to leave? Aren't you afraid that Duan Zairu will return to the Jing prince's residence and report this? In Shui didn't understand. Her master had set this up for a long time. Once Duan Zairu returned to the Jing prince's residence, all of their previous efforts would be wasted. In Shui, this consort will make a bet with you. Duan Zairu definitely won't leave. She'll wait here until Yi Zixiao comes to find her. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes shone resplendently. This subordinate believes everything master says. The corners of Yin Shui's lips twitched. A bet? She had seen too many examples of Yi Jianqing's mistakes. Chapter 180. So what if I'm a palace maid? Actually, Duan Zairu wants Yi Zixiao to give up on the idea of becoming emperor more than anyone else. The dragon throne isn't that easy to sit on. If her death can make Yi Zixiao and Yao Sulwan turn against each other and dispel Yi Zixiao's ambition of becoming emperor, then that's what she wants. Yao Moen said indifferently, but a trace of helplessness flashed through her heart. When Yi Hongyi ascended to the throne, countless people had died. If it was that easy to become emperor, someone would have rebelled a long time ago. Just as Yao Moen expected, after they left, Duan Zairu didn't step out of the bamboo forest. She was waiting. She was also gambling. In Pure Flower's palace, when Yao Jinting told Yao Sulwan about Duan Zairu falling off the cliff, undisguised pride appeared on Yao Sulwan's beautiful face. Sulwan, father is hellbent on helping Luminescent Prince. There's no turning back. You and I don't have any room for regret. Ever since he became prime minister in name only, Yao Jinting had put all his heart into helping Yi Zixiao ascend to the throne. Sulwan guarantees that father won't regret this decision. Also, His Majesty has already started to seize power, so there's no point in father being prime minister anymore. Yao Moen only needs to say one sentence in front of His Majesty, and father might not even be able to keep his head. Now that he has Luminescent Prince as his backer, father has nothing to worry about, said Yao Sulwan darkly. The meaning behind her words was that Yao Jinting had no other choice. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Yao Jinting lowered his head in thought. During this period of time, his eyelids had been twitching non-stop and his heart was in turmoil as if something big was about to happen. There's such a huge dark cloud above father's head. Tingyu, is this the so-called dark cloud covering the sky? A clear and melodious voice rang out. Yao Jinting lifted his eyes to see Yao Moen standing leisurely in front of him with a kitten in her arms. Your Highness, this servant heard that dark clouds covering the sky and blackening the glabella are all inauspicious signs, added Tingyu. Shut up. This old man is a dignified first-rank prime minister. How can I allow a palace maid like you to speak nonsense? The instant Yao Jinting saw Yao Moen, he suddenly felt all the blood in his body boil. If it weren't for his status, he really would have rushed up and torn Yao Moen in half. Tingyu isn't spouting nonsense, right? Looking at the direction, father should have come from Pure Flower's palace. Right now, everyone in the Imperial Palace knew that second sister's Pure Flower's palace was filthy, and everyone avoided it like the plague. I'm afraid that father's trip this time has brought quite a bit of bad luck, which is why there are dark clouds looming over your head. Moen advises father to be careful during this period of time. Yao Moen's eyes narrowed slightly as a strange smile appeared on her lips. Yao Moen, if it wasn't for you gossiping to His Majesty, this old man wouldn't have ended up like this. However, don't be too pleased with yourself. One day, I will make you regret it. Yao Zhanting fiercely cursed. If he succeeds in the future, the first thing he'll do is tie Yao Moen to the execution ground and personally watch as she's executed by 1,000 cuts. Father's words really wrongly accuse Wanner. If it weren't for Wanner persuading His Majesty to calm down, who knows where father's head would be right now, said Yao Moen seriously as she blinked her clear eyes. How could you be so kind? Ever since that day at Yao Xiangfu, Yao Zhanting had been carefully thinking about the past and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If Yao Moen had wanted to, he would have died a long time ago. It looks like only father understands my heart. Wanner naturally wouldn't be so kind. Wanner just feels that chopping off father's head so early isn't satisfying enough. Although the game will end one day, Wanner pays attention to the process of the game. If it ends too early, then it'll be boring. Don't you think so, father? Yao Moen's leisurely expression completely infuriated Yao Zhanting. Yao Moen, it's still unknown who will win, so don't be too happy too early. After throwing down these words, Yao Zhanting angrily walked around Yao Moen. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen suddenly pushed Jewel, who was in her arms. Jewel was too frightened and suddenly scuttled onto Yao Zhanting's body. Its sharp claws pierced through his clothes and fiercely dug into Yao Zhanting's shoulder. Ugh, it hurts so much. Damned brute. This old man will definitely crush you to death. Just as Yao Zhanting was about to flip out and grab Jewel, Yihangi suddenly appeared in front of Yao Zhanting. In his arms, Yao Moen's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken necklace. Yao Zhanting, what did you just say? Yihangi's eyes were like two black holes as he fiercely glared at Yao Zhanting. This old subject kowtows in salute to your majesty. At this moment, Yao Zhanting finally realized that he had fallen into Yao Moen's trap. Your majesty. Father was scolding Jewel, not Wanner. What a vivid sentence. Yihangi's expression instantly darkened. Replying your majesty, this old subject just... Even though his body was in Chao camp, but his heart was in Han camp, right now, his master was still the high and mighty Yihangi in front of him. Just as Yao Zhanting was about to explain, Yihangi spoke first. From today onwards, without Zhan's summons, there's no need for Prime Minister to enter the palace. After saying this, Yihangi turned to look at Yao Moen and lovingly wiped away Yao Moen's tears. He didn't even look at Yao Zhanting as he left. Tingyu, send father off and also bring Jewel back. Yao Moen deliberately pretended to be timid and gave Tingyu a look. This servant obeys. Tingyu understood and respectfully saluted. After Yihangi walked far away with Yao Moen in his arms, Tingyu walked in front of Yao Zhanting. Looks like Nyang was right. Prime Minister really is shrouded in dark clouds. Tingyu had a face full of schadenfreude, her voice full of mockery. Audacious, you're a palace maid. Yao Zhanting had a belly full of anger, and now he was being ridiculed by a palace maid. He immediately glared at her. So what if I'm a palace maid? Even though Tingyu's position is lowly, she has a clear conscience. Back then, Second Madam had suffered so much injustice at Prime Minister Yao Fu. Suffered so much. If it wasn't for Master's indulgence, how could Second Madam have died? People say that a day as husband and wife means endless devotion. But in Master's eyes, Second Madam wasn't even comparable to a dog. But now, in Tingyu's eyes, Master is nothing more than an animal. Oh, that's right. He's also a rootless animal. That rootless water was personally made by Tingyu. Is Master satisfied? Tingyu resentfully looked towards Yao Zhanting, her eyes full of disdain. Preposterous. Stupid girl. You actually dare. Yao Zhenting was so angry that he was panting for breath. Jewel, who was in his hand, suddenly struggled free. Before it jumped, it didn't forget to leave a few deep bloody marks on Yao Zhenting's hand. Master, don't forget, this is the Imperial Palace, not a place where Master can act presumptuously. I believe that Master should know the way out of the Imperial Palace. Then this servant won't send you off. Master can do as you please. After Ting Yu finished speaking, she leisurely turned around and left with large strides. The moment she turned around, Ting Yu fiercely clutched her chest with both hands. After following Mistress for so long, Ting Yu believed that she had learned a bit of Mistress's moves, but this arrogance was something she couldn't learn no matter how hard she tried. However, Ting Yu believed that even if she didn't succeed, she would definitely be able to anger Yao Zhenting half to death. Yao Zhenting had completely thrown caution to the wind in this battle. He wanted to bet his entire fortune on Yi Zixiao. Of course, this was exactly what Yao Moen wanted. 10 days after Duan Zairu fell off the cliff, Yi Zixiao finally appeared in Pure Flower's palace. In the inner room, incense curled up in spirals and candlelight flickered. The flickering candlelight made Yi Zixiao's face look even more angular. It had only been a dozen or so days, but Yi Zixiao seemed to have changed into a completely different person. His handsome face was extremely haggard, and because he was so skinny, his cheekbones seemed especially protruding. Prince, please restrain your grief. Sulwan has also heard of Princess Consort's death, but I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Yao Sulwan's expression was mournful as she poured a cup of tea for Yi Zixiao. Chapter 181. Suddenly? Wasn't Zairu's death within Consort Li's expectations? There was no warmth in the light voice, and it was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Yi Zixiao's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, the light in them indistinguishable. How can Prince say that? Could it be? Prince, please understand. Although Sulwan doesn't like Consort Jing, she wouldn't do such a thing. And even if Sulwan really had the intention, she wouldn't have the ability. Ever since Prince transferred Ling Yun away, Sulwan has been struggling in the inner palace. She can't even take care of herself, so how could she have the spare time to think about such unimportant matters? Yao Sulwan immediately expressed her attitude. This prince naturally believes that it wasn't Consort Li who did it, otherwise she wouldn't have appeared here. Yi Zixiao's eyes gradually relaxed and his hoarse voice seemed to soften. No one wants to see Consort Li fall off the cliff, but it's already happened. Prince should let it go. Right now, there are more important matters waiting for Prince. As long as Prince can ascend to the throne one day, I believe that Consort Li will be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Yao Sulwan's slender arms wrapped around Yi Zixiao's neck as she comforted him. His heart felt like it had been stabbed 100 times with a dagger. It was dripping with blood. Yi Zixiao announced to the public that Duan Zairu had been killed by bandits on the way to 10,000 Buddha Hall. Besides him and Zhao Wu, only the culprit knew that Duan Zairu had fallen off the cliff. But just now, he clearly heard Yao Sulwan say the words, fell off the cliff. At this moment, Yi Zixiao was filled with hatred. If he hadn't provoked Yao Sulwan, Zairu wouldn't have died. Prince? Yao Sulwan instinctively asked when she felt Yi Zixiao's tense body. It's fine. Consort Li is right. In order to prevent Zairu from dying in vain, this prince should do something. Yi Zixiao suppressed the bone-piercing grief and indignation in his heart, his dark eyes gradually overflowing with splendor. Prince, Sulwan has a piece of good news to tell Prince. I hope it can slightly soothe Prince's pain of losing your wife. Yao Sulwan leaned into Yi Zixiao's embrace, her peach blossom eyes shining brightly on her charming face. Oh! As he looked at Yao Sulwan's fair neck, Yi Zixiao really wanted to pinch it, but he couldn't, at least not now. Sulwan's father, the current Prime Minister Yao Zhenting, wishes to defect to Prince through Sulwan and is willing to follow Prince's lead. As long as Prince commands, father will definitely do his best. Yao Sulwan was sure that Yi Zixiao would be happy to hear this news. Even if his father had lost some of his power to his majesty, he still had status and prestige. The Prime Minister is willing to pledge allegiance to me? Yi Zixiao's eyes flickered and a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his heart. He had expected that Yao Sulwan would be unable to find so many assassins in such a short amount of time because she had been living in the palace for a long time. Now, this question was answered. So it was that old bastard Yao Jinting. Father also has a discerning eye and knows that Prince isn't an ordinary person. Moreover, with Sulwan's persuasion, Father will naturally choose a wise ruler. As Yao Sulwan spoke, her jade fingers slid into Yi Zixiao's lapel like a small snake. With the Prime Minister's assistance, this prince is like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, this is also thanks to Consort Li's help. This prince really doesn't know how to thank Consort Li. Yi Zixiao seemed to unintentionally pull Yao Sulwan's hand away and slowly stood up. Prince is leaving? Yao Sulwan looked towards Yi Zixiao in surprise. At that time, Yi Zixiao definitely wouldn't have refused her invitation. Tomorrow is the 7th day of Xiru's death. This prince needs to return to prepare, said Yi Zixiao indifferently. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He really did need to prepare well. If he didn't give Yao Jinting and Yao Sulwan a great gift, how could he face Xiru? As for the throne, he had already waited for so many years. Waiting a few more years wouldn't make a difference. However, he couldn't afford to wait for Xiru's revenge. So it turns out, although Sulwan can't leave the palace, she will become a vegetarian and pray for Princess Consort so that she can reach paradise sooner, said Yao Sulwan with a compassionate expression. Ever since he found out that Chu Ma Xin was coming to Great Chu, Yi Junqing hadn't been in a good mood. Actually, Prince doesn't need to be so worried. Who knows, maybe after a few years of not seeing him, he'll become a true gentleman. Yao Moen comforted Yi Junqing with words that even she herself didn't believe. Regarding this prince is willing to bet with you. I'll bet my life on Yin Shui. Yi Junqing was extremely confident. Ahem. Moen was just joking. Prince can just ignore it. Yao Moen laughed dryly before continuing to eat. It's not that this prince is afraid of him coming, it's just that this prince doesn't understand. The relationship between Chu and Shu has always been tense. There's no meaning in Chu Mabe sending his younger brother to Great Chu at a time like this. Could it be that he wants to use Chu Ma Xin to stir up trouble and find a reason to send troops? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. They're different from Feng Yihan and Feng Duo. From what Moen knows, Chu Mabe and Chu Ma Xin have the same father and mother, so they have an extremely good relationship. That's why Moen is certain that Chu Mabe wouldn't use methods to harm Chu Ma Xin to start a conflict. On the contrary, in order to ensure Chu Ma Xin's safety, Chu Mabe has definitely put in a lot of effort, said Yao Moen confidently. Then this prince really can't figure out Chu Ma Xin's objective this time. In the end, Yi Junqing decided to give up. Actually, there's no need for Prince to go through the trouble. Once Chu Ma Xin comes, you'll know, said Yao Moen lightly. Little did she know that Chu Ma Xin's objective in coming to Chu this time was her. On the 2nd day after Duan Xiru's death, Yao Jinting received a secret letter from Yi Zixiao. The general meaning of the letter was that if Yao Jinting really wanted to surrender, he could meet him at the purple bamboo forest behind the Imperial Cemetery at 1 o'clock, and that he had important matters to discuss. For Yao Jinting, who had wanted to express his intentions a long time ago, this was practically a blessing from the heavens. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was calculating the days. In 5 days, Chu Ma Xin would arrive in Great Chu. Would she be able to resolve Yi Zixiao's matter before then? Your Highness, Yi Zixiao has started to make his move. The news Yin Shui brought excited Yao Moen. Where? Yao Moen abruptly got up and asked in confusion. The purple bamboo forest behind the Imperial Cemetery. Oh, Yi Zixiao really is willing. Come, accompany this consort to watch a good show. For a moment, Yao Moen felt gratified. It seemed that Duan Xiru hadn't waited in vain. It was already autumn and the sky had darkened just after 1 o'clock. By the time Yao Jinting arrived at the purple bamboo forest, it was already pitch black. Because it was absolutely a secret, Yao Jinting didn't even bring Yao Tu with him. He walked straight into the depths of the forest. After about an hour, Yao Jinting seemed to hear some slight movement and quickened his pace. It wasn't until he reached the end of the forest that Yao Jinting saw 2 figures. Who is it? Yao Jinting asked warily and instinctively stopped walking. This subordinate kowtows in salute to Prime Minister. Prime Minister, please. When the leader saw Yao Zhenting, he bowed respectfully and spoke in a powerful voice. You are. Yao Zhenting was about to question them when he saw the other person walk forward. Prime Minister, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in. The man urged as if they were very familiar with each other. The two of them turned and walked towards a nearby hill. Yao Zhenting didn't even have time to question them before he obediently followed the two of them. He was completely convinced that these two people were definitely sent by Prince Jing to receive him, so there was naturally no doubt in his mind. When they arrived in front of a shrubbery that was about half a meter tall, one of them went in and activated a mechanism. The lush shrubbery parted to two sides, and a stone door appeared in front of them. When the stone door opened, Yao Zhenting followed the two of them in without a second thought. There was a long secret passage inside with torches hanging on both sides. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yao Zhenting finally saw a flash of light in front of him. What is this place? Yao Zhenting was surprised and asked suspiciously. Don't be anxious, Prime Minister. We'll be there soon, comforted one of them. When they walked around the corner, Yao Zhenting was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. The large stone room in front of him was filled with swords, spears, swords, and halberds. In terms of quantity, there were enough weapons to supply an army of 100,000. Chapter 182. I wonder where Bright Prince is? Seeing everything in front of him, Yao Zhenting finally believed that Yi Zixiao truly had enough strength to fight against Yi Hongyi. Perhaps he had made the right move. Prime Minister, don't be anxious. Let's see how tough this blade is. One of them respectfully handed the blade to Yao Zhenting. Yao Zhenting took the blade and instinctively swung it a few times. He could hear the wind whistling past his ears. I can tell it's a good blade just from the sound, Yao Zhenting praised. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the secret passage. Prime Minister, let's go. The moment they heard the sound, the expressions of the two people who had been chatting cheerfully changed. They immediately pulled Yao Zhenting and ran towards the other end of the stone room. Why are we running? Yao Zhenting was completely confused. He couldn't help but follow the two people into another secret passage. However, not long after the three of them entered, they retreated again. Prime Minister, are you still thinking of running? An icy voice came out of Azure Dragon's mouth. Yao Zhenting's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the sharp sword pressed against his neck. Even now, he still didn't understand what had happened. Yao Zhenting, how dare you forge weapons behind our backs? What are you planning to do? Are you rebelling? The sinister voice reverberated through the cold stone room. The moment Yao Zhenting saw Yi Hongyi, his eyes widened and his body couldn't help but tremble in fear. Your Majesty. Yao Zhenting looked towards Yi Hongyi in disbelief. He had clearly come with Yi Zixiao's secret letter, so why was Yi Hongyi the one who had appeared here? Just as Yao Zhenting was about to ask for an answer, he saw the two people kneel down in front of him. Prime Minister, we will die to prove our loyalty. After speaking, the two of them suddenly clenched their teeth. Not good. When Azure Dragon rushed up to stop them, the two of them had already spat out black blood and collapsed to the ground, dead. Prove your loyalty? Good. Yao Zhenting, no wonder you look down on us more and more. It turns out that you already had the intention to replace us. Now that you've been caught red-handed, what else do you have to say? Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Zhenting ruthlessly, a sinister chill emanating from his body. No, Your Majesty, this old subject has been wronged. Looking at the two dead bodies on the ground, Yao Zhenting seemed to have been enlightened. This was a trap that Yi Zixiao had set for him. Wronged? Now that there are so many weapons in front of you, you still dare to cry injustice? Yi Hongyi snorted disdainfully as he questioned coldly. It's King Jing. It was King Jing who asked me to meet him here. This old subject also has a secret letter from Luminescent Duke. At this moment, Yao Zhenting spoke anxiously as he took out the secret letter Yi Zixiao had written to him from his sleeve with trembling hands. At the side, Azure Dragon passed Yao Zhenting's so-called secret letter to Yi Hongyi. Looking at the empty so-called secret letter in his hand, Yi Hongyi abruptly threw the paper at Yao Zhenting's face. This is the one you're talking about. In his panic, Yao Jinting grabbed the letter and saw that there was not a single drop of ink on it. It was simply a piece of white paper. How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. Your Majesty, Prince Jing wanted to rebel. When I got the news, I wanted to find out the evidence before reporting it to Your Majesty. Prince Jing must have seen through this old official's intentions. That's why he framed me. Your Majesty, please understand. This old official is completely loyal to Your Majesty and has no intention of rebelling. Yao Jinting crawled to Yi Hongyi's feet and kowtowed like a chicken pecking at rice. You said that Prince Jing wanted to rebel? Where's the evidence? Just based on this piece of white paper? Yi Hongyi questioned coldly. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He had long since wanted to uproot every tree in Seoul Sand Garden that had ever flourished more than Yao Jinting. Your Majesty, this room full of weapons is the evidence. These were all forged by Prince Jing. If Your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can look at the words on these weapons. Yao Jinting suddenly understood. If Prince Jing wanted to rebel, the weapons would definitely have the word Jing carved on them. However, when Yao Jinting picked up the machete and looked carefully, he saw the word Yao on the weapons. Yao Jinting, what do you say now? Then Bingshan casually picked up a weapon and held it in front of Yi Hongyi. The word Yao on it was incomparably clear. Your Majesty, this is Prince Jing's scheme. This old official's 3 daughters are all deeply favored by His Majesty, especially the 3rd daughter, Waner. She's the apple of His Majesty's eye. This old official has no reason to rebel. Yao Jinting knelt on the ground as he sobbed uncontrollably. Whether or not there's a reason is one thing, but whether or not he did it is another. Now that the evidence is conclusive, there's no room for you to quibble. Come, throw Yao Jinting into the death row and await punishment, said Yi Hongyi fiercely. Then he ordered for all the weapons in the room to be confiscated. In the darkness, Yao Moen could clearly see Yao Jinting being pushed out of the secret passage with his hands tied behind his back. When she saw that tearful face, Yao Moen let out a long sigh. Master, called In Shui worriedly. You think Bin Gong is sad? Wrong. He's not worth it. He's never treated Mother as his wife, nor has he treated Moen as his daughter. Moen naturally wouldn't be so despicable as to treat him as father. Bin Gong is thinking, should we just let him die like this? Yao Moen narrowed her crafty eyes thoughtfully. In Pure Flower's palace, when Mingyu told Yao Sulwan about Yao Jinting being thrown into the heavenly prison, the teacup in Yao Sulwan's hand fell to the ground. Something really happened to father. How could it be like this? Muttered Yao Sulwan. In the next second, she abruptly got up and rushed out of Pure Flower's palace. When Yao Sulwan rushed into Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was leaning on the chaise lounge and playing with Fluffy. You wrote this? Why? What exactly happened? Yao Sulwan raised the letter in her hand. The string of questions in her mind made her feel restless. When Tingyu saw Yao Sulwan rush towards Yao Moen, she immediately moved forward to stop her. However, Yao Sulwan abruptly raised her hand. Just as Yao Sulwan's palm was about to land on Tingyu's face, Tingyu tightly gripped her jade-white wrist. Tingyu, what are you doing? Roared Yao Sulwan angrily in shock. This servant didn't do anything. Even if I did, I don't need Consort Li to discipline me. This is Guan Osprey Palace, so it has its own rules. Without my Nyang's permission, Consort Li is not allowed to barge in, rebuked Tingyu sternly. Yao Sulwan hadn't expected that after so many days, even a servant of Guan Osprey Palace would be this insolent. Tingyu, if this slap really landed on your face, then you wouldn't be fit to stay in Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen lazily got up and walked over to Yao Sulwan. The meaning behind her words was that she approved of Tingyu's actions. Yao Moen, aren't you worried in the slightest that father has been captured? Yao Sulwan restrained her anger and pulled back her wrist, then glared at Yao Moen. Tingyu, stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Yao Moen dismissed Tingyu with a wave of her hand. Then she walked to the table and poured a cup of tea, then pushed it in Yao Sulwan's direction. Father? Second older sister's words are really nice. Even now, does second older sister still have this father in your heart? Yao Moen hit the nail on the head and sneered coldly. Yao Sulwan felt suffocated when Yao Moen hit a sore spot. She walked over to the table, picked up the teacup, and drained it in one gulp. Then she tossed the letter in front of Yao Moen. Don't go unless you want to die. Were you the one who wrote this? Questioned Yao Sulwan sternly. Moen still saved your life. Shouldn't you be grateful? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Sulwan. Pa, this was all part of your scheme. First, you imitated Yi Zixiao's handwriting to invite this consort to Purple Bamboo Forest. Then you used this thing to warn this consort. Yao Moen, just what are you trying to do? Yao Sulwan questioned crazily. Chapter 183. Wrong. Yi Zixiao was the one who wrote that letter earlier. In this entire matter, Moen only did one thing, and that was to write that letter to save your life. Yao Moen's expression was solemn, and her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. You think Bin Gong should believe you just because you say it? Yi Zixiao has no reason to harm Bin Gong and father. Yao Sulwan didn't think much of it. You guys killed the only woman he loved deeply in this world, so it's not strange that he would do this to you guys. Yao Moen shrugged as her lips curved into a cold smile. There's no way he would know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't destroy his own future. He doesn't want to be emperor anymore. Yao Sulwan didn't care about those so-called secrets anymore. She just wanted to know the truth. Yi Zixiao was her last hope. If this path was cut off, what would she do? That's why second older sister has an oversight. You may have accurately calculated Yi Zixiao's ambitions, but you also miscalculated his deep feelings for Duan Zairu. There's no such thing as baseless rumors. Since the entire imperial city is saying that Yi Zixiao and Duan Zairu are deeply in love, why would second older sister take such a risk? Yao Moen sneered as she looked towards Yao Sulwan. Bin Gong is helping him. With Duan Zairu here, he'll never be able to become emperor. Yao Sulwan roared as she looked towards Yao Moen, her eyes filled with resentment. Second older sister is helping him? Or helping herself? Moen doesn't know if Duan Zairu's existence will hinder Yi Zixiao from becoming emperor, but it will definitely become an obstacle for second older sister to be conferred the title of empress. But second older sister, why can't you learn to hide your strength and bide your time? Just endure it for now. Once Yi Zixiao becomes emperor, it'll be too late for you to plan your little schemes. But now, because of your mistake, not only did you cause Yao Zhenting to be imprisoned, you've also cut off your only path of retreat. If Moen's guess isn't wrong, Yi Zixiao should stop for the time being. Yao Moen shook her head as she looked towards Yao Sulwan and sighed. Yao Moen, you didn't write this letter to save this consort. Instead, you wanted this consort to live and suffer. You wanted to see how this consort would fall into dire straits, how miserable this consort would be, and how this consort would die, right? Yao Sulwan subconsciously retreated several steps as panic appeared in her eyes. Second older sister understands my intentions. Yao Moen nodded slightly in approval. Yao Moen, you're not human. You are the devil. You're a cold-blooded beast. Yao Sulwan looked at Yao Moen fearfully. At this moment, Yao Sulwan felt as if she was in a world of darkness and Yao Moen was the ruler of this darkness. Moen is guessing that eldest sister must have been thinking the same thing when she died. Yao Sulwan, have you ever thought about what would happen to you if eldest sister was reincarnated? Yao Moen walked towards Yao Sulwan step by step until she forced Yao Sulwan into a corner. Her cold gaze pierced through Yao Sulwan's heart like a sharp blade. Impossible. Yao Sulwan's voice trembled and her pupils shrunk to the size of 2 black beans. Of course it's impossible. That's why Moen did what eldest sister wanted to do. It's just that Moen's methods are a bit merciful. Eldest sister, please don't blame me. Yao Moen suddenly looked up at the ceiling as if Yao Machine was there. Mad woman. Yao Moen, you mad woman. Yao Sulwan rushed out of Guan Osprey Palace in terror. She was just as impulsive as she had been when she arrived. On the 3rd day of Yao Zhenting's imprisonment, Yi Hongyi issued a decree to confiscate Prime Minister Yao's residence. The money went to the national treasury and the servants were sent to the southwest border. Only one person was left behind. When Yao Tu stood in front of this magnificent residence, his eyes were filled with shock. It took a long time for him to recover. Lu Xing'a, where is this? This is Yao residence. Not Yao Zhenting's Yao, but Yao Tu's Yao. The gentle voice was gentle and soft, pleasant to the ear. It was like a yellow oriole in the forest, so crisp that it made people feel relaxed. Noble consort Yao? This old servant kowtows in salute to consort Yao Nyang Nyang. When Yao Tu heard this, he turned around. Only then did he discover that Lu Xing, who had been standing behind him, had been replaced by Yao Moen at some point. Steward Yao, quickly get up. Follow this consort inside to talk. Yao Moen walked up to help Yao Tu up, then pulled his hand as they walked into the residence. At that time, she had said that Yao Tu would be rewarded for his kindness. Now was the time for her to fulfill her promise. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang, this old servant doesn't understand. This residence? Asked Yao Tu as he respectfully followed behind Yao Moen. When ## paid for mother's burial, Moen engraved it in her heart. Ever since Moen recovered her senses, you've helped her many times in secret. Moen should return this favor. From now on, the owner of this residence is you. Moen will have Lu Xing give you the deed, the land deed, and the money you'll need to spend the rest of your life comfortably in the future, said Yao Moen resolutely. How can this be? This old servant only did what I could. How could I receive such a reward from your highness? This old servant is ashamed. When Yao Tu heard this, he immediately knelt in front of Yao Moen, his voice trembling slightly. You deserve it. Steward Yao, Moen knows what you're thinking. Don't worry, I've already begged His Majesty to spare Yao Zhenting's life. You can visit him at any time. Yao Moen originally didn't want to mention Yao Zhenting's name, but she knew that Yao Tu's loyalty wasn't just for show. Your Highness. Yao Tu still wanted to refuse, but Yao Moen stopped him. Yao Tu, Prime Minister Yao's residence is already gone. This is Moen's only home outside of the palace. If you're not willing to accept this residence, then Moen will also be homeless. Yao Moen's cherry lips parted slightly as she pulled Yao Tu tightly with both hands. Good. Yao Tu will stay here and be third Mrs. Steward for the rest of his life. Yao Tu looked at Yao Moen gratefully. Time seemed to flow back, and he seemed to see the appearance of third Miss pulling at him to ask for candy. After all these years, he had long since treated Yao Moen as his own daughter. That night, with Yin Shue's assistance, Yao Moen sneaked into the heavenly prison without anyone noticing. In the dark and damp heavenly prison, the rats were even more arrogant than humans. They brazenly wandered around and licked the leftovers of the prisoners without the slightest scruple. The rats with slightly special tastes even had designs on human flesh. From time to time, the miserable cries of pain from the prisoners could be heard coming from the heavenly prison. Yao Zhenting was locked in the innermost cell of the heavenly prison. When Yao Moen stood outside the iron bars, she actually didn't see Yao Zhenting at all. Only when Yin Shui pointed at the pile of straw in the corner did Yao Moen notice that Yao Zhenting had actually buried himself in straw. Does father think that he can escape the cruelty of reality like this? Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile. The moment he heard Yao Moen's voice, Yao Zhenting abruptly pushed away the straw and glared at her. It had only been a few days, but Yao Zhenting already looked like he had aged more than 10 years. The few strands of straw in his disheveled hair were especially mournful and sorrowful. I really didn't expect that a grand prime minister would actually fall to such a state. Who's to blame? Yao Moen crossed her arms and raised her brows as she looked towards Yao Zhenting. She didn't seem to care at all about his murderous gaze. Who's to blame? You still have the face to ask this old man who's to blame? Yao Moen, if it wasn't for you, how could this old man be where he is today? How could this be? Yao Zhenting shouted himself hoarse, his eyes spitting fire. Thanks to this devil in front of him, the current him had nothing. Moen is deeply honored by father's evaluation. If it was someone else who caused father to end up like this, Moen really wouldn't be happy. Yao Moen said calmly. In her heart, she rejoiced that she had dissuaded Yi Hongyi from sparing Yao Zhenting's life. Now, Yao Moen believed that for Yao Zhenting, living was definitely an endless torment. Chapter 184. You already knew that this old man and Prince Jing were on the same side, so you wanted to use this method to frame this old man? In the past few days in prison, Yao Zhenting had been thinking about it. He couldn't believe that Yi Zixiao would give up his throne for a woman. If it wasn't Yi Zixiao, then it had to be Yao Moen. Father really thinks highly of Moen. Even if Moen wanted to, there's no way she could carve the character Yao on over 10,000 weapons in such a short amount of time. Actually, Moen isn't surprised that Father still doesn't believe that it was Prince Jing who set this up. In Father's eyes, women are cheap things. No matter if it's a wife or a daughter, they're just tools to wield power or to carry on the family line. However, Prince Jing is different. His feelings for Duan Zairu can stand the test of time. Now that Father has fallen to such a state, does Father feel even the slightest bit of regret? If Father was willing to value women a little, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen to such a miserable state in his old age. Yao Moen's expression was grave, and her eyes were icy. "Shut up. You're just a lowly bastard. What right do you have to lecture this old man? Everyone dies. Even if this old man dies, I won't regret causing Imo Li's death. It's all Imo Li's fault. It's all Imo Li's fault for giving birth to a lowly bastard like you." Yao Zhanting roared hysterically as he pointed at Yao Moen. The fiercer Father scolds, the more regretful Father is. As for death, don't worry. Moen has already begged His Majesty to spare Father's life. However, from this moment on, Father will spend the rest of his life with rats here until he dies. Yao Moen's voice seemed to come from hell. Every word was a sentence for Yao Zhanting's life. His Majesty isn't killing me? Why? Why isn't His Majesty killing this old man? Yao Zhanting looked at Yao Moen in shock and anger. His crime was treason. Even if he wasn't sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, he would still be publicly beheaded. However, His Majesty had actually given up on killing him because of a single sentence from Yao Moen. This made Yao Zhanting furious. Moen believes that Father really wants to die, because if he dies, he'll be free. However, Moen believes even more that Father would never do something like suicide. "You're too narcissistic. In this life, the only thing you care about is yourself. Because of this, how could Father bear to do something that would harm himself?" Yao Moen saw through the man in front of her, and her cold voice was filled with ridicule and ridicule. "Yao Moen, you're not this old man's daughter. You're a devil. You're a demon." Yao Zhanting slumped back into the straw. He really wanted to use his own death to prove that Yao Moen was wrong, but he really couldn't bear to close his eyes like this. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan's slender fingers gripped a wine pot. During the day, Yi Hongyi had come and warned her not to follow in Yao Zhanting's footsteps. If he found out that she didn't follow the rules in the slightest, even if it was a life and death struggle, he would make her pay the price. "Yi Hongyi, you idiot. Yao Zhanting was just a scapegoat. Are you blind? That's right, you're blind. Otherwise, how could you have fallen for Yao Mo Wan? Fools against fools. Haha. Good. Good." Yao Sulwan furiously poured wine into her mouth as she cursed and mocked him like a madman. She slammed the table fiercely. As the wind blew past, the smell of sandalwood wafted into her nose. In the next second, Yao Sulwan felt her throat go dry, and she couldn't breathe. That strong feeling of suffocation caused Yao Sulwan to instantly sober up. "Brilliant Prince Yi Zixiao. You damned Yi Zixiao. You actually dare to come to Bin Gong's place. You caused the destruction of the Yao residence. What face do you have to stand in front of Bin Gong now? You despicable and shameless vile person. You cowardly piece of trash." Yao Sulwan used the strength of the wine to push Yi Zixiao away. Her furious eyes seemed to shoot out countless sharp swords that pierced towards Yi Zixiao's handsome face. "Yao Sulwan, why didn't you go?" Yi Zixiao looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly. He had paid over 10,000 weapons for the sake of killing Yao Zhanting and Yao Sulwan. However, to his disappointment, Yao Sulwan never appeared in Purple Bamboo Forest, and Yao Zhanting wasn't executed by 1,000 cuts as he wished. He couldn't accept this. Zairu lost her life, but the culprit was still alive and well. That's because Bin Gong's life wasn't meant to end. Even more so, it shouldn't end in the hands of a trash like you. For the sake of a woman, you're actually willing to give up the imperial throne. The imperial throne. It's something that everyone in the world yearns for even in their dreams, yet you gave it up for Duan Zairu. Yi Zixiao, without Bin Gong, you would never be able to become the emperor in this lifetime. Yao Sulwan roared furiously, her eyes filled with hostility. Her only path of retreat, all of her hopes, had been destroyed in this instant. If it wasn't for Xiru to share with Bin Gong, so what if I became the emperor? Yao Sulwan, you father and daughter killed the love of this prince's life. This prince will definitely make you pay with your lives. Yi Zixiao's eyes shone with a cold, bloodthirsty light. In the next second, his hand was already on Yao Sulwan's snow-white neck. The strength of his grip was so great that Yao Sulwan was suspended in the air. Ugh, Yi Zixiao, if you kill Bin Gong, you'll also die. Ugh. Yao Sulwan struggled in pain as she tried to pry Yi Zixiao's hand away. However, the suffocating feeling grew stronger and stronger. She could even smell the scent of death. Right at this moment, there was a whoosh as a sharp arrow shot past Yi Zixiao and stabbed into the wall beside Yao Sulwan's ear. When she saw the sharp dagger shooting towards her, Yao Sulwan immediately fainted. When he noticed the letter wrapped around the dagger, Yi Zixiao immediately shook off Yao Sulwan and reached out to grab the letter. When he saw the contents of the letter, Yi Zixiao's bloodthirsty eyes lit up and he immediately leaped out of Pure Flower's palace. Late at night, Purple Bamboo Forest was silent. Occasionally, there would be the rustling of the wind, accompanied by the swaying of the bamboo leaves. The beautiful sound of a zither was as clear and cold as spring water. It leisurely rang out and filled the bamboo forest. Under the moonlight, Duan Xiru, dressed in a white dress, sat upright in front of a white jade zither. Her slender and soft jade fingers stroked the zither strings, and the music leisurely rippled, bringing with it her current desolation, causing the listeners to feel heartbroken. That day, she had stayed behind full of confidence. She believed that Yi Zixiao would definitely appear. They had experienced too many unforgettable things together, too many life and death situations. So, as long as Yi Zixiao knew she was here, he would definitely come to find her. However, as the days passed, Duan Xiru's initial anticipation and hope gradually faded. All that was left was sorrow and sighs. At this moment, Duan Xiru's heart was like this zither, filled with hidden bitterness. Xiru. Yi Zixiao's mellow voice trembled uncontrollably as he walked towards the small building. Under the moonlight, his eyes were filled with tears. Her heart suddenly trembled. Duan Xiru's slender hands touched the strings of the zither, and the melodious music suddenly stopped. However, she didn't dare to look up. She was afraid that everything was just an illusion, afraid that she would be disappointed again. When she smelled that familiar scent, the scent that belonged only to Yi Zixiao, Duan Xiru suddenly looked up. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. There was only 1,000 lines of tears. Duan Xiru looked at the man standing in front of her with hazy eyes. Her hands on the zither trembled uncontrollably. Xiru, how long has it been since you played Seeking a Female Phoenix for me? Zixiao wants to hear it. Yi Zixiao slowly sat in front of Duan Xiru, his long and narrow eyes filled with warmth. However, his heart was so moved that it felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. He was glad that the heavens didn't take Xiru away. The feeling of regaining something he had lost made Yi Zixiao understand that in this world, the thing he treasured the most wasn't the high and mighty dragon throne, but the beauty in front of him. The only woman he deeply loved in this life, Duan Xiru. The music of the zither started again, carrying with it an incomparable joy that rippled through the entire forest. The moonlight was like a hazy veil. This feeling, this scene, it was indescribably moving. The song ended, but the people didn't leave. Duan Xiru leaned into Yi Zixiao's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Zixiao, thank you for appearing, thank you. No matter what happened in the future, Yi Zixiao's appearance at this moment made Duan Xiru feel relieved. In this life, she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Those assassins were sent by Yao Jinting and Yao Sulwan. Your husband has already made them pay the price. Xiru, don't leave me again, all right? Yi Zixiao hugged Duan Xiru tightly, as if he wanted to crush her into his heart. Chapter 185. Guan Osprey Palace catches fire. Let's not fight for the throne anymore. Let's leave together? Duan Xiru knew that this was an extravagant request, but she couldn't help but say it. As long as she stayed in the imperial city, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. Zixiao will temporarily give up on the throne. Zairu, come back with me. Yi Zixiao held Duan Zairu lightly, his voice as gentle as water. Duan Zairu's heart instantly cooled down. She indifferently withdrew from Yi Zixiao's embrace, her eyes cold and emotionless. Between the throne and Zairu, you can only choose one. If you can't give up on the throne, then let Zairu stay here quietly and don't appear again. At the very least, Zairu won't have to worry about you anymore. Duan Zairu understood the meaning behind Yi Zixiao's words and immediately responded coldly. Zairu, believe in your husband. One day, your husband will replace Yi Hongyi and become a dragon among men. Yi Zixiao walked forward excitedly. Just as he was about to pull Duan Zairu into his embrace, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He abruptly turned around and a cold dagger was already in front of him. Yi Zixiao flicked his sleeve and the dagger stabbed into the white jade guqin. It's not impossible for Luminescent Prince to become a dragon among men, but it really won't be easy. Of course, if Luminescent Prince lives long enough, he'll be able to push Yi Hongyi to death. Once Yi Hongyi dies of old age, Luminescent Prince will still have a good chance. However, Jing Xian heard that Yi Hongyi is currently taking the elixir of immortality. Whether Luminescent Prince will be able to outlive Yi Hongyi is still unknown. Accompanied by the elegant moonlight, Yao Mo once stood there in a black robe. The night wind blew her inky black hair, causing it to sway in fine waves. Especially the black veil on her face, it made Yao Mo once seem mysterious and unfathomable. Who are you? Yi Zixiao looked towards Yao Moan in alarm as he moved in front of Duan Zairu. In the past, when people asked this question, Jing Xian would always say that it's not important who I am. However, since Prince Jing asked this question, Jing Xian can tell you that it's very important who I am. As long as I'm here, Prince Jing will never be able to sit on the dragon throne in this lifetime because the wise ruler in Jing Xian's eyes is someone else, said Yao Moan fearlessly. Even though he couldn't sense Yao Moan's internal energy, Yi Zixiao was still intimidated by the aura she exuded. Just those eyes alone made it hard for him to resist. He didn't even dare to look Yao Moan in the eye because the sharpness in those eyes seemed to have the power to destroy everything. How can you be so sure? Yi Zixiao forcefully suppressed his guilt and rebuked him harshly. Based on the fact that Jing Xian hid a few forged letters between Luminescent Prince and Yao Zhenting in Luminescent Prince residence when Jing Xian left, if Jing Xian's guess is correct, these letters have already fallen into Luminescent Prince residence. It seems that Prince won't be able to return to Luminescent Prince residence. Yao Moan smiled evilly. Using Yao Zhenting's rebellion as an opportunity to drag Yi Zixiao out was a plan she had come up with a long time ago. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yao Moan's original target was Yi Zixiao. Now, she had succeeded. What? His Majesty won't believe it. Yi Zixiao's heart shook and his brows furrowed. His Majesty not believing it is one thing, but His Majesty pretending to believe it is another. Luminescent Prince has a high status in the court. If he could use this opportunity to get rid of his greatest threat, do you think Yi Hongyi would choose not to believe it? Or would he pretend to believe it? Yao Moan's words hit the nail on the head. In reality, the moment Yao Moan mentioned the forged letters, Yi Zixiao knew that he had made a mistake. Who are you doing this for? Asked Yi Zixiao coldly as he stared at the woman in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being used as a chess piece. Jing Xian can only tell Luminescent Prince that even if Jing Xian hadn't acted this time, Luminescent Prince wouldn't have gotten what he wanted. Back then, when the 5 dragons fought for the throne, how could Yi Hongyi be an ordinary person if he was able to survive the waves of blood? Luminescent Prince, with the troops you have, there's no way you can defend against the iron-blooded army that Yi Hongyi had secretly trained, said Yao Moan disdainfully. Iron-blooded army? Yi Zixiao looked towards Yao Moan in shock. So Prince hasn't even heard of it. Forget it. Jing Xian has said everything. Farewell. After saying this, Yao Moan was just about to turn around when she saw Yi Zixiao lift his sleeves. In the next second, Yin Shui was already standing in front of him with 3 silver needles in her hands. A hidden guard with this level of skill, Miss is definitely not an ordinary person. Is the person Miss wants to protect Yi Junqing? If one's status was low, they wouldn't be able to hire a top-notch hidden guard no matter how much money they had. This woman dressed in black was clearly above Ling Yun. Since Prince has already been eliminated, the matters of the game no longer have anything to do with Prince. Instead of thinking about things far away, it's better to cherish those in front of you. Prince, do your best. Yao Moen's gaze was as sharp as a blade and her words were filled with warning. Once Yao Moen left, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It was good that there was no way out. At least Zairu was still by his side. On the 5th day after Yao Xiang residence was raided, Luminescent Prince's residence was raided as well. However, Luminescent Prince had disappeared the night before the raid, and there had been no news of him. Before one wave had even subsided, another wave rose. On the 2nd day after Yi Xiao's incident, Guan Osprey Palace suddenly caught on fire. The entire East Wing was like a huge fireball. Flames shot into the sky and raged in the wind. Why hasn't he come out yet? This won't do. This consort has to go in. Yao Moen's heart burned with anxiety as she looked at the flames. The embroidered handkerchief in her hands had long since crumpled. When Tingyu saw that Yao Moen was about to rush in, she immediately pulled her back with all her might. Your Highness, this fire is too big. You can't go in. Lu Xing has already brought people to save Prince. Esteemed Prince will definitely be fine. While Tingyu was doing her best to stop Yi Junqing, Lu Xing had already rushed out of the fire with Yi Junqing on his back. Lu Xing, how is he? When Yao Moen saw Lu Xing come out, she immediately rushed over. Her legs felt weak for no reason, and she almost tripped over. Her expression was especially anxious and filled with deep fear. Your Highness, don't worry, Prince is fine. Lu Xing strode into the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace with Yi Junqing on his back and placed him on the chaise lounge. Yao Moen ran in right after him, while Tingyu closed the door behind her to prevent the people who came to put out the fire from noticing anything. He's asleep? Aside from his face being a bit charred, his hair a bit burnt, and the corners of his clothes a bit burnt, Yi Junqing's breathing was even and his expression was calm. The way Yi Junqing subconsciously flipped over completely shocked Yao Moen. Replying, Your Highness, when this servant rushed in, Prince was wearing an ice silk outer garment, so he wasn't injured at all. In contrast, Yao Moen looked at Lu Xing compared to Yi Junqing. Lu Xing's entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. Tingyu. Yao Moen immediately called for Tingyu. Your Highness. When Tingyu heard this, she pushed open the door and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Immediately take Lu Xing to see an imperial physician, Yao Moen urgently ordered. Right at this time, the sound of someone kowtowing came from outside the door. This isn't your business. Tingyu, remember, you must have the imperial physician diagnose Lu Xing properly. Yao Moen's gaze was grave as she looked towards Lu Xing with heartache. At this time, Yi Hongyi had already rushed in. Warner. The moment Yi Hongyi entered, Yao Moen threw herself into Yi Hongyi's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, Warner is scared. There's a huge fire. At the side, Tingyu silently supported Lu Xing as they retreated. Let Shin take a good look. Yi Hongyi held Yao Moen's snowy shoulders with both hands as he examined her anxiously. Only when he was sure that Yao Moen was fine did he let out a sigh of relief. What exactly happened? Why did the fire suddenly start? Guards. Yi Hongyi helped Yao Moen sit down as gently as he could before sternly berating her. Chapter 186. Replying, Your Majesty, the fire outside has already been extinguished. Aside from the East Wing that was completely destroyed, the main hall and West Wing of Guanyu Palace are still fine. Also, this servant who was putting out the fire found this ice silk robe in the rubble. And Bingshan walked in upon hearing the noise and respectfully stood in front of Yi Hongyi to report. He was still holding the rare treasure in his hand. The ice silk robe. Where's Yi Junqing? Yi Hongyi's gaze was dark as he asked coldly. Your Majesty, he's there. Before Bingshan could reply, Yao Moen tugged on Yi Hongyi's sleeve and turned to look at the chaise lounge. Yi Junqing was still sleeping soundly on the chaise lounge without any signs of waking up. He's fine. Yi Hongyi lifted his brows as he looked towards Yi Junqing with faint disappointment. When Lu Xing rescued him, he said that he was wearing this. Your Majesty, The east wing is gone, so he can leave now, right? Yao Moen blinked as she looked towards Yi Hongyi with a pout of disgust. Right at this time, a little eunuch suddenly ran in. Reporting to your majesty, Great Shu's envoy has sent someone to request an audience. When Yi Hongyi heard this, he was inwardly shocked, but quickly agreed to see the envoy. Shu subject Huangfu Juanxiu kowtows in salute to King Yu. Yi Hongyi recognized the person just by hearing the voice. The man in front of him was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. His posture was lofty, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. When he met his gaze, his calm demeanor made Yi Hongyi secretly admire him. Please rise. According to what we know, austere prince still has a day's journey to reach you. What important matter has he sent you here for? Yi Hongyi restrained the vigilance in his eyes as he asked calmly. Replying King Yu, His Highness Austere Prince sent this subject here for one reason. At the time, Austere Prince viewed Empress Chu as his own older sister. Now that he heard that Empress Chu's younger sister had entered the palace as a consort, in order to remember Empress Chu, Austere Prince specially requested to stay in Guan Osprey Palace so that he could get closer to noble consort Yao. The second reason was to retrieve something that belonged to His Highness Austere Prince, the ice silk robe. Every word Huangfu Juanxiu said made Yao Moen's lips twitch. His older sister? She didn't feel it. Chu Maxin. He hadn't even arrived yet, but he was already trying to intimidate them. It was one thing for him to commit arson in private, but now he was brazenly announcing it to the public. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Noble consort Yao is His Majesty's favorite consort, so how could she be alone with austere prince in Guan Osprey Palace? I'm afraid this isn't proper, right? And Bingshan spoke up to mediate. Huangfu Juanxiu thought that Chief Steward An, as an eunuch, should be more indifferent to the matters between men and women. I didn't think that your thoughts would still be so filthy. Austere Prince wants to get closer to noble consort Yao purely out of familial love. He definitely doesn't have any of eunuch An's dirty thoughts. Of course, King Yu could refuse. However, Austere Prince's intention is that if he can't stay at Guan Osprey Palace, Austere Prince won't enter the city tomorrow and will directly return to Shu. Huangfu Juanxiu's expression was as warm as spring, but his words were harsher than the cold winds of winter. With just a few words, and Bingshan's face flushed red and his eyes became bloodshot. Forget it. Since Austere Prince treasures your relationship with Maxin so much, we will fulfill your wish. As for the ice silk robe, we don't understand. Since it was Austere Prince's ice silk robe, why would it be in the east wing that has already been burned to ashes? From Yi Hongyi's point of view, Chu Maxin was definitely here to cause trouble and start a war. Right now, he still had internal troubles, so it really wasn't appropriate for him to start a war with Great Shu. Thus, he would do his best to endure as much as he could. This was also why he had given Yi Junqing full responsibility of receiving Chu Maxin. If Chu Maxin found a reason to start a war, the blame would fall on Yi Junqing. If it wasn't for the ice silk robe, esteemed prince wouldn't be sleeping so soundly. Austere Prince felt that it wasn't appropriate for esteemed prince to stay in Guan Osprey Palace, so he came up with this method in hopes that esteemed prince could find another place to stay. Huangfu Juanxiu didn't hide anything and directly admitted to the arson incident. So that's how it is. Yi Hongyi was furious. If it was possible, he wanted to kill this arrogant Huangfu Juanxiu right now, then send people to kill Chu Maxin and send troops to Great Shu to kill Chu Ma Bei. However, he didn't have that ability. Next to Yi Hongyi, Yao Moen felt a large bead of cold sweat appear on the back of her head. Reality proved that in these past few years, Chu Maxin hadn't become a gentleman at all. In fact, he had become more and more evil. It seemed like he really was about to surpass his master. After Huangfu Juanxiu left, Yi Hongyi ordered An Bingshan to immediately build a luxurious wing on top of the ruins of the East Wing. He also requested that it be finished before Chu Maxin arrived in Great Shu. This could be considered a silent protest. Didn't Chu Maxin have the ability to burn it down? Then he could burn it down again. In any case, the person living inside was Yi Junqing, so it wouldn't cause him any harm. At dinner, when Yi Junqing woke up and found out about the situation, he clenched his fists and smashed the table, splitting the pear blossom table in two. Actually, Chu Maxin wasn't that bad. At the very least, he left the ice silk robe for Prince. Otherwise, Prince wouldn't have the strength to smash the table we're eating on. Tingyu, have someone change the table over. Yao Moen could completely understand Yi Juanqing's current anger. If it was her, she wouldn't even be able to tear down the house. He's clearly trying to humiliate this prince. Back then, he used this trick to embarrass this prince. Now he's doing it again, and this prince actually fell for it again. Yi Juanqing simply couldn't believe it. How had he unknowingly been drugged by Chu Maxin? This trick isn't anything new, but back then, it was in Great Shu's territory, but now it's in Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen very cruelly reminded Yi Juanqing of this fact. So you're thinking that this prince is too weak? Chu Maxin is truly going too far. Don't let this prince see him again, otherwise this prince will make him pay. The veins on Yi Juanqing's forehead bulged and his eyes flashed with a biting cold light. Then Prince will be able to make him pay very soon. His Majesty has already ordered people to rebuild the East Wing. It'll be finished by noon tomorrow. Tonight, I'll have to trouble Fluffy to vacate the room for Prince, said Yao Moen lightly. Yao Moen said lightly, but she was also a bit nervous. She had no idea what Chu Maxin's goal was. When a dragon swims in shallow water, it gets toyed with by shrimps. When a tiger falls to level land, it gets bullied by dogs. Has this prince fallen to the point where he has to fight over territory with a cat? In this moment, Yi Juanqing finally felt a sense of desolation that he had never felt before. Back then, when he was fighting in the north and south, wherever he went, he would be met with envious gazes. But now, even the lazy and gluttonous Fluffy wouldn't even spare him a glance. How could he, Yi Juanqing, have fallen to this state? How? Fluffy isn't a normal cat. Yao Moen seemed to be comforting Yi Juanqing. But it's still a cat. Yi Juanqing couldn't change this fact. The next day, when the legendary Chu Maxin stood outside Guan Osprey Palace's gates, the main hall was already in an uproar. Moen feels that Prince doesn't need to be like this, said Yao Moen as she looked at Yi Juanqing, who was holding the Flame Soul Sword. If he's willing to admit his wrongs, this prince will naturally consider sparing his life. Yi Juanqing hadn't slept the entire night and had been rubbing his palms together. Early in the morning, he had returned to Su Prince residence to retrieve his most treasured Flame Soul Sword. His goal had been to take Chu Maxin down a notch, so the chances of him abandoning the sword right now were practically zero. When Yao Moen saw that she couldn't stop him, she decided to just let him be. She understood Yi Juanqing's personality far too well. This matter was related to the situation between Shu and Yu, so he probably wouldn't do anything out of line. Furthermore, after what happened yesterday, Yao Moen had reason to believe that Chu Maxin definitely wouldn't just sit and wait for death. After walking out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen saw Chu Maxin standing at the palace gates. Under the sunlight, his emerald green clothes were resplendent and dazzling. However, what shocked Yao Moen the most was that Chu Maxin's face was completely different from the one she remembered. At the time, Chu Maxin had only been a 10-year-old child. He had a round little face, delicate features, and a cheeky smile that made people feel overflowing with maternal love. Chapter 187. It had only been 5 years, but the Chu Maxin in front of her now seemed like a completely different person. His long and narrow phoenix eyes, the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and his curly eyelashes were even longer and more perky than a woman's. His tall nose bridge and peach blossom red lips were curved in a perfect angle. His clean smile was clearly as brilliant as a spring flower, but it gave off a faint sense of evil. He really was becoming more and more alike. Chu Mabei's handsome face suddenly appeared in Yao Moen's mind. Ignoring everything else, just that bewitching smile alone was exactly the same as his older brother's. Chu Maxin. You. After confirming that the person in front of him was undoubtedly Chu Maxin, Yi Juanqing immediately raised his sword and rushed towards the palace gates. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he saw Chu Maxin greet him with a sincere smile. Older brother Juanqing. Long time no see. Maxin really misses you. Even in my dreams, I dream of older brother Juanqing's valiant and heroic appearance on the battlefield. Wow, It's been 5 years. Older brother Junqing really is getting more and more handsome. What should I do? Ma Xin really wants to hug you. Chu Ma Xin's words caused Yi Junqing to be completely at a loss. How should he react? As Yi Junqing asked himself this over and over again, Chu Ma Xin had already given him a big hug. You missed me? Yi Junqing's confused gaze met Chu Ma Xin's innocent expression. At this time, Chu Ma Xin inadvertently caught a glimpse of the flame soul sword in Yi Junqing's hand. Junqiu, this prince already said that in all of Yuecheng, only older brother Junqing wanted me to come. Look, he even gave his favorite flame soul sword to Ma Xin. How could Ma Xin accept such a precious gift? Even though he said this, Chu Ma Xin still took advantage of Yi Junqing's confusion to effortlessly snatch the sword from Yi Junqing's hand. Esteemed prince, someone's taken your sword. Yao Moen walked slowly to Yi Junqing's side and reminded him. When Yi Junqing heard this, he immediately understood, but it was already too late. Hey, give the sword back to this prince. Yi Junqing looked towards Chu Ma Xin angrily as he reached out for the sword. Are you Wanner? Chu Ma Xin didn't look at Yi Junqing, nor did he care about Yi Junqing's anger. He just walked towards Yao Moen with a smile. Although he was only 15, Chu Ma Xin was about the same size as Yao Moen. Wanner, His Majesty said that you are younger than me. Shouldn't you call me Wanner Jejia? Yao Moen could tell that Chu Ma Xin was walking the same path as her, so she might as well do as Yi Junqing said and use violence to curb violence. She wanted to see how long Chu Ma Xin could play dumb and cute in front of her. No, adding big sister doesn't sound close enough. Let's just call her Wanner, said Chu Ma Xin somewhat willfully. Then do whatever you want. Yao Moen didn't plan on arguing with him about these insignificant things, so she turned and walked towards Guan Osprey Palace. Hey, return the sword to this prince. Yi Junqing was just about to stop Chu Ma Xin when Huangfu Junqiu stepped forward. Forgive Junqiu for saying too much, but my master doesn't call you Hey. Huangfu Junqiu's words almost made Yi Junqing choke to death. Ahem. Then austere king, please return the sword to this prince, said Yi Junqing seriously after rephrasing his words. No, this sword was given to Ma Xin by big brother Junqing. Are you going back on your word already? No matter what, you should wait until Ma Xin is done playing, replied Chu Ma Xin resentfully, then followed Yao Moen into Guan Osprey Palace. Ting Yu was the last to enter the main hall. The moment she stepped in, Ting Yu turned around and closed the palace doors tightly. Ma Xin knows Wanner's older sister? Yao Moen thought that she should find something to talk about, right? Junqiu said it very clearly earlier. Don't tell this prince that you didn't hear it. Chu Ma Xin's arrogant voice contained a trace of disdain as he sat lazily on the chair with his legs crossed. His handsome face no longer had the naivety from earlier. All that was left was a sinister and treacherous expression. It was very hard to imagine that this kind of expression would appear on a child that was only 15 years old. You? This prince? Just now, he had been calling her Wanner sweetly, but in the blink of an eye, it had become you? Yao Moen sensed that Chu Ma Xin was acting strangely and looked towards him in astonishment. What else am I supposed to do? Do you want this prince to pinch his throat and call you Wanner again? You might not find it uncomfortable, but this prince feels disgusted when I call you that. Chu Ma Xin shrugged and narrowed his beautiful peach blossom eyes. However, you don't lose to Yao Ma Xin in terms of looks. You're beautiful. Even in Shu, it would be hard to find a beauty as beautiful as you. Chu Ma Xin nodded earnestly to express his approval. You're so rude. Wanner will definitely tell His Majesty that you can't stay here anymore. Who wants to be familiar with you? Chu Ma Xin could show his true colors, but Yao Moen couldn't. Just as Yao Moen was pretending to complain, Chu Ma Xin suddenly laughed. Ma Xin, you've only been pretending for a short while, but you already feel like this isn't something a human should do. To think you were able to pretend for 20 years. No wonder eldest brother sent me here to test you. Chu Ma Xin's laughter was just like him, so arrogant that Yao Moen had the urge to hit him. This prince advises austere prince to be more careful with your words. Everyone in Great Shu knows about noble consort Yao's situation. If you dare to speak rudely again, this prince definitely won't be polite. Yi Junqing was shocked by Chu Ma Xin's words. Chu Mabe had sent him here to test Yao Moen? Wasn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? Just because everyone in Great Chu knows about it doesn't mean that this is the truth. This prince doesn't believe that an idiot would be able to make Yan Nanxing willingly give yin shui to her, nor does this prince believe that an idiot would be able to become the most pampered consort in the Chu palace without relying on anything. Yao Moen, don't you think that this prince has some sense? Chu Maxin lifted his handsome face that was so delicate that it was almost adorable. His lips curved in a devilish smile. If someone says that you're not Chu Mabe's younger brother, this consort will definitely fight it out with them. Yao Moen took a deep breath, then lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Maxin. It's because the esteemed prince knows the truth that you're fearless and dared to reveal your true self in front of this prince, right? Chu Maxin ignored Yao Moen's ridicule and questioned her firmly. She was speechless. Chu Maxin was coming at her fiercely. She already felt that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. King Chu and Prince don't get along, but Prince knows your secret. What does this mean? Chu Maxin lifted a jade finger and placed it lightly on his perfectly curved jaw as he spoke pensively. Actually, doesn't Prince feel that these words should be cursing silently? Should you say it out loud? Walls have ears, so Prince should at least be a little more cautious, right? Yao Moen looked at this black-bellied and arrogant brat in front of her. Black lines gradually appeared on her forehead. If this prince wasn't cautious, then there would be no need for this prince to pretend to be naive outside with you earlier. Now that we've entered this room, it's different. With Yin Xiong here, who would dare to take half a step closer to this room? Said Chu Maxin confidently. Yin Xiong? You brought Yin Xiong here? Yao Moen was slightly shocked when she heard this. There were only 2 hidden guards in this generation of the Yin clan. One of them was by her side, and the other was Yin Shui's older brother, Yin Xiong. However, Yan Nanxing had previously said that Yin Xiong was Chu Mabe's hidden guard. So why would he be with Chu Maxin? That's right, this prince knows that Yin Xiong hasn't seen his younger sister in a long time. So this prince specially begged eldest brother to let Yin Xiong accompany this prince. Chu Maxin spoke in a very serious manner, but unfortunately, Yao Moen didn't believe a single punctuation mark in his words. As if sensing Yao Moen's doubts, Chu Maxin changed his words. Actually, this prince is really very curious. Both of them are hidden guards raised by the Yin clan, but between Yin Xiong and his younger sister, who is stronger? Yin Xiong, drag Yin Shui out for this prince, ordered Chu Maxin evilly. Just as Chu Maxin finished speaking, the sound of punches and kicks suddenly rang out from the room. Yin Shui's muffled groan made Yao Moen's heart clench in pain. Yin Shui, come out. Yao Moen called out worriedly. Hidden guards meant that without their master's orders, they would remain hidden in the shadows. No matter what happened, they wouldn't show themselves. If she didn't call Yin Shui out, based on Yin Shui's temper, she wouldn't show herself no matter how heavily injured she was. Chapter 188. Master. When Yin Shui appeared next to Yao Moen, everyone saw the blood at the corner of Yin Shui's lips. It seems that this prince's Yin Xiong is still slightly better. Yin Xiong, come out. When she saw how arrogant Chu Maxin was baring his teeth, Yao Moen really wanted to teach him a lesson. No matter what, this was still her territory. A black silhouette suddenly appeared next to Chu Maxin like a ghost. Yao Moen looked up and couldn't help but sigh. The Yin Xiong in front of her had an imposing figure and an imposing appearance. His eyebrows were sharp like swords and his eyes were bright like stars. He was extremely handsome and could definitely be considered a handsome man. However, his icy face seemed to be even colder than Yin Shui's. His eyes in particular seemed to be like an ancient well without any ripples, making it impossible for others to see through his emotions. Subordinate Yin Xiong kowtows in salute to master. Yin Xiong's voice was deep and powerful, making people's hearts tremble. Well done. This prince will remember your merit. When we get back, I'll definitely have eldest brother reward you, said Chu Maxin arrogantly. Chu Maxin, if you have the ability, then fight alone. Don't you feel ashamed to have Yin Xiong stand up for you? Said Yi Junqing disdainfully. It's this prince's ability to have Yin Xiong stand up for me. Juanxiu, this prince is tired. Chu Maxin retorted disapprovingly, then got up and walked towards the palace doors without even looking at Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Replying, Prince, this subject has already ordered people to tidy up the West Wing and has already filled it with your favorite aubergine orchids. Prince, please. Huangfu Juanxiu respectfully walked in front of Chu Maxin and opened the palace doors for him. Even after Chu Maxin left, Yi Junqing was still shocked by Huangfu Juanxiu's words. This prince didn't hear wrong, right? The heart is like a dry well, without a single ripple. That brat actually likes aubergine orchids. Prince, have you never heard of the principle of making up for what you lack? Yao Moen let out a light sigh. The first battle was a complete defeat. This was all because she had underestimated her opponent. However, who would have thought that a 15-year-old child would actually be this two-faced? It seemed like the saying that one would be black-bellied to this extent wasn't without reason. After staying by Chu Mabei's side for a long time, even a stubborn stone could open its 7 apertures, let alone someone who had the same bloodline as him. That's true. If this king knew this would happen, this king would not have looked into his eyes or listened to his words. This king should have just slashed down with his sword. What do we do now? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Now, in Shui, go back to Phoenix Feather Manor to recuperate. You don't need to come back while Chu Maxin is here, said Yao Moen sternly as she looked towards Yin Shui. Master, it was Yin Shui's incompetence that caused you to lose face in front of Chu Maxin. Yin Shui wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and furrowed her brows. Do you think this consort is allowing you to return to Phoenix Feather Manor because of this? Yao Moen reached out to pull Yin Shui over as a trace of heartache flashed through her eyes. Yin Shui's silence revealed what she was thinking. In this consort's heart, you, Yin Shui, are the best hidden guard in the world. Yin Xiong can't compare at all. This consort knows that even if you weren't a match for Yin Xiong, you still wouldn't have been injured in such a short amount of time. You treated Yin Xiong as your older brother, which was why you lost to him. This consort doesn't want to judge Yin Xiong in front of you. After all, hidden guards have hidden guards rules. However, this consort wants to say that compared to him, this consort prefers the you who is made of flesh and blood and has feelings. Yao Moen's hands tightened around Yin Shui as the light in her eyes shone brilliantly. Master. Glistening tears appeared in Yin Shui's eyes. She hadn't expected that Yao Moen would be able to see through her emotions at the time. That's right, in terms of martial arts, she might not necessarily lose to her older brother. However, she had really been too excited at the time. When she thought about how long it had been since they last met, she really did miss him. This consort had you leave because this consort was afraid that Chu Maxin would occasionally call out Yin Xiong to provoke us. This consort doesn't care about winning or losing. This consort just doesn't want you to be in such an awkward situation. Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui meaningfully as her lips curved into a resolute smile. This subordinate thanks Master for understanding. Yin Shui cupped her hands in a fist salute as she spoke gratefully, then quickly retreated. Once Yin Shui left, Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. Are you really doing this for Yin Shui's own good? Based on his understanding of Yao Moen, Yi Junqing really did suspect Yao Moen's motives for doing this. Of course, this consort's people aren't to be played around with like monkeys by Chu Maxin. Yao Moen bent over to pick up Fluffy, who was rubbing against her feet. Of course, I trust that once Yin Nanxing sees Yin Shui go back, he won't remain indifferent, right? A crafty light appeared in Yao Moen's eyes and her smile was exceptionally sweet. The next morning, Yao Moen had just walked out of the bedroom when she saw Yi Junqing sitting there with a worried expression on his face. Prince Shore got up early. Yao Moen walked over leisurely and sat down in front of Yi Junqing, then turned to indicate for Tingyu to prepare breakfast. I didn't sleep the entire night, said Yi Junqing dispiritedly, his expression turning uglier. It's because of the Flame Soul Sword, right? Yao Moen hadn't known Yi Junqing for just a day or two. She already knew that Yi Junqing's master had personally forged that sword for him and that it held great significance to him. What do you think this prince should do to make him return the sword to this prince? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with sparkling eyes. No matter what prince does, he won't return the sword to prince. Yao Moen spoke the cruel truth. This prince will fight him to the death. Yi Junqing got up angrily. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen spoke up indifferently. Prince, don't be impatient. Although he can't return the sword to Prince, that doesn't mean he won't give it to Moen. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow over Yao Moen's eyes, hiding the light in her eyes. When Yi Junqing heard this, he sat back down. He had never trusted Yao Moen so much before, and this was because he had no other choice but to trust her. Was he really going to fight to the death? Right at this time, Chu Maxin swaggered in, then stretched lazily before sitting down between Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. You two sure got up early. Juanxiu, bring some rice to this prince, ordered Chu Maxin. Prince, the imperial chef we brought has already finished preparing the meal. How about you go back to eat? Suggested Huang Fu Juanxiu carefully. What are you afraid of? That they'll poison me? Would the two of them dare? Right now, Great Chu doesn't have the ability to start a war with us. Just look at the Yi Hongi. This prince has been here for so long, but he doesn't even dare to show his face. Isn't it all because he's afraid of being played by this prince? If he had any guts, he wouldn't be hiding like a tortoise. If Yi Hongi is like this, then what are the two of them? Hurry and bring more rice. Chu Maxin was like a proud peacock. Not only did he spread out all of his feathers, he also wanted to shake them 3 times in front of Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing took a deep breath. He really wanted to retort and attack, but he had no choice but to admit that every word Chu Maxin said was the truth. On the other hand, Yao Moen didn't seem to be affected by Chu Maxin's words at all. She continued to sit there leisurely and seemed to be in a good mood. Do you know what Big Brother told this prince before coming? Chu Maxin saw that Yao Moen wasn't moved, so he moved closer to provoke her. I'm all ears. Yao Moen didn't say much. Big Brother said that if you really are an idiot, then we should just kill you so that you don't have to use older sister Maxin's guise to embarrass yourself. If you aren't an idiot, then we should just let this prince kill you because he doesn't want a second Yao Maxin to appear in Great Chu. But you're so beautiful, this prince can't bear to part with you. What should I do? Chu Maxin thought that his words would cause Yao Moen to be alarmed, but all he got was a sigh. Chapter 189. What kind of attitude is this? Chu Maxin looked towards Yao Moen disapprovingly. What kind of arrogant and narcissistic person is Chu Mabe? There are only 2 types of people he would never kill in his life. The first type is people with low intelligence, because he feels like doing so would dirty his own hands and ruin his own reputation. The second type was someone with extraordinary intelligence. In his eyes, there was no one in this world who was more intelligent than him. He would use his strength to prove that anyone with extraordinary intelligence would have to concede defeat in front of him. So no matter which type Moen was, he wouldn't let little prince kill Moen. Especially back then when he lost a game of chess to eldest sister, and was tricked by eldest sister into giving up on Meng Yuan during the negotiations between the 2 countries. I'm sure that all these years, he's been trying to get back at eldest sister. Unfortunately, eldest sister died. If he found out that Moen wasn't an idiot, what do you think he would do? Yao Moen's words rendered Chu Maxin speechless. Ahem. This prince was just saying it casually. Stop blabbering so much nonsense. Don't you know that you shouldn't talk while eating and sleep? Chu Maxin angrily retreated back to his seat, picked up his bowl, and started stuffing rice into his mouth. At the side, Yi Junqing was sweating profusely. This classic saying of Yao Moen had actually come out of Chu Maxin's mouth. It was clear that they were kindred spirits. After about 5 minutes, Chu Maxin suddenly put down his bowl and ran out without any warning. His expression was extremely ugly. Prince. Huang Fu Juanxiu hurriedly followed after him. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in confusion when he saw the 2 of them leave. What's wrong with him? Asked Yi Junqing in confusion. Moen has put laxatives personally concocted by Yin Shui in every meal. This time, I'm afraid he won't die. The smile on Yao Moen's face caused Yi Junqing's heart to turn cold. Then why didn't you tell this prince? Yi Junqing abruptly tossed aside his chopsticks and looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Moen thought that if Prince saw Chu Maxin, you wouldn't have any appetite to eat. Yao Moen had an innocent expression. Yi Junqing was speechless. If there was a grudge, there was a need to vent. He really couldn't afford to offend this woman. When Chu Maxin returned, he had an angry expression. This was something Yi Junqing had expected. Yao Mo won. You actually gave this prince a laxative. Aren't you afraid that Great Shu will send troops to Great Shu? Chu Ma Xin charged in front of Yao Moen like a mad lion as he questioned her sternly. Moen is just a fool. Why would she care so much? Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. Great Shu was powerful, but they wouldn't send troops just because a prince had a stomachache in the Chu palace. You. Then aren't you afraid that this prince will kill you? Chu Ma Xin had only just spoken when he felt as if his internal organs had been flooded. He immediately ran out. Noble consort Yao, playing with fire will only lead to self-destruction. It's best if you hide. After saying this, Huang Fu Juanxiu hurriedly chased after her. It's best if you hide first. This king will help you block it. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. With his martial arts, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Yin Xiong, but he wasn't sure just how many hidden guards Chu Ma Xin had brought. If this consort dares to do it, then this consort naturally dares to accept it. However, Moen is truly touched that Prince is thinking about Moen's safety. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with a faint smile. Compared to the initial tit-for-tat, their current relationship was much more harmonious. If you're really touched, then help this prince get the Flame Soul Sword back, said Yi Junqing in a smooth manner. At this time, Chu Ma Xin had already returned. This time, as soon as he stepped into Guan Osprey Palace, he summoned Yin Shtong. Yin Shtong, help this prince teach the two of them a lesson. Chu Ma Xin had truly fallen quite heavily. His complexion was clearly no longer rosy as before. It was now a bit pale and haggard. When Chu Ma Xin stopped speaking, Yin Xiong didn't appear as he had expected. Yin Shtong. Chu Ma Xin called out again as he looked around. The entire room was still silent. Preposterous. You actually dare to disobey this prince's orders. This prince will definitely tell eldest brother when we get back and have him punish you properly. Just as Chu Ma Xin was about to explode in anger, he suddenly saw two figures descend from the sky in front of him. Nanqing is a little curious. If the little prince doesn't have Big Brother and Yin Xiong, how will he survive? Yin Nanqing's soft but not sinister voice contained a hint of ridicule as it spilled out from his beautiful lips. At this time, Yin Xiong was standing next to Yin Nanqing. His acupuncture points had already been sealed. Yin Nanqing? You really do look like a woman. Give Yin Xiong back to this prince. Chu Ma Xin looked towards Yin Nanqing arrogantly with a furious expression. TSK, TSK. Nanqing really doesn't know what right does little prince have to be so arrogant in this sort of situation. Waner the amount of medicine you used wasn't heavy at all. Yin Nanqing walked over to Yao Moen's side, a hint of regret on his beautiful face. It's already quite a bit. If little prince isn't willing to admit his wrongs and hand over the Flame Soul Sword, then in less than 3 days, this consort guarantees that he won't even have the strength to speak. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Ma Xin. Can't this prince find the antidote myself? Chu Ma Xin was panicking, but he wasn't willing to show weakness. That's fine. Prince can look for it however you want. However, Moen has to remind Prince that there's a type of medicine in this laxative called skyseed hemp. If Prince takes the wrong antidote, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yao Moen leaned back lazily in her chair as her smile became even more sinister. Skyseed hemp, isn't that a bit too harsh? Huang Fu Juanxiu's lips twitched. Skyseed hemp was originally a good medicine for treating diarrhea, but it couldn't be taken too much. Otherwise, it would damage the nerves and cause a person to go insane. It was rare that Yao Moen had the ability to mix skyseed hemp into a laxative. It seemed that austere prince had underestimated this woman. Just wait and see. Chu Ma Xin clearly didn't want to apologize, nor did he want to hand over the Flame Soul Sword. Nanqing will be inviting Yin Xiong to Phoenix Feather Manor as a guest in the next 2 days. When little prince leaves, Nanqing will naturally return Yin Shtong. Teased Yin Nanqing when he saw Chu Ma Xin walk out of Guan Osprey Palace. Suit yourself. In any case, from now on, Great Shu no longer welcomes you. Chu Ma Xin wanted to say more, but his stomach was already protesting. As he watched Chu Ma Xin leave in a panic, Yin Nanqing turned to look at Yao Moen. I hope that Nanqing's performance didn't disappoint the beauty. Yin Nanqing's long and narrow phoenix eyes rose slightly, and the curve of his lips made people's imaginations run wild. It wasn't his fault that he was so beautiful that it angered even the gods, but it was a bit unkind to take it out to show off. How many young girls would be mesmerized by him? If Alliance Head can give Moen the last 9 revivals pill, then Moen will definitely not be disappointed. Yao Moen responded with a smile. When Yin Nanxing heard this, the smile on his lips froze before he could retract it. Then it's better for the beauty to be disappointed. Yin Nanxing felt that it wasn't good to stay here for long. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Yao Moen speak up. Moen's disappointment isn't important. What's important is that the esteemed prince's flame soul sword will probably never be returned. Also, Chu Mabe definitely won't blame Chu Maxin's death on Moen alone. Yao Moen's voice was as gentle as water. Don't try to trick me. Chu Maxin only ate laxatives. He wouldn't have shit himself to death, right? Yin Nanxing suddenly had a bad premonition. He had a feeling that no matter how he argued, he wouldn't be able to keep that 9 revivals pill. In any case, that's what Inshui said. There's only one antidote for this thing she concocted. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Inshui. Yao Moen looked towards Yin Nanxing with an expression that said, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe her. That night, when Inshui returned from Phoenix Feather Manor, she handed the only 9 revivals pill to Yao Moen. Chapter 169. No matter who it is, as long as they get in the way of this prince's great cause, they have a reason to die. Yi Zixiao gritted his words, but he was doubtful. If that was really the case, would he have killed Xiru? Those who have committed crimes die, but what about those who have contributed? Yao Sulwan's hands were clamped above Yi Zixiao's head, her charming eyes filled with temptation. Reward. Yi Zixiao suddenly collapsed. Another round of torment ensued. It was a battle to the death. The men attacked the city and plundered the land, while the women were entangled. The wind blew past, lifting up the curtains on both sides of the couch. The figures on the couch could be seen for all to see. The days continued in an orderly fashion. The midsummer quietly left, and the air became much fresher. Yao Moen leisurely sat on the swing next to the stone bench, enjoying the coolness brought by the autumn wind. Your Highness, there's news from Prime Minister residence. Madam took Bowen and that Wu Ziqing and ran away with over half of Prime Minister residence's property. Lu Xing's news caused Yao Moen's little heart to tremble slightly. Li Qingqing had finally made a move. She had really waited for a long time. How was father? Yao Moen was more concerned about Yao Jinting's reaction. Master flew into a rage and fainted at the time. Right now, he's searching everywhere for Li Qingqing's whereabouts. I heard that he didn't even attend morning court, reported Lu Xing. Li Qingqing took away the only thing that he cared about in this life. So how could he not be worried? Just wait. Father will definitely capture Li Qingqing even if he has to turn the entire Great Chu upside down. Remember, after father finds Li Qingqing, tell Bin Gong immediately. This consort wants to personally go and watch this show, instructed Yao Moen. Only with her present would this show be exciting. Yao Jinting, no matter what Bin Gong does, you deserve it. After Lu Xing withdrew, Inshui appeared beside Yao Moen like a specter. Yao Moen was already used to Inshui's method of appearing. Master, Duan Xiru went to Pure Flowers Palace, reported Inshui respectfully. Ever since that day at Drunken Fragrance residence, Yao Moen had ordered Inshui to keep an eye on Duan Xiru's whereabouts. She hadn't expected that in just 5 days, Duan Xiru would already have found evidence. This was faster than she had imagined. Make a trip to Luminescent Prince residence, then meet up with Bin Gong in the Willow Forest outside Pure Flowers Palace. Happy together? Happy together? How could happy Yi Zixiao miss such a pinnacle battle? Once Inshui left, Yao Moen straightened her clothes and was just about to leave Guan Osprey Palace when Yi Junqing stopped her. Yao Moen. Editor, Yi Moen Yi Yao Zan Yi the Shui Yuan. If it's not important, Prince can talk about it later. Moen has urgent matters to attend to. Yao Moen walked around Yi Junqing and left Guan Osprey Palace. Of Minister, Imo? In fact, there is something this king has never told you. Long before this king investigated Nanny Sun and the others, this king had seen a palace made in the wing room of the old cold palace. Actually, there's something this prince hasn't told you. Long before this prince investigated Nurse Sun and the others, I met a palace maid in one of the side rooms of the old cold palace. Yee 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 yee. Even if Zontiangu is hungry, you can't find a palace maid. Even if Zontiangu is hungry, you can't find a palace maid. Strictly speaking, all the women in this palace belong to His Majesty. How could Zontiangu get involved? Yi Yi Juanqing's expression darkened. This prince is talking about serious matters. Yi Yi Juanqing sighed heavily. Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Otherwise, why would he be discussing this with this god of plague? When Yi Juanqing thought of this, he turned around speechlessly. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen pulled him back. Does Zontiangu not want to know what Moen is going to do? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Juanqing mysteriously. She couldn't help but have a vulgar expression. I don't want to, replied Yi Juanqing resolutely. It's a heaven-defying matter. If Zontiangu doesn't come, don't regret it. Yao Moen lifted her brows, then let go of Yi Juanqing and walked towards Pure Flower's palace. In just the time it took to make a cup of tea, Yi Juanqing had already appeared next to Yao Moen. Wasn't Zontiangu not coming? Teased Yao Moen. This prince is afraid of regretting it, replied Yi Juanqing angrily. Yao Moen smiled faintly when she heard this. Facing the autumn wind, Yao Moen's smile was as dazzling as a peach blossom. Her hair fluttered against Yi Juanqing's handsome face, and a unique fragrance wafted into his nose. Yi Juanqing felt great waves rise in his heart, and the feelings he had been suppressing started to stir. When Yao Moen pulled Yi Juanqing to sit on the stone platform outside the main hall of Pure Flower's palace, Yi Juanqing's expression was as dark as the sea. The heaven-defying matter you're talking about is stealing someone's woman? Just how heaven-defying is that? Yi Juanqing still regretted it in the end. Sure, Moen guarantees that I won't disappoint Zontiangu. Just listen. Yao Moen indicated for Yi Juanqing to keep quiet before carefully listening to the raging waves inside. Yao Sulwan was a bit surprised by Duan Zairu's sudden appearance. Although she knew that there were no walls in this world that didn't have a crack, she hadn't expected Duan Zairu to come so quickly. Does Wang Fei not know how to salute when seeing Yang Yang? When Mingyu saw Duan Zairu standing coldly in the center of the main hall, she took a step forward to remind her. Zairu has some things that she wishes to speak with consortly alone. Duan Zairu's expression was like ice and her voice was completely devoid of any warmth or respect. When Mingyu heard this, she reflexively looked towards Yao Sulwan. This consort feels that there's no need. Mingyu, escort Wang Fei Jing out. Yao Sulwan harumphed coldly. It seemed that her chance to test Yi Zixiao had come. If he really could kill Duan Zairu, then she wouldn't have chosen the wrong person. Since Consort Li doesn't wish to listen, Zairu can only go find His Majesty, said Duan Zairu indifferently. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Yao Sulwan called her back. Mingyu, stand guard outside. Yao Sulwan's gaze was sinister as she slowly got up and walked towards Duan Zairu. Wang Fei Jing, if you have something to say, it's best to say it quickly. This consort's time is very precious. Yao Sulwan examined Duan Zairu up close and suddenly felt a bit less confident. Master, this subordinate just saw Huang Fu Juanxiu pass a small eunuch a letter when he brushed shoulders with him. This subordinate saw the contents of the letter when the eunuch wasn't paying attention. The gist of it was that he hoped that Consort Qin and Huan Kaier could invite the austere prince to a banquet, reported In Shui. Huan Kaier. This consort has truly made a mistake. I actually forgot about Huan Heng. It looks like Chu Mabe sent Chu Maxin here to divert our attention. His true intention was to have Huang Fu Juanxiu come into contact with Huan Kaier and then fight over Huan Heng. What a good move. Yao Moen came to a sudden realization and the heavy stone hanging in her heart was lifted. Master, we've already had Bin Lei secretly find people to pretend to be Shu envoys to come into contact with him. Huan Heng has also made preparations to defect. If Huan Heng finds out that those people weren't sent by Chu Ma Bei, then wouldn't everything we've done be for naught? Asked In Shui worriedly with a grave expression. In reality, a hidden guard's duty was only to protect their master and follow orders. Ever since Yao Moen had treated her sincerely that day, In Shui had subconsciously put herself in Yao Moen's shoes. Chapter 191. Right now, She had already violated the most important principle of a secret guard, which was to not have feelings. That was because a secret guard had to be loyal to countless masters in their lifetime. Once they had feelings for their previous master, they would be disloyal to their next master. This seemingly heartless rule was actually the most suitable. Without a master's gift or sale, they wouldn't leave their master. Thus, if they were to talk about being heartless, it had to be the master who was heartless first. They would only be loyal to their current master. Fortunately, you notice this. Since this consort knows their objective, this consort naturally won't let them get what they want. We'll ignore Huan Kaier for now. In the end, the root of the problem lies with Huan Heng. In Shui, immediately send a messenger pigeon to Bin Lei. Order him to spread the rumor that Chu Mabe and Chu Ma Xin appear to be brothers on the surface, but are actually like fire and water. Remember, the more real the better, the more obvious the conflict, the better. Do you understand what this consort is saying? Yao Moen's gaze was sharp as she spoke indifferently. This subordinate understands. As the saying goes, rumors are fiercer than tigers. As long as Huan Heng believed that Chu Ma Xin and Chu Mabe were secretly fighting for power, he definitely wouldn't believe a single word from Huang Fu Juanxiu, who had come with Chu Ma Xin. Ever since Yao Moen had warned him sternly that day, Chu Ma Xin seemed to have become a completely different person. The fact that he would cling to Yao Moen wherever he went made Yao Moen feel very troubled. "Why do you have to hug this lousy cat everywhere you go?" asked Chu Ma Xin disdainfully as he looked at Fluffy, who was rubbing against Yao Moen's chest. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Yao Moen turned to look at Chu Ma Xin. He had already followed her for an entire morning, and he still didn't seem to have any intention of parting ways with her. Yao Moen felt like she was going to go crazy. "Of course it does. This prince doesn't like it," said Chu Ma Xin coldly. "Then Prince can leave. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Has Prince not heard of this?" reminded Yao Moen kindly. "Then forget it. Let's go." Chu Ma Xin glanced at Fluffy disdainfully but remained silent. If Prince has been pestering Moen for the sake of revenge, then Moen is honored to tell Prince that you've succeeded. If you continue to follow me like this, Moen will go crazy in front of you. Yao Moen finally couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Chu Ma Xin seriously and said each word firmly. "Is that what you think?" Chu Ma Xin widened his limpid eyes and looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. If she hadn't seen how naughty and mischievous Chu Ma Xin was, Yao Moen really would have believed that Chu Ma Xin was innocent. "What else? What do you want this consort to think?" said Yao Moen in annoyance. "Actually, this prince just wants to know a few things about Big Sister Ma Xin." There was a trace of sadness in Chu Ma Xin's voice. For a split second, Yao Moen really wanted to dig her ears to see if she was hearing things. "For example?" Yao Moen lifted her brows and asked. "For example, how did Big Sister Ma Xin die?" Big Brother said that Big Sister Ma Xin definitely didn't die from a difficult birth. The pain in Chu Ma Xin's eyes shocked Yao Moen. When she saw the tears in his eyes, Yao Moen finally believed that Chu Ma Xin's words weren't false. For a person who was arrogant from the very beginning, the thing they disdained the most was using tears to deceive people. Your big brother saw it with his own eyes? Otherwise, how could you be so sure? Yao Moen restrained her irritated expression and replied indifferently. Then she walked lightly towards Changle Palace. Big Brother's words are definitely true. He's never made a mistake. Chu Ma Xin's admiration for Chu Mabe was greater than any other faith he had. "Is that so? Then what if Big Sister was killed by someone?" asked Yao Moen casually. "Then Ma Xin will definitely tear the person who killed Big Sister Ma Xin into 1,000 pieces, then grind their bones to dust." Chu Ma Xin gritted his white teeth as his eyes darkened. When Yao Moen heard this, she stopped in her tracks and looked straight at Chu Ma Xin with her limpid eyes. Her seemingly emotionless face was hiding great shock. She couldn't remember when she had established such a deep friendship with this little devil king. "You like Big Sister a lot?" Chu Ma Xin's attitude piqued Yao Moen's curiosity. Seeing that she once made clothes for this prince won't let her die with remaining grievances. Chu Ma Xin deliberately restrained the sadness in his eyes as his tone faintly sounded like he was giving charity. "Clothes?" Yao Moen's eyes flickered as she slowly walked, her thoughts drifting. She really had made clothes for Chu Maxin before. At the time, Chu Maxin had threatened to spread the news of Yi Juanqing's embarrassing incident. In order to calm things down, she had sought out Chu Maxin. Chu Maxin's request was for her to personally make a satisfactory set of clothes for him. She had thought that Chu Maxin would intentionally make things difficult for her, but she hadn't expected that the first set of clothes she made would pass. Chu Maxin also kept his promise and didn't mention the matter of Yi Juanqing being teased again. Is that Changel Palace up ahead where Big Sister Maxin used to live? Yao Moen was interrupted by Chu Maxin's voice. Just as she was about to reply, Chu Maxin had already quickened his pace towards Changel Palace. As Yao Moen watched Chu Maxin's figure swaying in front of her, she couldn't help but wonder how much he cared about something that even she didn't remember. It was clear just how much he cared about that set of clothes. Back then, when Chu Maxin had fearlessly defended her against an army of thousands on his own, Yao Moen finally understood just how deep Chu Maxin's feelings for her were. Starting from that set of clothes, she had already become a mother in his heart. For a child who had never experienced motherly love, this feeling was something he treasured with his life. The Changel Palace in front of her was the same as it was in the past. It stood there cold and lonely, like an old man with one foot in the grave, silently waiting for it to die. "Little prince, you can't go in." When Yao Moen saw that Chu Maxin was about to step into Changel Palace, she immediately walked up and pulled him back. "Why?" Chu Maxin looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. "This is a forbidden area. Without His Majesty's decree, no one is allowed to enter." Yao Moen sometimes wondered what Yi Hongyi's goal was in keeping this palace. Was it to show the world how deeply he loved the late empress? Or was it to constantly remind himself that he once had such a woman, which made him hate her to the bone? His decree isn't even worth a fart in this prince's eyes. Chu Maxin harumphed as he strode into Changel Palace. Yao Moen wiped at her sweat. He still dared to be so arrogant in someone else's territory. If it was anyone else, Yao Moen would definitely think that they were pretending, but this person was Chu Maxin, so this wasn't strange at all. As she stepped into Changel Palace, Yao Moen's footsteps gradually grew heavier. Her heart was like a zither string that gradually tightened in the hands of the zither master. Seeing the familiar tables and chairs, the familiar decorations, Yao Moen couldn't remain indifferent. Yi Hongyi definitely doesn't love Big Sister Maxin. After Chu Maxin walked one round around Changel Palace, he came to this conclusion. "Why do you think so?" Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Maxin. Had she really been blind back then? Even a child in his teens could tell, so why hadn't she noticed? Even if the things here were thrown onto the streets, beggars wouldn't pick them up. "They're too rotten," said Chu Maxin seriously. When Yao Moen heard this, the corners of her lips couldn't help but twitch. "Even if I want to be a beggar, I still want to be a beggar in Great Shu." Yao Moen sighed from the bottom of her heart. No matter how worthless her things were, they shouldn't be something that even beggars wouldn't take a liking to. Speaking of which, she had personally arranged all of these things. "It's too shabby. Even my imperial father's cold palace is more gorgeous than this. Big Sister Maxin has suffered." Chu Maxin shook his head continuously. The way he shook his head like a rattled drum made Yao Moen dizzy. "Actually, this place isn't bad. It can't really be considered shabby, right?" Yao Moen's expression was slightly embarrassed. Back when she lived here, she had felt that this place was too gorgeous. "Basically, the entire Chu Palace is shabby," commented Chu Maxin. "Just because of this, you feel that His Majesty doesn't love Big Sister?" Yao Moen didn't plan on continuing the topic of shabbiness. Chapter 192. Of course not. How can love be measured by money? After thinking about it carefully, Chu Maxin's words could be considered a famous saying. "Then why?" asked Yao Moen. "It's been 15 years since Imperial Mother passed away. Imperial Father would spend 10 days a month alone in Imperial Mother's palace. Once, when this prince sneaked in, I saw Imperial Father smiling at the mirror that Mother used. He even told Imperial Mother everything that Big Brother had done. That's love, right? But look at this place. There isn't even a blanket on the couch. Yi Hongyi probably comes here very rarely. If he loves Big Sister Maxin, then he should be like Imperial Father and come here at least a few times a month. After all, there are so many memories of him and Big Sister Machine here. Chu Machine looked towards Yao Moen. Ever since Big Sister died, he hasn't come here even once. Yao Moen looked mournfully at the empty couch, 1,000 emotions swirling in her heart. I really don't know why Big Sister Machine would like such a rotten person. If only Big Brother had met Big Sister Machine earlier. Chu Machine looked at every corner of the room as he muttered to himself. Why? Yao Moen put away her sorrowful emotions and looked towards Chu Machine. In this world, only Big Brother is worthy of Big Sister Machine, explained Chu Machine seriously. I can't reach out to him. Chu Machine's words caused Yao Moen's hair to stand on end. She could consider other people, but Chu Mabe? Forget it. Earlier, you said that your imperial father would talk about your brother in front of the mirror. What about you? Yao Moen suddenly realized that Chu Machine's topics weren't her cup of tea. She really couldn't continue. Imperial mother had a hemorrhage when she gave birth to me. Imperial father doesn't like me, so imperial father never talks about me in front of imperial mother. But it doesn't matter. This prince will personally tell imperial mother. Chu Machine stubbornly raised his head. His smiling eyes were clearly glistening with tears. Sorry. Yao Moen choked inwardly when she saw the smile on Chu Machine's face. Her heart ached inexplicably. In this moment, she finally understood why Chu Machine had moved out of the imperial palace and had his own residence when he was only 10 years old. You're so weird. Why are you saying sorry? Let's go. If we keep looking, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from tearing this place apart. Chu Machine didn't feel sad at all. He walked ahead. Ever since Chu Machine moved into Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi had been going to Huan Kai's Moon Crossing Pavilion for the past few days. As soon as Huan Kai received Huang Fu Juanxiu's letter, she immediately took care of this matter. At this moment, the main hall of the Moon Crossing Pavilion was filled with delicacies. The fragrance wafted through the air, causing people to drool. Why is that idiot here? Huan Kai was dressed splendidly as she stood at the palace gates. She was shocked to see Chu Machine and Yao Moen walking together. That's right. I only went to the West Wing to invite the young austere prince. Why is she here? Zi Shuang was also surprised. Forget it. Since you've come, we can't chase you away. It's just another pair of chopsticks. At this time, Chu Machine and Yao Moen had already walked over. Kaier kowtows in salute to the esteemed prince, austere prince, and noble consort Yao. Huan Kaier gracefully walked over and saluted respectfully. Older sister Wan she's not as pretty as you. In front of others, Chu Machine still put on an innocent expression and cooperated with Yao Moen. That's why His Majesty still likes this consort a bit more. Yao Moen didn't hide the truth at all. At the side, Huan Kaier's expression changed slightly when she heard this, but she quickly recovered. Now that things had gotten to this point, what was the point of arguing with an idiot? Furthermore, she didn't care about imperial favor right now. Since Yi Hongyi wanted to take away her father's military power, it was clear that he wanted to eradicate the Huan family. If the nest is overturned, there would be no intact eggs. If Huan residents were to suffer a disaster in the future, she would also be beaten back to her original state. Right now, the most important thing for her was to find a safe path of retreat for her father. Noble Consort Yao is right. Who doesn't know that His Majesty dotes on Noble Consort Yao the most in the entire imperial palace? Huan Kaier smiled and agreed. Prince, please come in. Once Yao Moen and Chu Machine walked into Moon Crossing Pavilion, Huan Kaier turned to look towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then followed them in. Shu subject Huang Fu Juanxiu greets Your Highness Consort Chen. The clear and melodious voice was elegant and pleasant to the ear. Huan Kaier recognized the person just by hearing the voice. The man in front of her was dressed in a white scholarly robe. His hair was tied up with a jade crown, and there were 2 green ribbons hanging down from his hair. He made Huang Fu Juanxiu appear scholarly and quiet, as if he was a person from a Buddhist painting. In particular, those warm and gentle eyes of his made one's heart race. Your Highness? At the side, Zi Shuang sensed her master's loss of composure and called out softly, Dispense with the formalities. Envoy Huang Fu, please come in. Huan Kaier restrained the splendor in her eyes, and her voice seemed even gentler than before. "Thank you, Your Highness." When Huangfu Juanxiu heard this, he looked up and smiled at Huan Kaier. When this smile fell into Huan Kaier's eyes, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars had dimmed. During the meal, Yao Moen and Chu Maxin put on an extremely good show, serving food and pouring wine for each other. It was very lively, causing Yi Junqing, who was watching from the side, to be completely confused. If this was all an act, then the skills of these two people in front of him were far inferior. At the very least, in front of Chu Maxin, he couldn't smile as brilliantly as Yao Moen. If this wasn't an act, Yi Junqing would prostrate himself in admiration even more. To go from looking at each other with disgust to admiring each other in a single day truly wasn't something a normal person could do. At this moment, Yao Moen and Chu Maxin's overly intimate actions suddenly made Yi Junqing feel like time had passed. Was it because he was too old and couldn't keep up with this era? Or was it because they were too radical? He even saw a look of mutual affection in Yao Moen's eyes. Did she take a liking to Chu Maxin? But he was only a 15-year-old child. An indescribable feeling of jealousy gradually rose in Yi Junqing's heart. It had already become a feeling that he couldn't ignore. On the other side, Huan Kaier would occasionally order Zi Shuang to put food in Huangfu Juanxiu's bowl. She would also carefully explain how to make each dish. Your Highness is truly intelligent. Juanxiu has never heard of this kind of cooking method before. There were many people at the banquet, so it wasn't convenient for Huangfu Juanxiu to say too many words with a double meaning. However, just based on the fact that Huan Kaier had arranged this banquet, Huangfu Juanxiu had reason to believe that Huan Kaier had intentions of defecting to Great Shu. Thus, while Zi Shuang was putting food in his bowl, Huangfu Juanxiu quietly passed the letter in his sleeve to Zi Shuang. Zi Shuang hesitated for a moment, then found an opportunity to pass the letter to Huan Kaier. If Envoy Huangfu is interested, this consort can take you to the imperial kitchen one day, so this consort can show some hospitality as a host. After Huan Kaier understood the invitation in the letter, she said this meaningfully. That would be great. Huangfu Juanxiu nodded slightly with a smile. One smile moved the heart, two smiles moved the heart. Huan Kaier's heart had completely fallen in this moment. Although the man in front of her couldn't be considered peerlessly beautiful or handsome, his unique elegance was something that Huan Kaier couldn't resist. That night, Yao Moen took off her jade earrings and looked towards Yin Shui through the bronze mirror. What do you think of Huangfu Juanxiu's looks? This subordinate's previous master was Yin Nansheng, said Yin Shui indifferently. That's right. This consort had almost forgotten. Anyone who has seen Yin Nansheng, even if they see a handsome and outstanding person, would think that he's mediocre. Actually, this consort doesn't see what's so outstanding about Huangfu Juanxiu either. So why did Huan Kaier take a liking to him? Yao Moen was confused. Objectively speaking, Yi Hongyi's looks weren't inferior to Huangfu Juanxiu's at all. Chapter 193. Huan Kaier likes Huangfu Juanxiu? That's not a good thing, said Yin Shui worriedly with a frown. That's right. Yao Moen nodded in agreement. Oh right, Bin Lei has already spread the rumor. If there's no accident, it should have reached Huan Heng's ears by now, reported Yin Shui solemnly, almost forgetting what she was here for. That fast? What did he say? Yao Moen turned around with interest and looked towards Yin Shui with raised brows. The struggle between men can never be separated from power and women. Chu Maxin hasn't had a mother empress since he was young, so he has a good impression of older women. Thus, he took a fancy to Qing'er, a woman who has been staying in the boudoir for a long time. Now, because of Qing'er, the two of them have completely fallen out. Now, they're both cultivating their own power in court. Although Chu Maxin is young, fortunately, he has a first-rate strategist, Huangfu Juanxiu, by his side, so he can be on equal footing with Chu Mabei, reported Yin Shui verbatim. Vulgar and old-fashioned. Bin Lei really can't be a scholar. Yao Moen looked at the sky and regretted believing in Bin Lei's literary accomplishments. Your Highness, do you think that Huan Heng won't believe it? Yin Shui felt that this rumor wasn't bad. If she had to make it up, she might not have been able to come up with such a complete story. There's no need to believe it, just doubt it. Huan Heng has always been cautious. He won't take any risks even if it's just the slightest sign of trouble, especially when it concerns the future of the Huan residents. He's always cautious with every step he takes. However, just in case, have Binlei send a secret envoy to contact Huan Heng again in the next 2 days to test him, ordered Yao Moen. On the second day after the banquet, Huan Heng hurriedly entered the palace. This calmed Yao Moen down slightly. In Moon Crossing Pavilion, Huan Kai's brows furrowed slightly as she mulled over Huan Heng's words. Father, Kai saw Chu Maxin a few days ago. He looked silly and not as smart as the rumors say. Huan Kai objected. Silly and silly? That's impossible. Although Chu Maxin isn't as smart and far-sighted as Chu Ma Bei, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Huan Heng looked towards Huan Kai with a grave expression, his heart in turmoil. He had originally thought that Chu Maxin's diplomatic mission to Great Chu would be a good opportunity for him. He would be able to discuss with the austere prince when he would betray and leave, but he hadn't expected to receive this kind of news. It really was a headache. To be able to chat with Yao Moen, just how intelligent do you think this person is? Huan Kai did her best to convince her father not to believe the rumors, but in reality, she wanted to fight for a chance to meet Huang Fuju and Xiao. Do you really think that Yao Mo Wan is an idiot? Yao Jinting and Jing Wang plotted a rebellion. That was a crime punishable by death. Right now, Yao Jinting was in prison and Yao Sulwan had become an abandoned concubine who had fallen out of favor. Only His Majesty still viewed Yao Moen as a precious treasure. If she didn't have top-notch brains and methods, would she be able to get whatever she wanted? I can see this even when I'm not in the palace. Why can't you see it? Huan Heng inwardly rejoiced that he had chosen the path of betraying Yi Hongyi. Otherwise, how could his daughter be a match for such a terrifying woman in a power struggle? Isn't father thinking too much? Huan Kai disagreed. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let me tell you, from now on, you can't have any contact with Chu Maxin, especially that Huang Fuju and Xiao by his side. No matter how he asks you out, you can't see him. If the rumors are true, we absolutely can't have any contact with Chu Maxin. The person I want to support is Chu Ma Bei, not Chu Maxin. Huan Heng warned her firmly with a grave expression. But, daughter, we've already had contact with Chu Ma Bei's secret envoy. Now, we're just waiting for news from Chu Ma Bei. As long as he says the word, I will take you with me and leave Great Chu. If we break our promise to Chu Ma Bei because of our contact with Chu Maxin, we really won't be able to turn back when this matter comes to light. It's better to take 10 steady steps than 1 risky step. Do you understand? Said Huan Heng earnestly. Kai understands. As Huan Kai looked at her father who was getting older by the day, she finally suppressed her petty thoughts and nodded resolutely. As expected, after the banquet, Huang Fuju and Xiao waited bitterly for 3 days, but didn't receive Huan Kai's invitation. That Huan Kai still hasn't made a move? In the west wing of Guan Osprey Palace, Chu Maxin raised his brows and looked towards Huang Fuju and Xiao suspiciously. Replying austere prince, there's been no movement. Huang Fuju and Xiao's expression was as calm as still water, but he couldn't restrain himself inside. Logically speaking, since Huan Kai had already arranged a banquet, it meant that she had the intention of defecting. In particular, he shouldn't be overthinking things. Actually, why does eldest brother need to recruit Huan Heng? With Great Chu's current strength, there's no need to go through so much trouble, said Chu Maxin arrogantly. Subduing the enemy without fighting is the way of the military. Huan Heng knows the habits of the Yu army well. With his help, we'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, so there's still a need to recruit Huan Heng. Huang Fuju and Xiao was well aware of this little prince's temperament. Even though he was similar to the crown prince, he lacked a bit of patience. Perhaps it was because he was still young. However, back then, the crown prince had been 15 years old and had crawled outside a cave for 3 days and 3 nights just to capture a single dog. Not everyone had that kind of patience. Do whatever you want. In any case, this prince is just a distraction this time. However, this prince can give me a suggestion. Chu Maxin's crafty eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards Huang Fuju and Xiao with a smile. Prince, please speak. Huang Fuju and Xiao hadn't expected Chu Maxin to give him any good ideas, but there was no harm in listening. If beloved official Huangfu is willing to sacrifice your body, I believe that the result will be very different. Chu Maxin's smile became even more unrestrained. Ahem. This subject doesn't understand what little prince is saying. Huangfu Juanxio's face turned slightly red as he pretended to be confused. Then pretend that this prince didn't say anything. You can decide for yourself. This prince is going to look for Yao Moen. As Chu Maxin said this, he got up and walked out. This subject advises Prince to be careful with your interactions with Yao Moen. That person definitely isn't a good person. Huangfu Juanxio truly felt that Yao Moen's 9 revivals pill was given too early. Otherwise, why didn't Prince learn his lesson? That's why it's said that birds of a feather flock together. The ancients weren't lying. After saying this, Chu Maxin swaggered out of the palace gates. As he watched Chu Maxin walk forward fearlessly, Huangfu Juanxio felt a chill run down his spine and a cold breeze blew past his neck. Next to Jade Lake, Chu Maxin took advantage of Yao Moen's inattentiveness to splash water all over Fluffy, scaring her into scurrying away. Are you born in the year of the rat? Ever since leaving Changel Palace, Yao Moen had repeatedly convinced herself that no matter how mischievous Chu Maxin was, he was still just a child. Furthermore, he was a child who had lost his mother at a young age. Because of this, when Yao Moen discovered that Jewel's beard and fur had been cut off by Chu Maxin, she chose to take a deep breath instead of flying into a rage. This prince is born in the year of the tiger. What's wrong? Chu Maxin moved closer to Yao Moen, the smile on his face making it hard to rebuke him. You don't seem to like this consort's 2 pets. Yao Moen was very certain of this. It's because they keep pestering you, explained Chu Maxin. Then haven't you been pestering this consort for the past few days as well? Countered Yao Moen. How could this prince be the same? It's your honor that this prince is pestering you. If you weren't big sister Maxin's younger sister, this prince wouldn't even bother to keep you company. Chu Maxin abruptly got up with a cold expression. He flung away the branch in his hand and left Yao Moen angrily. Chapter 194. Yao Moen froze in place and only recovered after a long while. Yao Moen felt that Chu Maxin's sudden anger was completely unreasonable. Even so, this matter still gave her a headache. During dinner, Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen sitting there with a dispirited expression on her face. No appetite? Asked Yi Junqing kindly. Chu Maxin might really be angry. Yao Moen let out a long sigh and put down the porcelain bowl with a worried expression. Actually, this prince really doesn't understand. How could 2 people who are like fire and water suddenly get along so well? It's unimaginable. Although Yi Junqing didn't feel like it, his tone was clearly sour. Weren't Moen and Prince also like fire and water before? Yao Moen just wanted to explain that anything was possible, but the result wasn't as she wished. This prince used almost a year to bury the hatchet with you, but Chu Maxin only used a short 3 days. It seems that this prince is truly ashamed of his inferiority, said Yi Junqing coldly, then got up to leave. Yao Moen suddenly wondered if her IQ had dropped. Just what did she say to make Chu Maxin and Yi Junqing so angry? Tingyu, which part of this consort's words were wrong? Did you hear it? Yao Moen turned to look towards Tingyu for help. Your Highness, esteemed prince seems to be jealous of austere prince, replied Tingyu cautiously. Is that so? Yao Moen looked towards Tingyu in realization, and a trace of emotion flashed through her heart. Being jealous was good. At the very least, he wouldn't only be thinking about Yao Maxin. However, she knew very well that Yi Junqing had only been thinking about one person this entire time. That night, Yao Moen used Yao Maxin as an excuse to invite Yi Junqing to the Cold Palace's garden. The bright moonlight dimmed the numerous stars in the night sky. Yao Moen stood alone in front of the Cold Palace, her heart gradually growing cold. Even though things had changed with the passage of time, the scene of that day still haunted her dreams. She didn't know how many nights she had woken up next to Yi Hongyi with tears streaming down her face. There were many times when she really wanted to chop off Yi Hongyi's neck and end everything, but she endured. What was so hard about dying? What was hard was living a life worse than death. What do you want to tell this prince about Maxin? When Yao Moen heard Yi Junqing's voice, She reflexively wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes. It's about little sister Ma Xin. Yao Mowen's lips curved into a smile, but her joke didn't make Yi Junqing feel any better. You know what this prince cares about the most, so you shouldn't joke around with the people this prince cares about the most. When he saw the teasing smile on Yao Mowen's face, he abruptly turned around. Eldest sister once said that the two of you were fated, but not fated to be together. At that time, if Prince hadn't taken Yi Hongyi's mask to save her, the mishap wouldn't have happened. Yao Mowen took a deep breath. This was the last thing she wanted to face. If she hadn't recognized the wrong person back then, would her life have been different? She told you that? Yi Junqing was stunned. Yao Mowen could tell that his voice was trembling. That's right. She said that if she had known that the person who saved her that night was you and not Yi Hongyi, she would have made a different choice, said Yao Mowen lightly. Yao Mowen said this lightly, but her heart was aching. She had never mentioned these things to Yi Junqing, so she still remembered what happened that night. Yi Junqing walked over to Yao Mowen with heavy steps. His voice was low as if something was stuck in his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. How could she forget the favor of saving her life? Yao Mowen glanced towards Yi Junqing. That night flashed before her eyes. A young girl yearning for love had met a hero to save the beauty. Everything had started like this, but who would have thought that the ending would be so bleak? It's this prince's fault. It's this prince who shouldn't have worn that mask. Why? How could this prince have been so muddle-headed? Yi Junqing clenched his fists and smashed them against the tree. Under the moonlight, the blood on Yi Junqing's knuckles could be seen clearly. Mowen knew that Prince would react like this. Then has Prince ever wondered why eldest sister didn't leave Yi Hongyi after finding out that the person who saved her was Prince? Yao Mowen looked towards Yi Junqing with heartache, but didn't stop him. He really did need to vent. Why? Yi Junqing abruptly looked up, his clear eyes filled with hope and expectation. Yao Mowen knew what he was hoping for, but she couldn't give him this so-called hope. Everything she said, even if it wasn't all the truth, was just so that Yi Junqing wouldn't be so stubborn. Because at that time, the person eldest sister had set her heart on was Yi Hongyi. Eldest sister had personally told Mowen this. Yao Mowen enunciated each and every word clearly. She wanted to tell Yi Junqing that it wasn't that Yao Ma Xin hadn't felt his deep feelings back then, but that she had given up. This prince knows that she loved Yi Hongyi wholeheartedly. Yi Junqing's eyes dimmed. He thought that Yao Mowen would tell him that Yao Ma Xin had rejected his feelings because she had already become his mistress. Perhaps that would make him feel better. Mowen is thinking, if eldest sister hadn't appeared, how glorious Prince's life would have been. Yao Mowen's heart was filled with bitterness. If she hadn't appeared, Yi Junqing would definitely have become the emperor. If Ma Xin hadn't appeared, then this prince would have come to this world for nothing. Just as Yi Junqing was about to voice out his sorrowful thoughts, Yao Mowen suddenly took a step forward and covered Yi Junqing's thin lips with one hand. She used her other hand to forcefully pull Yi Junqing into a corner. Yi Junqing was just about to resist when Yao Mowen shushed him. Sure, there's someone. When Yi Junqing heard this, he instantly quieted down and followed Yao Mowen's gaze. Not far away, a figure suddenly walked over. It seems like... Yi Junqing narrowed his eyes as he muttered quietly. It's Huan Kaier. Yao Mowen's gaze was grave. It was the middle of the night. So why wasn't Huan Kaier staying at Moon Crossing Pavilion? Why had she come here? She couldn't have made an appointment with Huangfu Juanxiu, right? In less than the time it took to make a cup of tea, Huangfu Juanxiu appeared in front of Yao Mowen as expected. This one has arrived late. Please forgive me, Your Highness Consort Qin. Under the moonlight, Huangfu Juanxiu's face seemed to be coated with a layer of silver light. He was gentle and refined, as if a god had descended. At this moment, Huangfu Juanxiu clenched his fists and bowed respectfully. Envoy Huangfu, please rise. This consort has also just arrived. Actually, this consort's meeting with Envoy like this really isn't very proper. However, Envoy sent 3 messages in a row. This consort is afraid that there's something important, so this consort has no choice but to meet. Envoy, please speak. This consort can't stay here for long. In the end, she was still a daughter of a noble family. Even though she was so happy that she couldn't control herself, she still put on an awkward expression. Juanxiu has been presumptuous, but Juanxiu really can't bear the pain of lovesickness. Ever since I met your highness that day, Juanxiu has been attracted by your highness's heavenly beauty and has been unable to sleep at night. In a few days, Juanxiu will be leaving with austere prince. If I don't see your highness, Juanxiu might die from lovesickness. Huang Fu Juanxiu's brows were tightly furrowed as his beautiful phoenix eyes shone with undisguised adoration. Chapter 195. When Chu Maxin suggested sacrificing his body, Huang Fu Juanxiu had thought it over. His goal was to complete the mission, so as long as he didn't betray the crown prince, even if his methods were a bit dishonorable, it didn't matter. Huang Fu, Envoy Huang Fu, do you know what you're saying? Huan Kaier was shocked by Huang Fu Juanxiu's confession and didn't know how to respond for a moment. In the shadows, Yao Moen sighed. She had overestimated Huang Fu Juanxiu's moral integrity. Juanxiu knows that these words are a bit rude, but Juanxiu doesn't want to regret not confessing to your highness after he leaves Great Chu. Juanxiu knows that his status is lowly and it's hard for him to match up to your highness. As long as your highness knows that there's still someone in this world who your highness yearns for, Juanxiu will be satisfied. Huang Fu Juanxiu's expression was impeccably sincere as he said such sweet words that even he wanted to vomit. You really fell in love with this consort at first sight? If it wasn't for the moonlight, Huang Fu Juanxiu would definitely be able to see the blush on Huan Kaier's face. Heavens above, if Juanxiu says a single lie, let Juanxiu be struck by lightning and struck by 5 bolts of lightning. As Huang Fu Juanxiu was cursing, Huan Kaier had already placed her finger on his lips. Envoy, don't say any more. This consort will believe you. When Yao Moen heard Huan Kaier's words, she instantly felt hopeless. It seemed that all her previous efforts had been wasted. Your Highness, unfortunately, your Great Chu's noble consort in Juanxiu is a Shu subject, so it'll be difficult for us to meet again. Huang Fu Juanxiu didn't miss this opportunity to grab Huan Kaier's hand. When he saw that she didn't seem to have any intentions of rejecting him, he felt a bit relieved. Actually, Huan Kaier hesitated as her father's warning rang out in her ears. In the shadows, Yi Junqing felt his arm ache. He immediately turned to look at Yao Moen and saw that Yao Moen was looking straight at Huan Kaier while holding his arm tightly. Actually, even if I can't see your highness, Juanxiu will still hang your highness portrait in my room, so that the first person I see when I wake up every day is your highness. Huang Fu Juanxiu looked at Huan Kaier with extreme gentleness as his thin lips curled into a charming smile. Juanxiu. Actually, compared to Chu Maxin, isn't Chu Mabe more worth following? In the end, Huan Kaier couldn't help but speak up. In her entire life, she had never met someone who could move her heart this much. Although she was a noble consort, in her heart, Yi Hongyi was nothing more than a tool to stabilize the Huan family. They were only using each other. However, as a woman, who wouldn't wish to meet someone she admired in her life and compose an earth-shattering love song? Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Juanxiu has always been following His Highness the Crown Prince? Huang Fu Juanxiu looked towards Huan Kaier in confusion. Aren't you Chu Maxin's strategist? Could it be that your heart is elsewhere? Huan Kaier looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu in realization, unable to conceal her excitement. Why would your highness say that? No matter if it's austere prince or Juanxiu, both of them wholeheartedly support his highness the crown prince, so there's no distinction between Chao and Han. Huang Fu Juanxiu looked towards Huan Kaier in confusion. Are you lying to this consort? Huan Kaier looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu in alarm, her heart aching slightly. The information her father had received was completely different from what Huang Fu Juanxiu was saying, but there was only one truth. Her father would never lie to her. Juanxiu dares to swear on the lives of his 9 clans that everything he said just now is the truth. In reality, when His Highness the Crown Prince found out that Sir Huan Hong was being ostracized in court and that he couldn't obtain Yi Hongyi's trust and had his military power reduced, he was extremely pained. A good general like him shouldn't suffer this sort of humiliation, so he ordered Juanxiu to come with austere prince in hopes of getting in touch with old General Huan. If old General Huan is willing to defect to Great Shu, His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely treat him as an honored guest and hand over the military power of the 10 prefectures to old General Huan. Huang Fu Juanxiu directly stated his intentions. No matter what, he had to grasp this opportunity. Is what you're saying true? Huan Kaier felt her head buzzing. Since Huang Fu Juanxiu dared to swear on the lives of his 9 clans, he must be telling the truth. However, hadn't Chu Mabe already sent a secret envoy to negotiate? If your highness still doesn't believe me, Juanxiu can have austere prince personally meet your highness, said Huang Fu Juanxiu resolutely when he sensed the astonishment in Huan Kaier's eyes. Wait, let this consort think about it. You're saying that Chu Mabe has never sent anyone to contact my father before this? Huan Kaier's face paled and she couldn't help but back up against a tree trunk. Her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. If the person who had been contacting her father wasn't sent by Chu Mabe, then who was it? And why was he pretending to be a secret envoy from Great Shu? Could it be Yi Hongyi? If that was the case, then Huan residence was done for. Juanxiu doesn't understand what your highness means? Huang Fu Juanxiu furrowed his brows slightly. He was extremely confused by Huan Kaier's current expression. You just have to answer this, consort. Did Chu Mabe send anyone to contact this consort's father before you came? Asked Huan Kaier agitatedly. His Highness the Crown Prince. He should have sent a secret envoy to contact Sir Huan first, said Huang Fu Juanxiu slowly. Every word was spoken with great difficulty. He had to take this gamble. In the shadows, Yao Moen truly felt that Huan Kaier was really stupid. If it was her, she would also answer the same way Huang Fu Juanxiu did. From the looks of it, it was time for her to personally make an appearance. Are you sure? No matter how much Huan Kaier was interested in Huang Fu Juanxiu, she couldn't ignore the fate of the entire Huan residence. When she heard the hesitation in Huang Fu Juanxiu's voice, her heart turned cold. Juanxiu is sure. Huang Fu Juanxiu nodded firmly. This consort is tired. Huan Kaier's mind was in a mess. She needed to calm down. Your Highness, then what did Juanxiu say? Asked Huang Fu Juanxiu anxiously as he took a step forward. Let this consort think about it. Before this, it's not convenient for this consort to meet with the envoy. Huan Kaier staggered slightly as she left the garden. Huang Fu Juanxiu stood behind her for a long time, then left helplessly. Once the two of them were far away, Yi Junqing suddenly stood up with a frown. Chu Mabe is truly intolerable. He actually dared to come to the Chu Palace to recruit people, roared Yi Junqing angrily. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Hongyi was too suspicious and stripped Huan Hong of his military power, how could he have had such an opportunity? Yao Moen walked leisurely to Yi Junqing's side with a calm gaze. As a general, the most important thing is His Majesty's trust. Yi Hongyi's actions have truly hurt Huan Heng's heart. This prince is afraid that... Yi Junqing restrained the anger in his eyes and was now filled with worry. Is Prince afraid that Huan Heng will leave Great Shu? He won't have a chance. Yao Moen's lips were tinged with a smile that could turn all living things upside down. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen had left, he immediately walked over. How do you know he won't have a chance? Huang Fu Juanxiu hasn't left yet, and even if he left, who can guarantee that Chu Mabe won't send another secret envoy? Yi Junqing didn't think much of it. Me. Yao Moen abruptly stopped. Her eyes that were as clear as water burst with resplendent splendor. When Yi Junqing saw the confidence in Yao Moen's eyes, the worry in his heart instantly lessened. For some reason, he just couldn't help but believe Yao Moen's words. You'd meddle in other people's business? Said Yi Junqing angrily. Prince, remember, anything Moen meddles in is not other people's business. Yao Moen's smile was like a flower. Under the moonlight, her smile was like a silver peony, graceful and mysterious. After returning to his residence, Huang Fu Juanxiu thought about it and felt that there was more to Huan Kaier's words. Based on what she said, it seemed that before him, there had already been someone pretending to be the crown prince looking for Huan Heng. Who could it be? Right at this time, a white pigeon flew in through the window. Huang Fu Juanxiu got up and walked to the window. When he saw that there was no one around, He reached out to grab the white pigeon and carefully removed the bamboo tube to take out the letter inside. When he saw the contents of the letter, Huang Fu Juanshou's expression turned serious. Chapter 196. It was past midnight, and there wasn't a single person on the streets of Chang'an. There was the occasional gust of wind, and it was cold and lonely. At this moment, a large palanquin was hurrying forward. The bearers were all panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, a black figure flashed out and the bearers were instantly immobilized. "You lie in. Room number 1" preposterous. "Let me go. Do you know who I am?" Huan Heng sat up straight on the chair and glared angrily at the veiled woman in front of him. "Since I kidnapped you, I naturally know who you are. Not only does Jing Xian know who you are, she also knows why you entered the palace so late at night." Yao Moen held a teacup and sipped. "You're called Jing Xian? How did you know I wanted to enter the palace?" Huan Heng took a deep breath and calmed down. He carefully examined the person in front of him. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, just from the cold light in her eyes, Huan Heng knew that this person wasn't an ordinary person. The person who has been in contact with you all this time isn't a secret envoy of Great Shu. This news must have shocked you, right? Yao Moen got straight to the point. "You. How did you know?" Huan Heng was stunned and looked towards Yao Moen in fear. This matter concerned the lives of hundreds of people in the Huan residence. He couldn't help but be agitated. Because Jing Xian is the person who has been pretending to be a Shu envoy and contacting Old General. Yao Moen said bluntly, "Do you think this old man will believe you?" Huan Heng looked towards Yao Moen coldly and said hatefully. As Yao Moen's lips curled up, Yin Shui had already placed a jade pendant with the character North on the table. When Huan Heng saw this jade pendant, his eyes widened in shock. "Old General should believe me now, right?" Yao Moen said slowly as she put down the teacup. "Who exactly are you? What's your goal?" Huan Heng's sharp gaze stared at Yao Moen as he questioned. Jing Xian is naturally not an ordinary person to be able to see through Old General's rebellious intentions and contact Old General as a Shu envoy. As for her goal, it's not hard to guess. Yao Moen raised her brows and looked towards Huan Heng. "You want to rebel? What kind of strength do you have?" Huan Heng glanced coldly at Yao Moen, clearly unconcerned. It's not yet time for Jing Xian to display her strength to Old General. However, besides submitting to Jing Xian, it seems like Old General doesn't have any other way out. Yao Moen spoke the truth. "Not necessarily." Huan Heng sucked in a deep breath and looked at Jing Xian indifferently. If Old General dares to contact Great Shu's envoy, Jing Xian will definitely place all the letters Old General exchanged with him in the Imperial Palace's Imperial Study. Although those letters are fake, Old General's contact with Shu's envoy is real. Especially when Consort Chun invited Chu Maxin to a banquet a few days ago. At that time, Yi Hongyi will treat it as evidence that Old General is colluding with the enemy. Then I can give up on joining Great Shu and continue to be loyal to your majesty. Huan Heng argued. If you could, you wouldn't have contacted Jingxin's people back then. Why is Old General deceiving yourself? Also, Old General should understand Yi Hongyi's character. Just look at the esteemed prince. It shouldn't be hard for Old General to guess your own fate, right? Speechless, Huan Heng's brows furrowed as he thought to himself. From the looks of it, it was no longer possible to submit to Chu Ma Bei. Did he really have to continue to be loyal to the imperial court? That's right, even Yi Junqing, who had so much military service, ended up under house arrest in the imperial palace. He wasn't a member of the imperial family, so if Yi Hongyi really wanted to get rid of him, it would be a piece of cake. If this old man is willing to submit to you, what benefits will there be? Huan Heng sighed and chose to compromise. No matter when or where, Jing Xian will ensure that your Huan residence is safe. Yao Moen's voice was firm and powerful. When people reached Huan Heng's age, what they wanted the most was for the residents to be safe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his daughter give up on the chance to become empress. In Moon Crossing Pavilion, what Huan Kaier anxiously waited for wasn't Huan Heng himself, but a letter. "Your Highness, what does Old Master mean by this?" asked Zi Shuang suspiciously as she looked at the letter in Huan Kaier's hands. Huang Fu Juanxiu isn't a good person. How did father know? Huan Kai's brows furrowed and her heart chilled. Although the letter didn't say it clearly, she understood what her father meant. What should she do? Give up? For the sake of the Huan residents, she had already given up on her own happiness. Now that happiness was right in front of her. Was she really going to let it slip by? She couldn't accept this. The next day at noon, Yi Junqing was just about to ask Yao Moen about Huan Hong when Chu Ma Xin suddenly stormed in angrily. Preposterous. If this prince catches that person, I'll definitely pull out his tongue and feed it to the dogs. Chu Ma Xin's brows were vertical and his phoenix eyes were sharp. When he sat down, Yao Moen even felt a gust of wind blow past her. Catch who? Asked Yao Moen doubtfully as she handed Chu Ma Xin the porcelain bowl. You dare say that this prince is fighting over a woman with Big Brother? Is there only one woman in this world? Even if there's only one, this prince won't fight with Big Brother. Where did Qing come from? Bullshit. And you're even saying that this prince and Big Brother have been enemies for a long time? What a load of nonsense. Chu Ma Xin sat there angrily as he panted heavily. What is little prince saying? Yao Moen was slightly shaken. Huang Fu Juanxiu must have gotten the news. But why did he tell Chu Ma Xin about the rumors? It's a rumor. How long has it been since this prince left Shu? To think that there would be such a rumor already. Chu Ma Xin clenched his teeth in anger. Those people spreading the rumors are truly despicable, said Yao Moen against her will. The people spreading the rumors are truly despicable, but the person pulling the strings behind the scenes is even more despicable. If he was sitting in front of this prince right now, this prince would definitely use this to pry open his mouth and then use this to pull out his tongue. Chu Ma Xin held a soup spoon in one hand and a pair of bamboo chopsticks in the other. Coupled with his sinister and terrifying appearance, Yao Moen's heart really did tremble. It seemed that Huang Fu Juanxiu's goal was to test her. He had just wanted to get in touch with Huan Kai, and there were already rumors spreading from Shu. It was hard not to be suspicious. Since the rumor originated from Great Shu, the person behind the scenes is most likely from Great Shu. Prince, rather than getting angry here, it would be more practical for you to return as soon as possible, said Yi Junqing unhurriedly. Big Brother will naturally investigate this matter. There's no need for this prince to worry. As for returning, this prince isn't in a hurry. Chu Ma Xin took a deep breath, then glanced at Yao Moen seemingly unintentionally. Right at this time, Tingyu rushed in from outside. Your Highness, it's bad. Fluffy and Jewel have disappeared. This servant has searched the entire imperial palace, but can't find them. Tingyu knew that Fluffy and Jewel could be considered master's treasures, so she anxiously reported this. They have 8 legs in total. Of course you won't be able to find them. Before Yao Moen could reply, Chu Ma Xin said angrily with a disapproving expression, Your Highness. Tingyu didn't know what to do and looked towards Yao Moen for guidance. It's fine. You can withdraw first. Yao Moen glanced at Chu Ma Xin before looking towards Tingyu. Once Tingyu left, Yao Moen's gaze returned to Chu Ma Xin. It's best if you let them out. If they've gotten thinner or lost even a hair, this consort will definitely find them on your body. Yao Moen's heart ached for Chu Ma Xin, but that didn't mean she could allow him to do as he pleased. Even if he was angry at her, it shouldn't involve his wife and children, let alone 2 cats. Why would this prince capture them when he's already full? Chu Ma Xin avoided Yao Moen's gaze, then picked up the porcelain bowl and gulped down the soup. Chapter 197. This consort also wants to know why a dignified prince would make life difficult for 2 cats. Are you all right? Yao Moen originally wanted to tease him, but she saw that Chu Ma Xin's brows were tightly furrowed and his face was deathly pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. I'm fine. Chu Ma Xin suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, as if someone had smashed him with a hammer. Austere prince, are you really all right? At the side, Yi Junqing saw that Chu Ma Xin's hands were trembling uncontrollably. Even his legs were trembling and sweat was pouring down his forehead. Before Chu Ma Xin could finish speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen when he saw Chu Ma Xin coughing up blood. I didn't do anything. Someone. Hurry and call the imperial physician. Yao Moen hurriedly went over to support Chu Maxin. At almost the same time, Huang Fu Juanxiu walked in. Little Prince, little Prince, how could this be? Yao Moen, how could Prince be like this? Did you poison him? With the previous example, the first person Huang Fu Juanxiu thought of was Yao Moen. Saving austere Prince is more important. Yi Juanqing's expression turned serious. He sealed Chu Maxin's meridians, then placed his palm on Chu Maxin's back to transfer some true qi. If anything happens to little Prince, His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely send troops to attack you and tear the two of you to pieces. Huang Fu Juanxiu's heart ached when he saw Chu Maxin's pained expression. Juanxiu, cough cough. This prince orders you not to tell Big Brother about this. Do you hear me? Chu Maxin grabbed Huang Fu Juanxiu by the collar, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. However, every word he said seemed to exhaust all of his strength. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth and stained his robes. Prince, why? Huang Fu Juanxiu hugged Chu Maxin with both hands as he shouted in grief. If this prince says it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Cough cough. Don't worry, this prince's life is tough, otherwise, mother wouldn't have died. Chu Maxin smiled stubbornly, then his gaze slowly moved towards Yao Moen before finally falling into darkness. Imperial Physician, hurry and summon the Imperial Physician. The moment Chu Maxin closed his eyes, the image of Zhonger's pretty face suddenly appeared in her mind. That action of raising his brows seemed to tug at her heart, causing her heart to ache to the extreme. Young Prince, Your Highness, Yao Moen, Yi Junqing. If anything happened to Prince, Huang Fu Juanxiu definitely wouldn't let it go. The Crown Prince would not take this lying down. Great Shu won't let this go. Huang Fu Juanxiu threw down these words, then quickly carried Chu Maxin out of Guan Osprey Palace's main hall. Maxin, please don't let anything happen to him. I beg you. Yao Moen's tears fell like rain. Her body swayed as she tried to follow him, but Yi Junqing pulled her back. You can't go now. His Majesty will be here soon. There's no way you can hide your current emotions from His Majesty. Yi Junqing sensed that Yao Moen was acting strangely, so he quickly reminded her. Please save him. I beg you. He can't die. He can't die. Yao Moen's tense nerves snapped in this instant. She suddenly knelt in front of Yi Junqing and grabbed his clothes tightly. Her tears fell like a flood. Her Zhonger had only been in this world for a day. He was still so young. Why was the heavens so unfair? Moen. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in shock. He couldn't believe that Yao Moen would have this kind of reaction. She was actually kneeling in front of him for Chu Maxin? In this instant, Yi Junqing couldn't imagine what would happen to Yao Moen if Chu Maxin really died. Tingyu, hurry and help your master back to the bedroom. Don't worry, this prince won't let him die. This prince will definitely do what I promised you. Yi Junqing helped Yao Moen up with both hands as his eyes shone with absolute determination. For Yao Moen's kneeling, he definitely had to save Chu Maxin. I believe you. Junqing, in this world, I only believe you. Yao Moen held Yi Junqing's hand tightly as her tears blurred her vision. In this instant, she believed that if there was one person in this world that could save her Zhonger, it would definitely be Yi Junqing. Your Highness, don't be like this. Little austere prince will be fine. This servant will help you back to the room. Just as Tingyu reached out, Yao Moen had already fainted. Esteemed prince? Tingyu supported Yao Moen in a fluster. Serve your master well. This prince will be back soon. As Yi Junqing looked at Yao Moen's snow-white complexion, he felt like his heart was being tightly entangled by countless vines. When Yi Junqing walked into the West Wing, there were at least 5 imperial physicians that Chu Maxin had brought with him to treat him. The other 3 imperial physicians couldn't interfere, so they could only wait at the side. How is little prince? Asked Huang Fu Juanxiu anxiously as he looked towards the imperial doctor with worry in his eyes. Darren, it's not good. The little prince has been poisoned. Although his meridians have been sealed, the poison is too strong. It's already starting to seep into his lungs and internal organs. We have no way to save him. The imperial physicians had bitter expressions as they reported. This won't do. You have to cure the little prince. Otherwise, you'll all be buried with him. Huang Fu Juanxiu abruptly grabbed the imperial physician's collar with bloodshot eyes. Darren, even if you kill us right now, there's nothing we can do. Crane's crown red and fallen goose sand. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. The imperial physicians didn't struggle. How could they not want to save Chu Ma Xin? However, reality was cruel. No one could cure this kind of poison. Let this prince try. Behind the imperial physician, Yi Junqing walked up to the bed with large strides. Move away. If it wasn't for you and Yao Moan, how could the little prince be like this? Huang Fu Juanxiu blocked Yi Junqing's path with hostility as he shouted angrily. This matter has nothing to do with this prince and noble consort Yao. If you want Chu Ma Xin to die, then stand here. If you want him to have a chance to live, then move out of the way. Yi Junqing looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu coldly as he spoke. Cough, cough. On the bed, Chu Ma Xin was coughing violently. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. If anything happens to the little prince, Juanxiu will make you pay with your life first. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Fu Juanxiu finally moved out of the way. Yi Junqing quickly walked over to the bed and helped Chu Ma Xin up. Then he sat down on the bed and slowly placed his hands on Chu Ma Xin's spine to circulate qi. It's that simple. Huang Fu Juanxiu roared angrily when he saw that Yi Junqing wasn't doing anything. If you don't want Chu Ma Xin to die right now, then I'll have to trouble everyone in this room to leave, including you. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Darren, the esteemed prince, is probably trying to use his own internal energy to force the poison out of the little prince's body. The worst thing to do during this process is to be disturbed. If there's any outside interference, both the esteemed prince and the little prince will lose their lives, reported the imperial physician. Then what are you all just standing there for? Scram. Huang Fu Juanxiu had no reason not to trust the imperial physicians he had brought, so he urged them in a low voice. When the imperial physicians heard this, they silently left the room. Huang Fu Juanxiu looked at Yi Junqing, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and spoke solemnly. If you can save the little prince, then Juanxiu will owe you a favor. Huang Fu Juanxiu took a deep breath, then left the room. He personally closed the door and stood at the entrance. Since it was a taboo to disturb them, then he would personally stand guard here. Right now, even if it was the emperor himself, he wouldn't let them in. After about 5 minutes, Yi Hongyi hurriedly appeared in the west wing of Guan Osprey Palace. Why are you all outside? How's the austere prince? Asked Yi Hongyi anxiously when he saw the imperial physicians all waiting in the hall. Replying, Your Majesty, the little prince has been poisoned and there's no cure. The esteemed prince is currently inside trying to force the poison out of the young prince's body, so we can only wait outside, reported the imperial physician with a trembling voice. Chapter 198. Poison? We're going in to take a look. The moment Yi Hongyi heard the news, he was both shocked and delighted. He was shocked that if something happened to Chu Ma Xin, the war between Shu and Yu would definitely happen. He was delighted that Yi Junqing had been there when Chu Ma Xin had gotten into trouble. No matter who did this, he would be able to push it onto Yi Junqing. However, when Yi Hongyi reached the door to the inner room, Huang Fu Juanxiu had no intention of moving aside. How dare you? His Majesty wants to go in, so why aren't you backing down? Shouted in Bing Shan as he waved his horsetail whisk. It's not that Juanxiu is being rude, but the esteemed prince is currently helping the little prince force out the poison. He can't be disturbed, said Huang Fu Juanxiu coldly. What are you saying? His Majesty is worried about austere prince's illness, so how can you say that he's disturbed? Retorted in Bing Shan arrogantly. He hadn't forgotten how Huang Fu Juanxiu had cursed him. It doesn't matter if it's to visit or disturb, Juanxiu won't move aside. This is Great Chu's territory. King Yu can order people to drag Juanxiu out and have him executed, but if King Yu insists on going in, then it means that King Yu is intentionally trying to harm austere prince. At that time, it doesn't matter who poisoned him. Great Chu will blame this on King Yu, said Huang Fu Juanxiu seriously. You really don't know what's good for you. And Bing Shan was just about to retort when Yi Hongyi stopped him. We can understand Envoy Huang Fu's feelings. Since the esteemed prince is here, I believe that austere prince will definitely be able to turn this disaster into a blessing. We can rest assured. And Bingshan, wait here. As soon as there's any movement inside, immediately report to Yao Gue. Yi Hongyi forcefully suppressed his anger and turned to leave. Time passed second by second. Everyone in the West Wing felt like there was a huge rock weighing down on their hearts. They knew very well that if Chu Maxin died, the world would fall into chaos. Before they knew it, for hours had passed, but there was still no movement from the room. In the inner room, Yi Junqing had already used up most of his internal energy. His robes were already drenched in sweat, but Chu Maxin didn't react at all. His lips were purple and his face was even paler than before. Prince, Yin Shui is helping you. Suddenly, Yin Shui, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared. She pushed Yi Junqing's back with all her strength. Yin Shui, there's no need for you to do this, said Yi Junqing with difficulty when he felt Yin Shui's internal energy pushing in. Master's hopes are Yin Shui's hopes. Since Master wants Chu Maxin to live, Yin Shui will definitely do her best. At the time, when Yin Shui saw Yao Moen kneeling in front of Yi Junqing in such a heart-wrenching manner, she actually started crying as well. Bam! Yin Shui, she's not going. She for Shui. She was Yun 2222. Chin Zin for In was and had for Sun. Another 2 hours passed. The people outside became more and more anxious, and the people inside were also exhausted. At this time, Yin Shui was leaning against the bed frame in exhaustion, but she was still doing her best to push internal energy into Yi Junqing's body. Yi Junqing's condition was even worse. His face was even paler than Chu Maxin's, but Chu Maxin's complexion was gradually recovering. Prince, you can't. The moment Yin Shui sensed that Yi Junqing was about to push out the last of his internal energy, she tried her best to stop him. She knew that although Master wanted Chu Maxin to live, it definitely wasn't at the cost of Yi Junqing collapsing. Just a little bit more. This prince can't give up halfway. Yi Junqing also knew that he had used up all his strength, but during these 6 hours, the only thing that kept appearing in his mind was Yao Moen's teary eyes. This was the first time he had seen Yao Moen cry. She cared about Chu Maxin so much and trusted him so much, so no matter what price he had to pay, he wouldn't let Yao Moen down, even if it meant death. Prince. When Yin Shui sensed that Yi Junqing was about to use all his strength, a burst of internal energy suddenly surged in. Yin Shui turned around in shock to see that peerlessly beautiful face smiling at her. How is it? As your old master, I came just in time, right? Yin Nanxing's thin lips curved into a perfect smile. However, Yin Shui really couldn't bring herself to praise him at this moment. Would it kill you to come a bit earlier? The words that Yin Shui was thinking were shouted out loud by Yi Junqing. Where's Yao Moen? I gave her 3 9 revivals pills. Is there not even one left? In reality, Yin Nanxing had already rushed over. He had never traveled from Phoenix Feather Manor to Guan Osprey Palace in only 4 hours. If there was, this prince wouldn't need to risk his life here. Yi Junqing only stopped after he forced all the poison out of Chu Maxin's body. Prince, are you all right? Asked Yin Shui worriedly after Yi Junqing helped Chu Maxin back onto the bed. This prince is fine. After Yi Junqing said this, he suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Fortunately, Yin Shui was by his side, so he didn't fall over. Yin Shui, take him back to his room first. I'll stay here. As he looked at Yi Junqing's pale complexion, Yin Nanxing's beautiful peach blossom eyes became serious. Once Yin Shui left with Yi Junqing, Yin Nanxing knocked lightly on the door. Huangfu Juanxiu immediately pushed the door open and entered. When he saw that red dress, he immediately closed the door. Envoy Huangfu, what is the meaning of this? This one is still waiting to see austere prince's condition and report back to his majesty. Outside the door, and Bingshan questioned angrily. Juanxiu is just thinking about austere prince's safety. I'll have to trouble Gonggong to wait a bit longer. After Huangfu Juanxiu locked the door, he walked around Yin Nanxing and ran to the bed. Although Chu Maxin hadn't woken up yet, his cheeks had regained some color and his breathing was becoming even. Although forcing the poison out of his body can remove it, because the internal energy stayed in his body for too long, he'll only wake up after 3 days. During these 3 days, he might show symptoms of a fever. This is all normal. So there's no need to worry, said Yin Nanxing. Juanxiu won't thank Alliance Head. If Alliance Head hadn't taken Yinshtong away, nothing would have happened to Little Prince, said Huangfu Juanxiu coldly, but the tension in his heart suddenly loosened. Nanxing didn't help out because he wanted your thanks. As for Yinshtong, that'll depend on this Alliance Head's mood. Yin Nanxing snorted lightly, then turned and left. The jade rabbit rose from the east, and the crescent moon hung on the branches like a bow. The branches swayed in the autumn wind, and scattered bits of leaves fell to the ground, giving off the desolation of autumn. On the bed in the inner room of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen seemed to hear the cries of a baby. Each cry made her heart clench. Zhong-er, give Zhong-er back to me. Tears rolled down from her trembling eyelashes. She shook her head repeatedly and stretched her hands out from under the quilt. She raised them with all her might, as if she was trying to catch something. Don't. Yao Moen abruptly opened her eyes and her hands froze in midair. Tears gushed out of her eyes and slid down her temples. She still couldn't catch it. Yao Moen lowered her arms in disappointment. Her lips couldn't stop trembling as she let out intermittent whimpers like a small animal. That scene in the cold palace had appeared in her dreams countless times. Every time, she hoped that the result would be different, but every time, when Yihangi threw Zhong-er down, she couldn't catch him in time. She hated herself. Why couldn't she have been faster? If she had been just a bit faster, she would have been able to catch Zhong-er. But what could she do? She was just a step too slow. Zhong-er had stopped breathing right in front of her. Nyang Nyang. Outside the door, Tingyu hurriedly ran in when she heard the commotion. Yao Moen took a deep breath and suppressed the extreme sorrow in her eyes. Then she wiped away her tears as Tingyu lit the candle. Chapter 199. Nyang Nyang, you've finally woken up. You scared this servant to death. The inner room gradually brightened. Yao Mo-wan got off the bed with Tingyu's support, but her heart still hadn't calmed down. Tea for you. Seeing that Yao Moen's cherry lips were chapped, Tingyu immediately poured a cup of tea and handed it over. The moment she took the teacup, Yao Moen abruptly turned around and looked towards Tingyu solemnly. How's Chu Ma-xin? Did he? Nyang Nyang, don't worry, the little prince is fine. This servant heard that the esteemed prince used his internal energy to force the poison out of the little prince. It was also because of this that the esteemed prince fainted from exhaustion. As for what exactly happened, Tingyu also didn't know. Yao Moen nodded slightly and said indifferently, I understand. You can go and rest first. Your Highness, you've just woken up. Do you want this servant to prepare some food for you? No need to trouble yourself. Yao Moen shook her head. Once Tingyu left, Yao Moen hastily summoned Yin Shui. Yin Shui kowtows in salute to master. Even though the light in the room was slightly dim, Yao Moen could still see that Yin Shui's face was abnormally pale. Sit down and talk. Is Chu Ma-xin really fine? Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui apprehensively. With Tingyu's status, she definitely wouldn't be able to enter the West Wing, but Yin Shui was different. Replying, Master, Chu Ma-xin is indeed fine, but Yi Junqing risked his life to save Chu Ma-xin. If Yin Nanxing hadn't appeared in time, you probably wouldn't have been able to see Yi Junqing again, reported Yin Shui truthfully. Risking my life? It's fine as long as he tried his best. What reason does he have to put his life on the line? Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui in shock. She didn't even realize that the tea in the teacup had splashed onto her hand. Master, have you forgotten? After Chu Ma-xin was poisoned, Master knelt in front of Yi Junqing and told him that he had to save Chu Ma-xin's life. Perhaps it was because of Master's words that Yi Junqing risked his life, said Yin Shui bluntly. This consort knelt down and begged him? How could this be? How could this consort kneel and beg him? Yao Mo-wan rubbed her forehead. She simply couldn't believe that she would do such a thing. Yin Shui saw it with her own eyes. Master cried her heart out and begged Yi Junqing to save Chu Ma-xin. Forgive Yin Shui for speaking bluntly, but the feeling you gave this subordinate was as if Chu Ma-xin was your own son. Even now, Yin Shui still couldn't understand why her master had such strong feelings for Chu Ma-xin. They had only known each other for a few days. Son. Yao Moen came to a sudden realization. That's right, she remembered now. When she saw Chu Maxin vomiting blood, she thought of her own Zhong'er. Zhong'er was lying on the cold ground, covered in blood, cold and lonely. Master? Yin Shui called out worriedly when she saw Yao Mowen's dazed expression. This consort is fine, but what about Yi Junqing? What about now? Yao Mowen suddenly felt a lingering fear. If Yi Junqing had died to save Chu Maxin, just how regretful would she be? Yi Junqing is currently unconscious due to overexertion of inner energy. However, Your Highness, don't worry. He'll definitely wake up by tomorrow night at the latest. However, recovering his inner energy won't be something that can be done in a day, said Yin Shui. He's all right. What about Chu Maxin? A son without a mother and a mother without a son. Yao Mowen's concern for Chu Maxin was definitely not false. The poison has been forced out, but it'll be at least 3 days before he wakes up. When Yin Shui thought about how that was only a 15-year-old child, she felt a bit upset. Did those imperial physicians manage to find out what poison he was poisoned with? Yao Mowen restrained the sadness in her eyes and replaced it with a cold light. It's a poison made from a mixture of crane's crown red and fallen goose sand. When 2 common poisons are mixed like this, it's practically the poison of poisons. The person who poisoned him most likely wanted Chu Maxin's life. Just who wanted to harm Chu Maxin? Or perhaps, harm this consort? Yao Mowen lowered her eyes and pondered deeply. If she was able to find the person who poisoned him, she would definitely return the favor 100-fold. The first rays of dawn were like a sharp sword that cut through the boundless darkness. A ray of golden light sprinkled down, illuminating the silent Guan Osprey Palace. At this time, Lu Xing had just come out of the east wing when he saw Yao Mowen walking over. This servant kowtows in salute to your highness. Lu Xing put down the basin and bowed respectfully. Rise. How is the esteemed prince? Yao Mowen hadn't been able to sleep since she woke up last night. She had left the inner room at the first light of dawn. Replying, Your Highness, the imperial physicians came over earlier and said that the esteemed prince had exhausted too much energy and was temporarily unconscious. He'll wake up at noon at the earliest. He's fine, replied Lu Xing truthfully. You can leave. Have Tingyu prepare some ginseng soup and bring it in, instructed Yao Mowen indifferently before walking into the east wing. Even though it was rebuilt, the furnishings inside were still simple to the point of being a little shabby. Yao Mowen didn't have the time to admire it and just walked into the inner room. On the bed, Yi Junqing was dressed in an azure blue robe that hung down to the ground. His shiny black hair lay in front of his chest, and his handsome face was as gentle as jade. Yao Mowen walked closer step by step as her eyes gradually became misty. Junqing, do you know how important your life is? If something happens to you, then what's the point of everything I've done? If it was for revenge, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. I only needed to put in a bit of effort, and Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan would live in hell on earth. As for me, I took every step carefully and painstakingly, just so that I could return you a magnificent Great Chu Empire. But tell me, if you die, how am I supposed to continue? Yao Mowen slowly sat down on the side of the bed. Tears blurred her vision as she tried her best to clearly see the face on the bed. She lifted her jade finger for no reason and placed it on Yi Junqing's face. The moment their skin touched, Yao Mowen's tears fell soundlessly onto Yi Junqing's tightly closed lips. What are you doing? A clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. When Yao Mowen heard this, she was stunned. When they looked at each other, she saw that Yi Junqing was examining her with a strange gaze. Yao Mowen swallowed hard. In that instant, she really wanted to immediately chop off the finger she had placed on Yi Junqing's face and then calmly tell him that it wasn't hers. Cough, cough. Your cheekbones are as high as the bridge of your nose. From your face, I can tell that you won't have a short life. Yao Mowen calmly patted Yi Junqing's face a few more times before moving her hand away. This prince has only heard of physiognomy. This prince has never heard of anything that can be touched. Yi Junqing sat up with difficulty and looked towards Yao Mowen suspiciously. That's why I say Prince is ignorant and inexperienced. In reality, other than the art of war, Prince should also dabble in other areas of knowledge. Yao Mowen forced herself to remain calm as she spoke. She had already cursed that quack doctor 81 times in her heart. Didn't he say that he would only wake up at noon? What kind of situation was this? That's right, how is Chu Maxin right now? Yi Junqing felt that Yao Mowen's suggestion was purely to find fault with him, so he decided to just ignore it. Besides, he didn't have the energy to argue with Yao Mowen about who had more knowledge. Mowen came because of this matter. In Shui said that Prince had almost thrown away your life to save Chu Maxin. Mowen wants to know, does Prince really look down on yourself that much? Yao Mowen's sudden excitement baffled Yi Junqing. This Prince doesn't look down on myself? Yi Junqing had originally thought that Yao Mowen had come to thank him. Even if she didn't thank him, her attitude should at least be a bit better. Then why did Prince use your own life to exchange for Chu Maxin's? Yao Mowen only wanted Yi Junqing to know that in this world, no one's life was more precious than his. Chapter 200. The situation forced me. At that critical juncture, I had no other choice. Whether it was for Great Chu or for Yao Mowen, even if it was just for an innocent life, he couldn't give up halfway. It's not that you don't have a choice. You're just seeking death. You think that if you die, you'll be able to reunite with eldest sister. But do you know that if you commit suicide like this, eldest sister won't ever see you again, even in the underworld? What's wrong with you? Is it wrong for this prince to save him? At the time, you were the one who knelt in front of this prince and begged this prince to save him. Yi Junqing frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Yao Mowen was angry at all. That was because in that moment, she had mistaken Chu Maxin for Zhong'er. But how could she say something like that? What do you think? Why? Yi Junqing really wanted to know what kind of reason would make Yao Mowen kneel in front of him without any regard for her dignity and face. Right at this moment, the door opened lightly, and Tingyu walked in with a bowl of ginseng soup. She just entered the room when she felt a gust of cold wind assault her face. "Nyang Nyang, this is the ginseng soup you ordered me to prepare for the esteemed prince," said Tingyu respectfully. She didn't dare to raise her eyes to look at Yao Mowen's expression. He doesn't even want to live anymore, so why would he drink this stuff? Take it back, Yao Mowen said angrily. When Tingyu heard this, she knew that her mistress was angry, so she didn't say anything else and turned to leave. However, before Tingyu could leave the room, she was called back by Yao Mowen. Forget it. Bring the ginseng soup back. Whether he drinks it or not is his problem. Even though she was angry, she still couldn't bear to let Yi Junqing starve even the slightest bit. By the time Tingyu turned around, Yao Mowen was already walking towards the door. The moment the door closed, Yi Junqing let out a deep sigh and looked towards Tingyu. Tingyu, who stepped on her tail? Yi Junqing was very sure that Yao Mowen had definitely been provoked before coming here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this unreasonable. This servant doesn't know, but Nyang Nyang was still amiable before entering this door. Tingyu's meaning was very clear. It's this king? This king didn't even get out of bed. Her tail must have been caught in the door when she entered, thought Yi Junqing. The corner of Tingyu's mouth twitched subconsciously when she heard this. She didn't say anything else. After leaving the east wing, Yao Mo Wan walked into the pear blossom garden and sat on the swing in annoyance. What's wrong with me? Since when did she become so happy so easily? What went wrong? Yao Mo Wan quietly sat on the swing, allowing the pear blossoms to fall. She needed to calm down, needed to settle down, needed to find the root of the problem. After sitting for an unknown amount of time, she finally understood why she had lost control so much in front of Yi Junqing. It was because she cared about him. It wasn't like she cared about him as if she was repaying a debt of gratitude. This kind of caring had subtly influenced her, and at some point in time, it had already taken over her everything. After lunch, Yao Mowen tossed aside her worries and confusion and stepped into the west wing. But as soon as he entered the door, he was stopped by two guards. This consort just wanted to see little prince, said Yao Mowen indifferently when she saw Huang Fu Juanxiu walk out. You can leave. Huang Fu Juanxiu indicated for the guards to leave before making an inviting gesture. Yao Mowen hadn't expected that Huang Fu Juanxiu would be so easy to talk to and felt a little relieved. Little Prince has been running a high fever since last night. Although they said that this is a normal reaction, Juanxiu is still worried. If possible, Juanxiu hopes that your highness can think of something. Huang Fu Juanxio's voice contained a trace of pleading and hope. Yao Moen stopped walking and turned to look towards him. You don't suspect that this consort was the one who poisoned him now? If Juanxio had said anything that offended your highness, please don't take it to heart. Since Little Prince is someone that Little Prince used his life to protect, he shouldn't be the culprit, said Huang Fu Juanxio meaningfully. This consort doesn't understand what you mean? Yao Moen furrowed her brows as she looked towards Huang Fu Juanxio in confusion. Little Prince didn't forget your highness's safety, even when he was poisoned, and insisted that Juanxio not report this matter to his highness the crown prince. That's because Little Prince understands his highness the most. If his highness were to find out that something happened to Little Prince in Guan Osprey Palace, regardless of whether your highness was the one who did it or not, his highness the crown prince wouldn't let the matter rest, said Huang Fu Juanxio seriously. Chu Mabe is famous for doting on this younger brother of his. This consort doesn't doubt it. Yao Moen nodded slightly. She was a little shocked. She didn't understand why Chu Ma-Xin would still think of her in a life-and-death situation. She didn't have this kind of affection for him. When Yao Moen walked into the bedroom, Huang Fu Juanxio waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids. At this moment, Yao Moen could clearly see the person on the bed. She saw Chu Ma-Xin lying powerlessly on the bed. There was a towel on his forehead, and his cheeks were purple. His lips were cracked, and there were even traces of blood seeping out. How could it be so serious? It's so hot. Yao Moen hurriedly walked over and sat on the wooden stool next to the bed. She caressed Chu Ma-Xin's burning cheeks with her fingers, then abruptly pulled them back. When Yao Moen felt the heat on Chu Ma-Xin's cheeks, she felt as if her heart was being squeezed. Your Highness, how could one towel be enough? Have someone bring a few more. Also, change the water. Huang Fu Juanxio was just about to speak when Yao Moen cut him off. When he saw the anxiety in Yao Moen's eyes, Huang Fu Juanxio sighed inwardly in relief. Then, he ordered the palace maids to do as Yao Moen said while he quietly retreated. If Chu Ma-Xin hadn't been talking in his sleep last night about looking for Yao Moen, Huang Fu Juanxio wouldn't have let Yao Moen step into the West Wing. However, right now, Huang Fu Juanxio was willing to do anything that could make Chu Ma-Xin feel a little better. Inside the room, Yao Moen carefully took care of Chu Ma-Xin. She changed the towel on his forehead again and again. Every time she put it on, the towel would burn her hands in less than 5 minutes. Imperial Father, I'm sorry. Ma-Xin shouldn't have been born into this world, shouldn't have harmed Imperial Mother. Just as Yao Moen placed the towel on Chu Ma-Xin's forehead, Chu Ma-Xin's cracked lips gradually opened. You're awake? Yao Moen looked towards Chu Ma-Xin with some joy. Only then did she realize that Chu Ma-Xin had just been talking in his sleep. Imperial Mother, Exine really misses you. Big brother, tell Exine that Imperial Mother is the most beautiful woman in this world. Exine really envies Big Brother. Exine really wants to see Imperial Mother. Chu Ma-Xin's voice was a little emotional as tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. That tear moved so quickly that it disappeared into her hair, but Yao Moen could still see it clearly. Imperial Mother, these are clothes that older sister Ma-Xin made. They're so beautiful. Don't you see them? Don't worry. Even without Imperial Mother by his side, there will still be someone to take care of Exine. Yao Moen's tears fell silently as she subconsciously caressed her face. Ma-Xin, I'm sorry. This consort actually didn't guess your thoughts. I'm sorry. Yao Moen choked as she spoke. Imperial Mother, Exine really misses you. What should I do? You mustn't tell Big Brother. Ma-Xin doesn't want anything to happen to older sister Ma-Xin. She's like older sister Ma-Xin, like Imperial Mother. On the bed, Chu Ma-Xin kept talking in his sleep. His expression alternated between sorrow and anger, making one's heart ache to see him. This consort isn't a good mother. This consort wasn't able to protect Zhong'er properly, and I wasn't able to protect you properly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yao Moen's tears fell like rain as she continuously wiped Chu Ma-Xin's burning cheeks with the towel in her hands. By the time it was 10:00 in the evening, this was already the 4th time Huang Fu Juanxio had come in, hoping that Yao Moen could rest, but Yao Moen refused. Chapter 201. Noble Consort Yao, the servants can handle this. You should go back and rest. Ting Yu has already prepared dinner. Huang Fu Juanxiu felt a trace of warmth when he saw the sweat on Yao Mowen's forehead. It seemed that little prince hadn't protected the wrong person. What should the servants do? Help this consort tell Ting Yu that this consort will be staying here tonight to take care of the austere prince. Tell her to go rest first, and there's no need to wait for this consort. Yao Mowen's gaze never left Chu Maxin. But Huang Fu Juanxiu looked towards Yao Mowen awkwardly. Little prince had an accident in Guan Osprey Palace, so this consort should do the same. Unless Lord doesn't trust this consort. As Yao Mowen spoke, she removed the towel from Chu Maxin's forehead, dipped it in water, and wrung it dry. Juanxiu wouldn't dare. Juanxiu will go back to Ting Yu right now. As of now, Huang Fu Juanxiu didn't doubt Yao Mowen at all. When they returned to the bedroom, Huang Fu Juanxiu personally came in with a cup of cold water. It's getting late. Lord should go rest first. Yao Mowen's voice sounded a bit tired. Your Highness should be the one resting. Little Prince's fever has actually subsided quite a bit. Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Juanxiu will stay here to keep Prince company, said Huang Fu Juanxiu sincerely as he looked towards Yao Mowen gratefully. This consort is fine. This consort won't be at ease if you don't stay here. Actually, is Little Prince still brooding over Queen Shu's difficult labor? Asked Yao Mowen as she took the towel from Huang Fu Juanxiu. Who would be able to let go of something like cursing his birth mother? Replied Huang Fu Juanxiu bitterly. But this isn't his fault. Yao Mowen could hear Chu Maxin talking in his sleep. Other than longing, there was also regret. But it's the truth that His Majesty lost the woman he loved the most. Someone has to take responsibility for this. Huang Fu Juanxiu looked at Huang Fu Juanxiu helplessly. So Little Prince has been carrying this burden ever since he was born. So the King of Shu doesn't like this child? Yao Mowen looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu angrily. Thankfully, Little Prince is protected by His Highness the Crown Prince. Even if His Majesty doesn't like it, it won't hurt Little Prince's status in Great Shu. In Huang Fu Juanxiu's eyes, having such a good older brother was the heaven's compensation to Chu Maxin. But what he cares about is fatherly love. Yao Mowen looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu excitedly. At this moment, she thought of her own Zhong'er. She just couldn't understand. Even a beast wouldn't harm their own child. So how did Ji Hongyi do it? What was he thinking at that moment? Juanxiu also tried to dissuade His Majesty, but every time I brought up the matter of the little prince, His Majesty wouldn't want to hear it anymore. Unless His Majesty resolves the knot in his heart, otherwise. Huang Fu Juanxiu's gaze reflexively shifted towards Chu Maxin, who was lying on the couch. His heart was filled with pity. Most people who came from imperial families were arrogant in front of others, but who knew the bitterness behind their backs? This consort will definitely find a chance to see the King of Shu. Yao Mowen seemed to be muttering to herself, but also seemed to be making a vow. At the side, Huang Fu Juanxiu looked towards Yao Mowen in surprise, but didn't say anything. Yao Mowen found an excuse to send Huang Fu Juanxiu away, then stayed by the couch to take care of Chu Maxin for the entire night. The next day, when Huang Fu Juanxiu and Yi Junqing walked into the bedroom, Yao Mowen had just finished changing the towel on Chu Maxin's forehead. Your Highness didn't rest at all last night? When Huang Fu Juanxiu saw how haggard Yao Mowen was and how bloodshot her eyes were, he was indescribably moved. This consort is fine. Thankfully, the little prince's fever has subsided. Yao Mowen took a deep breath and slowly got up. Just as Yao Mowen was about to walk over to the table, she suddenly felt her body sway and her head spin. Are you all right? The moment Yao Mowen fell to the ground, a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped around her. When she looked up, those clear eyes were filled with worry. I'm fine. Yao Mowen calmly withdrew from Yi Junqing's embrace as she said this indifferently, but her heart was slightly moved. At that time, she had already realized that she cared for Yi Junqing more than just repaying his kindness. However, she decided not to suppress it. This was also what she owed Yi Junqing, so she would return it all at once. I'll have to trouble esteemed prince to escort noble consort Yao back. Juanxiu naturally won't neglect the little prince. Huang Fu Juanxiu seized the opportunity to speak. After leaving the West Wing, Yi Junqing continued to support Yao Moen, afraid that she would fall again. Actually, yesterday, Yao Moen really wanted to apologize to Yi Junqing. She was the one who begged Yi Junqing first, so it was only natural that Yi Junqing saved Chu Maxin. She shouldn't have lost her temper at Yi Junqing. However, just as Yao Moen was about to speak, she suddenly saw Yi Hongyi walk into Guan Osprey Palace with a worried expression. "Wanner, how did you get out of here? Did someone make things difficult for you?" The moment Yi Junqing saw Yi Hongyi, he let go of Yao Moen without batting an eyelid. When he saw Yi Hongyi pull Yao Moen into his arms, Yi Junqing's heart felt like it was being prodded by a silver needle. Bit by bit, the pain slowly spread throughout his body like a drop of ink falling into a pond. "No, Wanner just wanted to see if the little prince had gotten better. Your Majesty, they said that the little prince had eaten something poisonous. How did this happen?" Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi innocently, but when she saw Yi Junqing following behind him, a trace of bitterness flashed through her heart. "Wanner, don't worry. No matter what happens, it has nothing to do with Zhen's Wanner. With Zhen here, no one can harm Wanner." Yi Hongyi lovingly kissed Yao Moen's forehead, his eyes shining brilliantly. In the next 2 days, Yao Moen stayed in the West Wing to take care of him until Chu Maxin opened his eyes. "AI, the first thing I saw when I woke up was you. This prince really doesn't feel good." When Chu Maxin saw Yao Moen taking a nap next to his bed, he complained, "You're awake? Do you feel dizzy? Do you feel nauseous? Someone come. Bring the ginseng soup in. The little prince has woken up." Yao Moen vaguely heard someone speak. When she looked up, she saw that Chu Maxin had already sat up. How could this prince be that weak? "Aren't I fine now?" When Chu Maxin saw the worry on Yao Moen's face, he felt a bit of joy. "What are you getting up for? Hurry and lie down." When Yao Moen saw that Chu Maxin was about to get up, she immediately reached out and pressed him down on the bed. At this time, Huangfu Juanxiu and Yi Junqing walked in. "Open your mouth and eat it." Yao Moen took the ginseng soup that the palace maid handed over, scooped it up with a spoon, blew on it a few times, then brought it to Chu Maxin's mouth. "This prince can eat it myself." What Chu Maxin hated the most was being treated like a child, especially in front of so many people. "You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. How could you possibly have any strength? Hurry up and eat it." When Chu Maxin refused, Yao Moen shoved the spoon into his mouth. It was true that her heart ached for Chu Maxin, but she understood Chu Maxin's temper. Speaking nicely right now would only make him more arrogant. "Oh, you're too barbaric." As expected, when Chu Maxin saw Yao Moen's fiendish expression, he obediently opened his mouth and stopped resisting. At the side, Huangfu Juanxiu choked inwardly. In all of Great Shu, there was probably no one who dared to treat the little prince this fiercely. As expected, Yao Moen wasn't a normal person. "If you're not obedient, I have even more barbaric methods. Do you want to try?" Yao Moen's lips curved as she looked towards Chu Maxin with a sinister smile. "When was this prince not obedient?" Chu Maxin pouted. "You're obedient? Then who was it that snuck out of Guan Osprey Palace? Who was it that ate something given by a stranger?" Yao Moen probed. At this time, Huangfu Juanxiu and Yi Junqing both looked towards Chu Maxin. They both wanted to know who had poisoned him. Chapter 202. How did you know? Chu Maxin lifted his brows towards Yao Moen. "If you hadn't eaten something from outside, would you have been poisoned?" Ahem. This prince just wanted to go to Changle Palace, but who knew that I would run into a woman who called herself consortly? Before Chu Maxin could finish, Yao Moen's eyes turned cold and she abruptly got up to hand the porcelain bowl to Huangfu Juanxiu before storming out of the West Wing. Why did she leave? Is she still going to listen or not? Chu Maxin looked in the direction Yao Moen had disappeared in. "Was it consortly who poisoned you?" asked Yi Junqing solemnly with a cold expression. "No, she just said a few things that this prince didn't understand and she didn't have the chance to either." Later, this prince entered Changle Palace and saw that there were pastries on the table. This prince thought that you guys had found Fluffy and Jewel, so this prince... Chu Maxin was a bit annoyed. He really shouldn't have been so careless. But who else would go to Changle Palace besides Yao Moen? Fluffy and Jewel were hidden in Changle Palace by you? Then did they eat those pastries? Asked Yi Junqing anxiously. If they ate them, would this prince still eat them? If he still reached for the pastries after seeing the two cats' corpses, then he really deserved to die. Who could it be? Yi Junqing muttered to himself with a grave expression. Forgive Juanxiu for saying so much, but could noble consort Yao have gone to get even with that consortly? If that's the case, then perhaps we've wrongly accused a good person. Huangfu Juanxiu recalled Yao Moen's murderous expression and reminded him worriedly, crap. Yi Junqing suddenly understood and immediately turned to chase after her. Once Yi Junqing left, Huangfu Juanxiu walked over to the bed to feed Chu Maxin. Yao Moen dared to be impudent in front of this prince, but you dare too? When Huangfu Juanxiu saw that Chu Maxin's gaze was on the spoon he offered, he obediently put the spoon back into the bowl and handed it back to Chu Maxin. That's right, you didn't tell eldest brother about this, right? Chu Maxin lifted his brows towards Huangfu Juanxiu. Juanxiu wouldn't dare disobey little prince's orders, said Huangfu Juanxiu sincerely. In reality, after Yi Junqing had saved Chu Maxin, Huangfu Juanxiu had sent a messenger pigeon to report everything that had happened in Chu Palace in detail. He had especially mentioned how Chu Maxin had protected Yao Moen even at the brink of death. That's good. Also, why did Yao Moen fall asleep at this prince's place? How long has she been here? Chu Maxin let out a sigh of relief and continued to ask. Replying, Prince, actually, Yao Moen has been keeping watch over you day and night during the 2 days you were unconscious. She stayed up all night yesterday, so she ended up sleeping lightly next to Prince's bed, replied Huangfu Juanxiu truthfully. She's guarding this prince? Chu Maxin looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu in shock. Yes, 2 whole days and 2 nights. Juanxiu also heard from the servants in Guan Osprey Palace that for the sake of saving the little prince, not only did Yao Moen kneel and beg Yi Junqing, she even fainted afterwards. Although Huangfu Juanxiu felt that Yao Moen was very scheming, the truth was the truth. Yao Moen's concern for the little prince wasn't fake. She's doing this for this prince, muttered Chu Maxin to himself. He was incredibly shocked. Inside Pure Flowers Palace, Yao Sulwan was currently pointing at the pastries on the table and cursing loudly. These are the pastries you prepared for this consort? You might as well feed them to the dogs. Your Highness, please calm your anger. These are indeed almond pastries that the Imperial Kitchen prepared according to your Highness' wishes. Mingyu had no idea why Yao Sulwan was angry. Pa, what this consort wants are high-quality almond pastries. What is this? Let this consort take a look. There are pine nuts mixed in as well. Do you think this consort is blind? Yao Sulwan abruptly knocked over the porcelain plate, causing the almond pastries to scatter all over the floor. Replying, Your Highness, these are almond pastries that the Imperial Kitchen chose according to Your Highness' wishes, so, replied Mingyu while trembling. What a bunch of snobbish servants. Even if this consort isn't the Imperial Gue Fei today, this consort is still a Fei. They actually dared to trick this consort like this. Let them be arrogant for now. When this consort gains power in the future, I'll definitely make them regret it, roared Yao Sulwan through gritted teeth. You'll never gain power again in this lifetime. You, get out. Just as Yao Sulwan was getting angry, Yao Mo Wan charged in. Mingyu didn't even have time to salute before she was kicked out by Yao Mo Wan. Yao Mo Wan, this consort already stopped provoking you. Yet you actually came knocking on my door. Yao Sulwan was shocked, but she still charged over angrily. Pa! Before Yao Sulwan could steady herself, Yao Mo Wan's palm abruptly flew over. Yao Sulwan was caught off guard and instantly felt her face burn. You actually dare to hit me? Yao Sulwan covered her face with one hand as she looked towards Yao Mo Wan angrily. Do I have to pick a day to hit you? Yao Sulwan, you brought this upon yourself. For every bit of pain you've caused this consort will return it tenfold. Yao Mo Wan's cold eyes carried a bone-chilling sharpness. Yao Mo Wan, you're going too far. Yao Sulwan ignored the burning pain on her face and charged over. However, she hadn't expected that she would be subdued by Yao Mo Wan the moment she raised her hand. Yao Mo immediately raised her hand, and the sound of slaps resounded through the air above Pure Flower's palace. Even Mingyu, who was standing guard outside, felt extremely uncomfortable. Yao Mo, have you gone crazy? What did I do this time for you to treat me like this? Yao Suwan only found an opening to retaliate after suffering over 10 slaps, so she pushed Yao Mo aside. Do you still need to ask this consort what you've done? Yao Mo eyes were filled with deep hatred. Every time she thought about the pain Chu Machine had endured these past few days, she really wanted to strangle Yao Suwan to death. I didn't do anything at all. Yao Suwan held her swollen face with both hands as she glared at Yao Mo. Right at this time, Yi Junqing burst through the door. You came at just the right time. Did you bring a knife? Even though Yao Suwan's face was already swollen to the size of a palm and blood was seeping from the corner of her lips, Yao Mo still couldn't vent her hatred. Chu Machine was only a 15-year-old child, so how could she be so heavy-handed? Yao Mo couldn't imagine what kind of heart-wrenching pain Chu Machine had felt when the crane crown red and fallen goose sand had simultaneously taken effect in his body. Esteemed prince, you saw it. It was Yao Mo who beat this consort to this state. You have to testify for this consort. This consort wants to see His Majesty. The moment Yao Suwan saw Yi Junqing, she got up with difficulty and tears streamed down her face. Yi Junqing glanced at Yao Suwan, then walked to Yao Mo's side. Austere Prince said that the person who poisoned him wasn't Yao Suwan, but that someone had placed a plate of pastries in Changle Palace. The problem lies with that plate of pastries. Also, Fluffy and Jewel were hidden there by Austere Prince. That's why he went. Yi Junqing leaned down next to Yao Mo's ear and explained in a low voice. Pastries? When Yao Mo heard this, she furrowed her brows and looked towards Yi Junqing. Why, you know she's not stupid? You really are in cahoots with her. Yao Suwan's heart turned completely cold when she saw Yi Junqing like this. Why don't we go back first and discuss this at length? Yi Junqing ignored Yao Suwan and suggested indifferently. Moen knows what she's doing. Prince should leave first. Don't let people with ulterior motives get hold of this. Yao Mo looked towards Yao Suwan coldly. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then left. So you're in cahoots with Yi Junqing. Yao Suwan leaned against the wall and glared at Yao Mo hatefully. Chapter 203. It's not this consort that's in cahoots with the snake and the rat. Tell me, why did you dare to enter Changle Palace? Aren't you afraid that eldest sister's ghost will haunt you? Yao Moen harumphed coldly as she walked over to the table and slowly sat down. If she wasn't so angry, she wouldn't have personally taught Yao Suwan a lesson. Hitting this kind of person would only dirty her hands. Changle Palace? Why would this consort want to go to Changle Palace? Oh, this consort understands. You suspect that the person who poisoned Chu Machine is this consort? Yao Suwan suddenly understood. She had also heard about the recent events. However, Chu Machine's luck was truly good. He hadn't died even after being poisoned. This made Yao Suwan extremely disappointed. Other than you, Moen can't think of a second person. In the entire Imperial Palace, you're the only one who wants Moen dead the most. If Chu Machine dies in Guan Osprey Palace, even if His Majesty can absolve Moen, Chu Mabe, who's far away in Great Shu, won't let Moen off so easily. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. Yao Moen laughed coldly as her eyes flashed with extreme coldness. Yao Moen, you're wrong. All the women in the imperial harem wish for you to die. It's just that this consort is more urgent. Unfortunately, this consort wasn't the one who did it. I never would have thought that there would be someone in the imperial palace who hates you as much as this consort. This is something to be happy about. However, who could this person be? Yao Suwan suddenly smiled and walked towards Yao Moen while enduring the pain. Is this consort supposed to believe you just because you said it? Yao Moen looked towards Yao Suwan coldly. With her current relationship with Yao Suwan, if it was her who did it, she would definitely admit to it. Furthermore, she had always believed in ghosts and gods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have personally killed her own flesh and blood just because of a single sentence from White Brow. Getting her to step into Changle Palace was practically harder than ascending to the heavens. What? You can't think of anything? How about letting this consort remind you that although one of the 4 noble consorts has died and one has fled, and Huan Kaier has also fallen into your trap, don't forget that there's still one left. Yao Sulwan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her smile strange and her voice cold. Wang Qinrua. These 3 words suddenly surfaced in Yao Moan's mind. In her impression, Shu Fei Wang Qinrua was a mysterious existence. She still remembered that on the night Wang Qinrua entered the palace, Yi Hongyi hadn't come to Yihua Palace and had instead stayed in his own Changle Palace. At the time, she had tried to persuade Yi Hongyi, but no matter what, Yi Hongyi refused to move. She wasn't very clear about the reason behind this. What happened afterwards was even more inconceivable to her. Although Wang Qinrua was one of the 4 consorts, Yi Hongyi would often send her to a side garden to recuperate. Wang Qinrua had been in the palace for 5 years, but had actually stayed in the palace for less than 3 years. Could it be that she was the same as Xie Xiyin and had someone she loved? Scared? You and I both know that Wang Qinrua is a mystery that no one can figure out. Now that she's back, your good days have come to an end. Yao Sulwan's voice pulled Yao Moan back to reality. Since it's a mystery, how can second older sister be sure that she would view Moan as an enemy? Yao Moan calmed her heart and looked towards Yao Sulwan. It seemed that a dozen or so slaps really wasn't a lot. Yao Sulwan's current arrogant expression explained this point very well. You want to get information out of Bin Gong? Humph, don't even think about it. It looks like this inner palace is going to get lively again. There will definitely be someone who will return these dozen or so slaps for Bin Gong. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Moan in a deliberately mystifying manner. She originally wanted to see fear in Yao Moan's eyes, but what she saw instead was a strangely calm expression. You're not afraid? Yao Sulwan frowned in doubt. Putting aside the fact that Wang Qinrua doesn't have any reason to deal with Bin Gong. Even if she did, Bin Gong would still kill gods and slay Buddhas. Doesn't second older sister want to watch a good show? Then you have to open your eyes wide and not miss the exciting part. Yao Moan stood up and calmly walked out of Pure Flower's palace under Yao Sulwan's astonished gaze. As Yao Sulwan watched Yao Moan's departing figure, her gaze was filled with extreme hatred. Perhaps it was because she had clenched her teeth too hard, but Yao Sulwan suddenly felt pain on her cheeks. Yao Moan, don't get too full of yourself. Even if you have to walk all the roads, Bin Gong still has one final move, indiscriminate destruction. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Yao Moan was still immersed in what Yao Sulwan had just said. One of the reasons Wang Qinrua was able to become one of the 4 noble consorts was because her father, Wang Luolin, was a person of virtue and prestige in the court. His students were all over the court, and his connections were extremely wide. Even the newly appointed Prime Minister, Du Xian, was his student. Nyang, are you all right? As Yao Moan was deep in thought, Tingyu rushed over. How did you know that Bin Gong was here? Asked Yao Moan when she saw that Tingyu had stopped panting. Esteemed Prince told this servant. Esteemed Prince also said that Nyang's emotions weren't stable, so he told this servant to take good care of you, replied Tingyu truthfully. Is that so? Yao Moan laughed involuntarily. Yi Junqing had definitely seen the finger marks on Yao Sulwan's face, which was why he was worried. Nyang, you weren't at a disadvantage, right? Asked Tingyu carefully when she saw Yao Moan's serious expression. Ever since the day I entered the palace, Bin Gong didn't know how to write the word disadvantage, especially in Pure Flower's palace. Yao Moan smiled coldly. When she raised her eyes, she inadvertently saw a group of palace maids carrying flower pots as they walked through the long hallway. The fragrance filled the air, and even Yao Moan, who was 10 meters away, could smell the fragrance of 100 flowers vying for beauty. Where are they going? Asked Yao Moan suspiciously. It should be Pure Flower's palace. When this servant ran over earlier, I heard that His Majesty had given all the fragrant flowers in the greenhouse to Shu Fei, who had just returned from her recuperation. Tingyu took 2 deep breaths. It was already autumn, so it was very hard to smell this kind of flower fragrance. Wang Qinrua really has returned. Go ask around and see when Shu Fei will return. Yao Moan's brows furrowed slightly as she sighed inwardly. These really were troubled times. When Yao Moen returned to Guan Osprey Palace, she immediately went to the West Wing. Who allowed you to get out of bed? When Yao Moen saw Chu Ma Xin leaning against the table with sweat dripping down his forehead, she immediately went up to support him and berated him angrily. This prince is thirsty and wants to drink water. Chu Ma Xin looked at Yao Moen with a pitiful expression, making it hard for Yao Moen to get angry. You can call people to drink water, but where are they? Where did everyone in this house go? Where's Huang Fu Juanxiu? Yao Moen finally realized that from the moment she entered the West Wing until now, she hadn't seen anyone else besides Chu Ma Xin. This prince sent them to the East Wing, said Chu Ma Xin bluntly. Why? Yao Moen looked towards Chu Ma Xin in confusion. The esteemed prince almost lost his life in order to save this prince. He must be very weak right now, so this prince returned the favor by lending him the people here, said Chu Ma Xin in a matter-of-fact tone. He's weaker than you? I'll go call them back. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Ma Xin helplessly. She really didn't know what he was thinking. No. Ahem. This prince doesn't need their care. Chu Ma Xin immediately pulled on Yao Moen and refused. You can't even drink water right now, so you don't need anyone to take care of you? Asked Yao Moen as she looked at the cup on the table. Isn't there still you? It's enough for you to stay, said Chu Ma Xin slowly with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This consort? How could this consort possibly stay? Yao Moen looked towards Chu Ma Xin with a light smile. She could more or less guess what Chu Ma Xin's intentions were, but it was hard to not be suspicious. Why can't you stay? Is it because this prince is unconscious that you're willing to stay? Chu Ma Xin looked at Yao Moen in disappointment as he spoke anxiously. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.